How can he tell? It's impossible. I don't even know whether or not Yen Liren attacked. Besides, according to Yen Liren, he did not wield the sword at all but merely attacked with his will. Could the guy have perceived the constituents of the sword through the will of the sword? Are you kidding me? This is too unbelievable. The cultivators nearby had already been shocked by Yen Liren time and time again. Hardly had they caught their breath when they were crushed again by Liao's mind-boggling theory. They found it barely possible to stand on their feet. Yen Liren's outstretched foot moved back, and he turned around. Staring at Liao, he asked, "How did you know?" "You just killed me with the will of the sword." Touching his neck, Liao said, "My throat can still taste the wind and frost on your sword. If I could not distinguish what it was that killed me, wouldn't I be too hilarious? It is a surprise to me that, while the Purple Pole Sword sect boasts all kinds of marvelous weapons made of the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and even the ancient swords inherited from the primeval era, many of which are the tantalizing treasures for any cultivator in the world, you disregard all those incredible blades and prefer such a short sword that is no different from a plain sword made of regular metal. This is my very first sword." Yen Liren pondered for a moment. He seemed to feel that Liao was a person worth explaining it to. "I received the sword when I was 9, and I have never been separated from it, not for one day. After so many years, I can't tell how many times I've touched it and waved it. Not only am I familiar with the weight, form, and hardness of the sword in any part, I also know every detail about the sword, including the speed and strength of the sword when it cuts into the wind at a certain angle and the different feedback when it pierces into a shield, armor, spiritual shield, or bone. As you said, it has really become an extension of my limbs and part of my life. The 3 primeval swords, on the other hand, are too powerful and consume too much spiritual energy and telepathic thoughts because they were not built for me but for the primeval deities and devils. Although I have polished them for decades, it is still troublesome for me to wield them. I often feel that I am not manipulating the 3 primeval swords. Instead, they are searching and attacking on their own after absorbing my spirit and vitality. Wielding such swords is like a 3-year-old wielding a giant saber. Damaging as they may be, how can they be called the strongest sword? Liao was greatly moved. Yen Liren's statement showed traces that he was beginning to break the ancient cultivator's fanaticism about primeval treasures and shifting to the modern principles of cultivation. It was quite right that, however excellent the primeval items of the Pangu clan were, they were created specifically for the Pangu clan instead of human beings. Worshipping them blindly and taking them over directly for one's own use might be easier and quicker, but it was certainly a dead end in the long run. The best magical equipment was the magical equipment that suited the user most. The logic was very simple and it might be very easy to understand. However, when a powerful primeval treasure was placed right in front of their eyes, how many cultivators could refuse the temptation to be their slaves? "You have cultivated to such a level," Liao mumbled to himself. "I only perceived it recently." Yen Liren smiled. "Over the past few decades, I was as awed by the power of the 3 primeval swords as everybody else was. I tried my best to conquer them, to polish them, and to manipulate them, almost at the cost of my life. In recent years, I had a match with Xianxia every year. The last time we met, seeing that I was more anxious and delirious with every year, he couldn't help but offer me a few words of advice. Finally, I woke up from the bottomless abyss and grew a profound understanding. So, the strongest sword had been next to me the whole time. Why did I look afar and neglect what lay close at hand, abandoning the sharp blade that was special to me for some garbage that someone else threw away? Garbage? Liao was deeply shocked. Calling the super weapons of the Pangu clan or the colossi in the primeval era garbage was surely something that only this sword maniac was capable of. "My cultivation is in fact slightly lower than Qi Zhongdao's," Yen Liren said. "However, I have forfeited the garbage of the primeval era and found my strongest sword, while Qi Zhongdao is still clinging onto the so-called heaven-flipping seal without letting it go. He is so fascinated by the power of the primeval treasure that he is actually too restricted to use all of his ability. Perhaps, if the heaven-flipping seal did not exist, there would be a stronger iron Saint Qi Zhongdao. But it is a pity that, burdened by vanity, he won't, daren't, and can't make such an attempt. Liao was silent. He did not know whether or not Yen Liren was right. However, it was true that the heaven-flipping seal was essentially a gravity generator and not a weapon. The operation patterns and the spiritual energy supply mode of the device were not suitable for individuals, either. To unleash the unbelievable power of the heaven-flipping seal all by himself, Qi Zhongdao must have paid unimaginable prices. 2. Were the prices worthwhile, though? Their dialogue cast all the cultivators into deep thought, especially Qi Zhongdao, who was standing below the Grand Mystery Sect's banner. His slender face, which was like black coal, was turning purple. The breath of the cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage was suddenly unsteady. I get it now. Taking a long breath, Liao said, convinced. It's indeed a nice sword. Yen Liren did not deny it. Touching the grip of the sword gently, he replied, in my hand, it is a nice sword, but it is a pity that the nice sword has been heavily wounded. Liao suddenly changed the topic. Although it is a marvelous weapon that has melded with you over the years, it is made of lousy materials such as the purple martial copper and the cold mountain steel after all. The foundation of the sword is not good. As you advance, your speed and power become higher and higher, and the damage to the sword accumulates too. After such a long time, tiny cracks are everywhere inside the sword. What is more critical is that the sword once suffered a heavy blow at 14.43 centimeters below the tip of the sword. It is a dent the size of a grain on the left side. Although it seems to be an insignificant dent, in fact, a serious crack has already spread through the entire body of the sword. One moment of carelessness, and the tip of the sword will be broken with the dent as the start point. Based on my perception, I can tell that you have tried to maintain or even reforge the sword. But your attempts did not work out, and you merely imposed a few spiritual stripes on the surface of the sword to keep it as it is. Am I right? Through their interaction, there had never been any noteworthy expression on Yen Liren's bread-like face. He seemed to be interested in nothing except for his sword. But after hearing Liao's words, the supreme swordsman finally put on a dumbfounded expression that was the same as an ordinary person's. Even a few nascent soul stage cultivators and experienced sword forgers who were spectating far away stood up from their seats, looking at each other in bewilderment and disbelief. How did you know? Yen Liren was stammering. With a smile, Liao said casually, I also know why you are unwilling to reforge the sword. It's because you have lived together with the sword your entire life. You know the shape, weight, barycenter, and feeling of the sword at your fingertips. All your skills, arts, spells, and techniques have been practiced based on the shape and weight of the sword right now. You have reached the perfect state. If the sword is reforged and the gaps and dents are mended with heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are more precious, it is inevitable that there will be a slight difference in the length, thickness, and weight of the sword. For a great swordsman like yourself, even if the renewed sword is only one hair longer or heavier than before, it will still be something that is absolutely intolerable because it will break the perfection that you have achieved after training for your whole life. Oh, I was wrong about something. This sword of yours is not only made of common materials but also crudely made. The weight on the two sides of the ridge of the sword is not equal. The left side is a tad heavier than the right side. This isn't a perfect sword, but you have adapted to the imperfection. You have adjusted your body into an equally imperfect distribution in order to better cooperate with the sword. If the sword is reforged and the imbalance is rectified, the result will be the opposite of what you want. There will be an error in the flawless relationship between you and your sword. That's why you are unwilling to repair or renew your sword when you know clearly that it has a lot of internal damage. Am I right? The situation had been entirely reversed. Just now, Yen Liren had been suppressing Liao and leading the pace of their conversation. However hard Liao struggled, he had still been like a fish in a water tank. However, when the topic in question was the flaws of the sword, their roles had reversed. Liao had counterattacked and made Yen Liren completely fall into his control. Of course, for the spectators who were not clear what was going on, The two of them were almost telling a story. The sword was not even drawn. Yet he could tell so much about the sword after merely tasting the will of the sword with his neck? Who would buy that? Besides, was this master spiritual vulture not a barbarian cultivator, the likes of which were best known for their pests and their poisons? Where did he learn so many things about flying swords? Yen Liren, however, did not deny it. He stepped forward and exclaimed, "Exactly. So what?" "So nothing," Li Yao replied hurriedly. "If I say that I can help you reforge the sword and build it up with the finest, hardiest materials in the world while perfectly keeping the length, weight, shape, barycenter of the sword, and even the unique rough feeling caused by the flaws during the original forgery, fellow cultivator Yen, would you believe me?" After Li Yao said that, even the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword sect looked at each other in bewilderment, grasped by shock and suspicion. The Purple Pole Sword sect was the largest sword sect in the world. The ancient sages sector did not have a sect that specialized in the business of refining. Therefore, the forgery of the Purple Pole Sword sect was definitely state-of-the-art. There were too many great sword forgers in the sect. As the strongest sword cultivator of the Purple Pole Sword sect, Yen Liren, with his reputation as the sword saint and the sword maniac, had more resources at his disposal than even the leader of the sect did. Whatever his needs were, the entire Purple Pole Sword sect would certainly try their best to fulfill them, no matter the cost. After his sword was damaged, naturally, he did once intend to look for the famous, experienced sword forgers for maintenance. The general swords built out of purple martial copper and cold mountain steel were not difficult to maintain at all. With the heavenly materials and earthly treasures under the Purple Pole Sword sect's control and the marvelous skills of the sword forgers, there would not be trouble at all even if Yen Liren wanted the hardness of the sword to be increased 10 times over or attach a powerful technique to the sword. However, Yen Liren's requirement was that the renewed sword should be exactly the same as before in every detail, including the length, the thickness, the shape, the outline, the barycenter, and everything else. Nothing was to be added or reduced. Even the tiny holes lingering inside the body of the sword during the original forgery had to be identical. Such a weird requirement was indeed a bit too much. Many of the masters of forgery had never heard of such an absurd request before, even though they had spent their entire lives building magical equipment. After much discussion, they found the task impossible. Therefore, it had been postponed. They had thought that the sword was Yen Liren's beloved item as a souvenir or a reminder of the past. Also, Yen Liren could prove to be a dummy who did crazy and weird things sometimes. Nobody knew exactly why he proposed such a requirement. Yen Liren had mentioned the issue twice and dropped it after seeing that nobody could repair the sword. Soon, everybody forgot it. Today, after hearing Li Yao's detailed interpretation, they finally realized that there were so many more mysteries to the whole matter. They had dedicated their entire lives to the forgery of swords. Yet they did not know that an invisible hole inside a sword could cause fatal influences on the attacks performed in the end. How is it possible? Is he able to do it when so many sword forgers here together can't? That's very implausible. Master Spiritual Vulture is a barbarian cultivator. It is understandable why he is very strong. However, why does he have such a profound understanding of the arts of sword forgery? But Elder Yen brought the blueprints last time to tell us the specifications of the sword to be renewed. They were exactly like what the guy just said. The famous sword forgers of the Purple Pole Sword sect were all lost, not to mention the cultivators of other sects who did not have the first clue what was going on. Intense doubt was written all over their faces. Yen Liren, however, was the only one who stared at Li Yao without blinking. He had never shown his sword to anyone alive. Even when he asked the great sword forgers in his sect for maintenance, he had merely drawn the blueprints and written the data and his requirements. Because none of the sword forgers had dared accept the contract, he had never revealed the sword to any of them. However, this master spiritual vulture not only specifically described the parameters of the sword, but also pointed out the hidden injuries inside the sword. He even understood Yen Liren's reluctance to reforge the sword. The basis of his deduction, however, was just an invisible, illusionary will of the sword. There were actually such terrifying arts of sword scrutiny in this world. Yen Liren's eyes immediately became bloodshot. He was devoted to his sword. His sword was his life. To achieve the most perfect sword, he was willing to pay anything. He had thought that the sword would be in his company in such a ragged appearance for the rest of his life. Although he could make up for it with his marvelous sword arts, it was still his major regret. Yet, out of his expectations, an opportunity had presented itself. How could he not feel thrilled? Are you really capable of renewing the sword? The eminent sword saint was bellowing like an anxious young man. Of course. In terms of the sword arts or other techniques, I may be no match for you or Qi Zhongdao. However, when it comes to forging and refining, I am absolutely invincible in the entire ancient sage's sector. His declaration rumbled across the field like thunder. Before he joined the Dragon Spring meeting, Liao had run a detailed analysis on the positioning of the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture. It was not enough to position the identity as a mean and brutal warrior. He was born and raised in a modern cultivation civilization, and he was used to battles in crystal suits, which was definitely not to be exposed right now. Without crystal suits or colossi, and with just his own combat ability, not just the terrifying sword saint Yen Liren, even Qi Zhongdao could force him to run away like a stray dog when the heaven-flipping seal was triggered to the maximum. Even if he could earn his fame as one of the top 10 experts on par with the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, his rank would still be low. Besides, with his combat ability alone, he was certainly able to build the image of an unparalleled brutal man who was good at fighting. Chances were that other people would be scared of him, admire him, recruit him, and get him involved in certain core secrets. However, the role that he played would only be a muscle, who would have to carry out the most dirty and exhausting tasks without corresponding benefits. But a refiner would be different. The profession of refiner could be traced back to ancient times, when it was called sword forger. It had been quite popular at the time. Making friends with other experts and establishing a complicated social network were very easy things for a refiner who helped others forge swords and other magical equipment. For Liao, who intended to build an overseas mercenary camp of nascent soul stage cultivators for the Star Glory Federation, it was certainly a very advantageous role. The perfect example would be right now. If he could indeed successfully help Yen Liren renew his sword, he would certainly win the guy's affection. With a few nice words, it was possible for him to convince the guy to stand on the Federation side. Furthermore, while exploring relics, refiners were highly protected assets and would not be leading the charge fighting with their lives. After all, if the team ran into any alien traps or magical equipment, they would have to count on the refiners to crack them. Compared with his combat ability, Liao had more faith in his expertise in refining. The reason was simple. He was now in the nascent soul stage. Therefore, Oyezi's memory pieces had been opened to the phase of the nascent soul stage too. Right now, after the mental devil helped Liao swallow and study Oyezi's memory pieces, the two parties would share the knowledge. The efficiency of digestion and absorption had been significantly increased. The highest level in the ancient sage's sector was the nascent soul stage. The 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators who had gone missing mysteriously 100 years ago did not seem to have any shocking expertise in refining, either. Therefore, Liao did not think that there would be a better sword forger than himself in this sector. The only problem was that such an identity would raise suspicion or even connect him with Vulture Liao of the Star Glory Federation one day in the future. However, after giving it a lot of thought, Liao believed that it was not very likely. When he was in the Star Glory Federation, he had never told anyone that he had the memories of Oyezi, a master of refining in the age of ancient cultivators. It was true that he often performed certain methods that had been popular in ancient refining at that time. However, most of the methods were merely for ancillary purposes. They were only meant to knock the door so that he could better understand the mysteries of modern refining. At that time, the impression that he left on everyone should be a modern refiner who was adept at ancient refining arts and whose works were in a quaint style. It was completely different from refining purely with ancient techniques. As long as he slightly changed his style in refining, nobody would realize that a sword forger from the ancient sage's sector, who adopted the most authentically traditional approaches, was the same person as the modern refiner of the Star Glory Federation whose works were a vintage style. Besides, he had foreseen the dangers of his journey before he left the Federation and made arrangements accordingly. If he indeed returned to the Federation with the nascent soul stage mercenaries one day, those arrangements might come in handy. You must know who I am, fellow cultivator Yen. I am just a barbarian cultivator. It's only natural that you grow suspicious about my expertise in refining. Bronze Sensor Peak was still utterly soundless following Liao's egotistical declaration. Liao glanced around slowly before he continued proudly in a hoarse voice. I didn't intend to reveal the secret earlier. However, your astounding attack has indeed benefited me a lot. I am a grateful man. Now that you have shown me respect by demonstrating your most secret sword to me, what is the big deal about my little secret? It's true that barely any knowledge in forging and refining has been passed on in the Southland of Sorcerers. There are few experts good at manipulating the swords among the barbarian cultivators. My master was Elder Five Despairs. His lineage did not have any knowledge in the arts of sword forging. However, as many fellow cultivators may have heard, 70 years ago, I was ambushed by my senior brother Master Black Moon and knocked into a venomous lake at the bottom of an abyss. I narrowly escaped from being killed, but I was seriously corroded and deformed. Thankfully, the dozens of lethal poisons neutralized each other, and I managed to survive. Later, by accident, I found an ancient residence that was passed on from the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Great Zhou Dynasty, all the cultivators exclaimed. Great Zhou was the second unified dynasty after Cloud Qin more than 80,000 years ago. In the eyes of the ancient cultivators who believed in the older, the better, it was certainly a mysterious and incredible age. What I found was a residence left by a master of sword forging and examination named Yan Zhu. To avoid the riots in the world of cultivators in the Great Zhou Dynasty, he fled all the way to the Southland of Sorcerers. Since he passed away in his residence, the place hadn't been opened for tens of thousands of years. But I accidentally entered it. Naturally, the name Yan Zhu was make-believe. He had learned on his way there that the Great Zhou Dynasty was a short-lived dynasty where riots and conflicts were ubiquitous. Little information of that time had survived. No one would see any loophole in the non-existent sword forger of Great Zhou that he had fabricated. It was not rare for someone to grow into a famous expert after accidentally finding an ancient residence and receiving the heritage of a great pioneer. At least, it was much easier to accept than explaining to them. As a matter of fact, I'm an alien. Of all the nascent soul stage cultivators there, quite a few had experienced their own lucky encounters and boasted their own secret residences. However, it was indeed an amazing experience to have found an ancient residence from the age of the Great Zhou Dynasty more than 80,000 years ago, which was almost the beginning of the history of the ancient sages sector. The nascent soul stage cultivators, even though a bit suspicious earlier, calmed down and listened on. Yan Zhu left almost 100 methods to manipulate the sword and 36 volumes on sword forging. Liao declared proudly, I spent 70 years understanding and absorbing all of them. Now I am more or less Yan Zhu's successor. The 100 methods in sword arts were all stolen from the experts of other sects in the Great Zhou Dynasty by Yan Zhu. Their quality is not very good. The 36 volumes of books on sword forging, on the other hand, were his life's work. They are all invaluable techniques. Therefore, when it comes to the sword arts, I may not be as excellent as many heroes in the world, but in terms of examining and forging swords, I have every faith in myself. If even I cannot renew your sword, it will truly be hopeless. The few sword forgers of the Purple Pole Sword sect looked rather awful while they whispered to each other. They had thought that the visiting elder from the Southland of Sorcerers was a pure warrior, but he claimed to be an unparalleled expert in sword forging. Was it true? Yen Liren's eyes suddenly glittered. He stepped forward and said, How exactly are you going to help me renew the sword? Tell me about it. All right. Liao nodded and cleared his throat before he said unhurriedly, First of all, I will have to stay close to you. We will train together and even sleep on the same bed so that I have a deep understanding about your character, your mind, your beliefs, and your cultivation. I will be the one most intimidate to you who grasps every detail of your life. Oh! Yen Liren's eyes quickly shuddered. He had seen a lot of top sword forgers in the Purple Pole Sword sect over the past 100 years, but he had never heard of such a weird forging method before. However, the approach seemed rather analogous to the way that he practiced his sword. On second thought, it did make some sense. The process will take 3 months to 1 year, Liao said solemnly, because I will have to calculate every tiny movement when you are walking, breathing, and attacking, including the rhythm of your heartbeat and the constriction of your pores, all to build an impeccable sword. It is also why I'm willing to work as a visiting elder in the Purple Pole Sword sect for a year. Only such a long time will be enough for me to figure out everything about you. Of course, he did not entirely mean what he said. How could Liao let go of such an unparalleled tough man? If he could train with the guy and examine all his details from a close distance, it would be a great help for Liao to improve his own combat ability. He would also be able to take the opportunity to rope the guy in before he knew it. Besides, as long as he stayed close to Yen Liren, if the scouts from the Imperium of True Human Beings had arrived at the sector, they would probably come to the Great Sword Forger when they visited Yen Liren because he was equally worthy of being recruited. That way, he would have access to the Imperium's scheme. Anything else? Yen Liren asked, giving neither approval nor disapproval. He tilted his head, as if he were really considering the possibility. Also, Liao said, I will warm myself up with the marvelous weapons in the best refining field in the Purple Pole Sword sect, so that my soul will gradually blend with the environment of the refining field before I reach my peak state. I estimate that 1.5 years is enough for me to learn every detail of the refining field here and adjust myself to the most perfect state. Deep in thought, Yen Liren nodded slowly. Moreover, I want you to prepare 1,000 of the most famous eccentric flames of the ancient sages sector, as well as 1,000 buckets of water collected from the best rivers and natural paradises. I will test them one by one until I figure out the best fire and water for the refining task. Yen Liren narrowed his eyes and said, the most famous eccentric fire and water sources of the ancient sages sector can all be found within the Purple Pole Sword sect. Their features have long been studied. You can learn them by reading the documents. What I want to know is not the features of the eccentric fire and water sources, but their indescribable nature hidden in their deepest parts. Liao said casually, the fire and water in the world are just like the people in the world. Their personalities and tempers are different. The brooks that flow from the top of mountains have an air of pride and loneliness around them, while the earth fire that has burnt for 1,000 years without dying in the desert is mixed with an intimidating killing intent that feels like a sweeping sandstorm. What I'm looking for is the most harmonious fire and water for your sword. Yen Liren's bald head suddenly glittered. It explains a lot. Thank you for your enlightenment. Lastly, and most importantly, Liao said, what you have is a sword that kills people. So, I will have to see how you really kill people that deserve to be killed. Only after I have witnessed the momentary brilliance that will be as splendid as a shooting star will I be able to craft a sword that is enough to accommodate your whole life. Pondering for a moment, Yen Liren said, do the 4 rapscallions count as people who deserve to be killed? Liao nodded. Of course. As long as you find any one of them and have a fight with them, it will be enough for me to appreciate the splendor and finish the preparations for the sword forging. The 3 saints, 4 rapscallions, 1 monk, and 1 emperor were the group of true super experts of the ancient sages sector according to Ling Lanin. They were way above the nascent soul stage cultivators behind them. From Liao's friendship with Yen Liren and when he worked as the visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, he would have opportunities to meet the 3 saints, 1 monk, and 1 emperor. However, of the 4 rapscallions, except for Han Bailing who had the connection of Han Yuantai, the other 3 would not go out and meet him easily, would they? Now that Liao had announced the issue to the public, even if he went out to look for the 4 rapscallions with Yen Liren later, he would have a perfect excuse. Nobody would suspect him at all. After he met the 3 saints, 4 rapscallions, 1 monk, and 1 emperor, he would easily be able to tell whether or not the scouts from the Imperium of True Human Beings were lurking around them conducting clandestine schemes. Yen Liren was finally convinced after hearing that. Taking a long breath in relief, He bowed deeply to Liao and said, I was so ignorant that I had never heard such incredible arts in sword forging before. I'm afraid that the deities and devils couldn't have done any better when they forged the primeval treasures. However, he raised his big head, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Master, are you not scared that after you renew the sword for me, it will be even easier for me to kill you? The sword maniac was indeed the sword maniac. After ascertaining that Liao was a target who deserves to be killed, he would not let go of the idea easily. Liao had taken such a detour, but he apparently had not forgotten it. Amused, Liao touched his neck and casually said, It is a tradition for ancient sword forgers to offer themselves to their swords. If I have to be killed, won't it be the best ending for a sword forger if he can be killed by the sharp blade that he made? In reality, he was sneering to himself. Damn you, shorty. Don't be so arrogant. Your sword may be fast, but you haven't witnessed the formidability of the modern cultivation civilization yet. I was simply going easy on you today. Otherwise, if I had summoned the super mystic skeleton battlesuit which has been strengthened by the string theory, I would have triggered my power rune arrays to the maximum and run far away. Where can you catch me? Liao had given it a lot of thought. Although Yen Liren's fourth sword was horrifying, it was certainly not invincible. If the two of them really engaged in a life-and-death battle, Liao had a tactic in mind. Step 1. Put on his crystal suit. Step 2. Activate the supercompressed crystal reactor and the power rune arrays to the maximum and flee. Step 3. Summon the ground-oriented warships that had been parked in the planet's orbit to launch a saturated bombardment on the zone that Yen Liren was in with all the main guns and ensure that the entire space was shattered. After a 1-hour bombardment was over, he would bring 100 grand illusionary soldiers and 500 beast puppets to search the bombarded area. Could the guy survive that? Of course, if he did not have the fire support of an entire fleet, then he would rather not have a life-and-death battle with Yen Liren. Fine. Yen Liren, naturally, had no idea what Liao was thinking about. He was already deeply awed by the arts of sword forging that Liao had introduced. The sword saint of the great Qian dynasty was shining more brilliantly than colored glaze as he solemnly said, You are the second friend after Wang Shi that deserves me wasting my time in sword practicing to make. I will entrust my sword to you, master. Forging an invincible sword for an invincible swordsman is the most gratifying thing possible for a sword forger. Liao burst into laughter. On my very first trip to the Central Plateaus in my entire life, although I failed to make a name for myself, I have made friends with such an unparalleled man. The journey is definitely worthwhile. After you, fellow cultivator Yen. After you, master. The two of them smiled and bowed to each other before they walked to the purple pole sword sex banner, leaving the high-level cultivators dumbfounded as if statues behind them. All the high-level cultivators felt that they were freaking out. This doesn't look right. Qi Zhongdao clearly won the summit confrontation against Yen Liren. All 3 primeval swords were broken. It was not a victory with slim edge but a crushing one. Shouldn't the 5 major sects be on fire and the purple pole sword sect be lethargic? Why is the ambience entirely reversed after the mysterious air of a sword forger from Great Zhou and Yen Liren had a seemingly sophisticated conversation? They seemed to have suppressed everyone on the spot and made the audience the background of their chit-chat. Many thoughtful nascent soul stage cultivators, after looking at each other in wilderment for a while, came up with a possibility at the same time. Did the two of them prepare their lines in advance? Was that show a ruse? After the idea popped up in the nascent soul stage cultivators' heads, it was like a flood that instantly occupied their thoughts. Those cultivators with immense computational ability thought quickly and immediately discovered that it was quite a plausible possibility. Because Yen Liren's attack was as rapid as lightning and as unpredictable as water, and it was aimed solely at Liao, nobody else sensed anything except Liao. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience who did not know the truth, this was what happened just now. Yen Liren suffered a brutal failure in the competition. All of his 3 primeval swords shattered. One of them had even exploded into powder and was beyond repair. Yen Liren was devastated and stained by blood himself, not to mention that he fell into a pit in the end. It was indeed a crushing defeat where he had no chance to fight back at all. Right then, a guy who looked equally shabby and devastated went forward and had an uncanny conversation with Yen Liren. They said that Yen Liren could have slain Qi Zhongdao easily, that Yen Liren had a fourth sword that surpassed the 3 primeval swords, that he was the strongest swordsman in the world. Then the guy even fell on one knee, covering his neck as if he had been cut in the throat by the will of the sword. Even his voice turned hoarse. The incredible acting skills convinced everybody at that time, but once they reflected on it, they realized that it was just Li Yao's empty talk, and he could have said anything that he wanted. The conversation that they had later was the same. At first glance, Li Yao seemed indeed capable of telling the specific shape of Yen Liren's fourth sword just based on the previous illusionary attack. Also, the guy's marvelous arts in sword forging. But was all that not their word alone? They were not bragging about themselves. They were adulating each other. Li Yao adulated Yen Liren's sword arts, and Yen Liren adulated Li Yao's expertise in sword forging. They flattered each other until everybody was confused. With some further thought, did the so-called fourth sword and the heritage from Great Zhou really exist? What fourth sword? Can't be real. This is just an act. Also, he claims to have astonishing expertise in swords that allows him to perceive the shape and weight of the magical equipment, and even the internal injuries, just based on an illusionary attack. He must be exaggerating. I have been refining for 180 years. I have never heard of such arts before. The conversation between those two fellow cultivators was indeed unbelievably incredible. The mysteries and expertise that they described can only be described as appalling. However, what if they prepared everything in advance? Their goal was to save the purple pole sword sect's face after Yen Liren's brutal failure, and to make us overestimate its capabilities, so that they would be at an advantage in the negotiation later. Exactly. This master spiritual vulture might have had some fortuitous experiences in the southwest forests. Judging from the fact that he could suppress 2 fellow cultivators in the core formation stage easily, perhaps he has really advanced into the nascent soul stage. But what of it? We have more than 50 cultivators in the nascent soul stage here. If he were just a regular nascent soul stage cultivator, he wouldn't be much help to them even if he stood on the purple pole sword sect's side. Therefore, they intentionally prepared a nice play by making use of Master Spiritual Vulture's mysterious identity. Master Spiritual Vulture blurted out, "Qi Zhongdao will surely fail," in public before the battle. His statement could have gone either way. If Master Righteous One indeed failed, he would have forecasted the outcome wisely. When others were appalled, he would announce that he was a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect gloatingly, and demand benefits for the Purple Pole Sword sect later. If Yen Liren failed, they would do exactly what they did. After a seemingly witty conversation, they almost managed to change their passive position and make us unable to determine the Purple Pole Sword sect's potential. This is obviously a trick of the fortune tellers, who won't be wrong either way. Exactly. That must have been what happened. As expected of the wise and thoughtful senior, Tian Jizi. Everything makes sense now after your interpretation. Damn it. We were almost fooled. 70 years ago, Master Spiritual Vulture was merely at the peak of the core formation stage. Despite his fortuitous experiences, he can only be a regular nascent soul stage cultivator at best right now. How can he be half as incredible as he described? Anyways, we have 50 nascent soul stage cultivators here. Are we going to watch them go away without even having the courage to test them, as if we are scared by their few words? Below the bronze sensor mountain, too many cultivators from the smaller sects are still waiting for the result of the battle. If they learn that the 5 major sects hesitated because of their empty talk when Master Righteous One secured an obvious victory, how are the Grand Mystery Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, Flying Spirit Island, and the Monster Taming Pavilion going to stand in the world of cultivators and awe the 3,000 sects in the world? Suspicions, exclamations, and yells were flowing toward the center of the sword test field like tides. When the tides of fury reached the peak, a thunderous roar finally rumbled in the crowd. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, please wait. Boom. A streak of intimidating, golden brilliance soared into the sky, unleashing a blast in midair, before it smashed toward the center of the sword test field like a shooting star. The broken stones were flying everywhere, and the sound waves were pushing out. When the smoke died down, a tall, muscular man as magnificent as a tower was revealed. He was in heavy, golden armor, and his skin was dark gold, too. A golden sword more than 3 meters long, which seemed to be made of a whole piece of gold, was hanging from his waist. Bu Tiantong, the secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan. Amid everybody's exclamation, the gold-armored man bowed to Liao. Baring his white teeth, which must have been able to chew steel up, he smiled. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, your lecture on sword forging was indeed enough to enlighten the benighted. However, as a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, are you just going to walk away after throwing out a few empty words? The Gold Armor Clan, as its name suggested, was a super sect that focused on the manufacture of all kinds of armor and defensive magical equipment. As a matter of fact, although the Grand Mystery Sect was leading the operation to threaten the Purple Pole Sword Sect together with the other 4 sects, it was because the Grand Mystery Sect had always been a big brother in the world of cultivators. In terms of the foundation and the main business, in fact, the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect were quite different. The two of them were dominators in their respective fields, and the friction of their interests was not that intense. The Gold Armor Clan's case, however, was different. It was also a major sect of refining. If a furnace could produce a suit of armor, it could certainly produce a flying sword. The market for aggressive magical equipment was larger than the market for defensive magical equipment. The Gold Armor Clan was ambitious enough to have begun developing in multiple categories a long time ago. They had produced a lot of sabers and swords of their own. However, theirs was a trade where the brand mattered. The Purple Pole Sword Sect had always enjoyed its reputation as the best sword sect in the world. Also, it had integrated the upstream suppliers and the downstream distributors, monopolizing the market a long time ago. It was more than difficult for the Gold Armor Clan to jump in. When lead eunuch Wang Shi was in power, not only did the Gold Armor Clan fail to occupy the Purple Pole Sword Sect's market share in the aggressive magical equipment, the Purple Pole Sword Sect even swallowed part of the market of defensive magical equipment by taking advantage of Wang Shi's connection with them. Stopping others from making money was like killing their parents. The Gold Armor Clan hated the Purple Pole Sword Sect's guts, and was more desperate to bite some meat off the sect than anybody else. Therefore, Bu Tiantong, a secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan, had to march forward and provoke Liao even while knowing that the guy could be in the nascent soul stage. What was the big deal about the nascent soul stage? The guy was in the beginning level at most while he was at the middle level. What was there to be scared of? Frowning, Liao turned around and glanced at Bu Tiantong. What do you have to enlighten me, fellow cultivator Bu? You are flattering me. The golden muscles on Bu Tiantong's face were shaking, and he patted his sword heavily and laughed. The Gold Armor Clan knows a thing or so about refining, too. This Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword is an ultimate product that 3 great sword forgers of the Gold Armor Clan have produced after arduous work. Since you are good at examining swords, why don't you examine this one? Bu Tiantong is personally taking action. He is most famous for his advanced cultivation arts that are particularly tough and violent. He is a fearless and relentless expert. I have heard about the Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword before. It is said that the Gold Armor Clan accidentally found the debris of an extraterrestrial weapon that fell from the sky. 3 great sword forgers spent 5 years finding hundreds of materials to merge with the debris. Finally, a marvelous sword was created. I'm told that the Gold Armor Clan has been hoping to test the new weapons that the Purple Pole Sword Sect produced with the sword during the Dragon Spring meeting and earn their fame. Whispers were soaring up to the sky again. Even Qi Zhongdao, who had been seated below the Grand Mystery Sect's banner the whole time, could not help but stand up and stare at Liao without blinking. All right, Liao thought to himself. Thank God this bro jumped out. If they were all cool enough to bear my provocation, I would have had no chance to show off. Hiu. Before Liao's voice died down, His clothes suddenly shivered. A few streams of smoke seemed to be crawling out. What? The high-level cultivators felt that their heads were dizzy. Li Yao's blood-stained, common gray robe was standing there in midair, but the person inside was gone. Or rather, it seemed to be worn by someone transparent. A long shriek that sounded like the shriek of a vulture suddenly echoed above Bu Tiantong's head. A cluster of green, ghostly fire suddenly burst out into a dominating figure. At this moment, Li Yao was like a totally different person. Right below the gray robe was in fact another glamorous robe that was pure green, as thin as cicada wings and as smooth as silk, giving every feeling that it was extraordinary. While his black hair was shaking, the green spot at the center of his eyebrows spread into a green vulture whose wings surpassed his eyes and extended to his temples. Together with the ripples of spiritual energy that were spreading out like fire, the demeanor of an unparalleled, brutal man was fully revealed. Hua! Exclamations were echoing on the sword test field on the bronze sensor peak. Many elders and leaders in the nascent soul stage had guessed that Li Yao was probably also in the nascent soul stage. But they never dreamt that Li Yao would trigger such dominating auras when he had seemed quite plain before. His spiritual waves alone suggested that he could not be in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. He was even better than the rarely seen middle level of the nascent soul stage and on par with the supreme experts such as the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions. It was a tough man who could make it to the top 10 experts in the world list. He might even really be qualified to be compared to experts such as Qi Zhongdao and Yen Liren. His chit-chat with Yen Liren just now was perhaps not a bluff. The green spiritual waves that Li Yao triggered snatched at Bu Tiantong brutally like a bizarre bird flapping its wings. Bu Tiantong was the one under the most pressure after his sudden outbreak. The toughest person of the Gold Armor clan felt that he was indeed being swooped upon by an eagle that could stir up the clouds in the heaven. Bu Tiantong had never thought that his opponent would be so strong. However, the expert in the middle level of the nascent soul stage was not a fish on a chopping block. With the marvelous weapon Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword in hand, Bu Tiantong's comprehensive combat ability was perhaps even higher than Han Yuantai's when he had no time to retrieve his magical equipment in the Southland of Sorcerers. Shua! Golden brilliance was flourishing on his armor and expanding into a giant golden ball more than 3 meters in diameter. The brilliance was so intense that it looked like a tank of molten steel that could melt anything. The Gold Armor clan was best known for their defenses in the first place. The extraordinary mystic rays released from the armor could not only disrupt the enemy's vision and telepathic thoughts, but also cover the operations of the user. It was definitely some of the best magical equipment. Z. The green flames of spiritual energy around Li Yao changed from a giant eagle into almost 10 tentacles and spread out. Like an enormous ghost hand, they clenched the golden ball released by Bu Tiantong's armor, one green and the other gold. The 2 flames in different colors crashed, rubbed, and consumed each other and had chemical reactions like 2 incompatible liquids. Not only were ear-splitting shrieks echoing, colorful smoke was also dashing up into the sky. This was purely a war of attribution. It was the immensity of their spiritual energy that was being tested. At first glance, they seemed to be in stalemate. However, Li Yao's ghost claw was infiltrating the golden ball, and he seemed to have everything under control. As it turned out, a moment later, a roar echoed inside the golden, shining ball. The Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword turned into a raging gold dragon that broke out the shell and stabbed toward Li Yao's face. Bu Tiantong could not sustain it any longer and changed his move. The auras of the sword were neither straight lines nor arcs. Instead, they shot out in the shape of a sector like the dazzling brilliance of the sun, covering dozens of square meters around Li Yao. Locked onto by the auras of the sword, one would feel like one was standing in the middle of a desert with a scorching sun overhead. There was nowhere to run. Li Yao did not bother to blink. He rolled his fingers and threw out the needles that had once horrified Han Yuantai in the Southland of Sorcerers. The needles darted toward the sun like a hazy drizzle. Ding, 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 ding. Every needle hit one of the auras of the sword precisely. The auras withered like balloons that had been stabbed. They perished into nothingness, leaving lingering echoes behind them. When the hundreds of crisp sounds overlapped, it sounded like a piece of weird music. Half narrowing his eyes, Liao appreciated the melody of fire and war to his heart's content. As if he had drunk delicious wine, his face became flushed, and he seemed to be intoxicated when he observed, "Nice sword!" The auras of the sword gave a feeling of emptiness and boundlessness when they were tapped, which is not something that ordinary metals can offer. They can only be found in the sea of stars above the firmament from the real star metals. Liao had noticed something weird after he landed on the Ancient Sages sector. Infinite stars could also be seen at night in the Ancient Sages sector. They were even more brilliant than the stars seen in the outside worlds. Quite a few colorful galaxies were flowing in the sky. It was quite illogical. Because the Ancient Sages sector was at the center of a dark nebula, it should be difficult for the brightness of other stars to penetrate. Even if some of the stars were visible, their number should be few. However, after pondering for a long time, Liao finally realized that the stars in the sky were not real stars in the universe but the battlefield debris around the Ancient Sages sector left in the primeval war. The debris was heavenly materials and earthly treasures that boasted many special characteristics. It also had such intense radiation that it had not dissipated after hundreds of thousands of years and was still releasing all kinds of waves non-stop. When the ancient cultivators of this sector raised their heads to look at the sky at night, that was what the stars they saw were. The debris was not absolutely stationary in the universe. Instead, it moved randomly due to the interference of the gravity of the sector's planets and their satellites. When some of the remnants crashed into each other, or when they were captured by the gravity sphere of the planet, it was possible for them to drop down to the planet. The debris was made of the superalloys that the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan had crafted with their spectacular technology, which was tens of hundreds of years ahead of the current era. Naturally, they were the best materials for refining, because they were the stars in the knowledge of the ancient cultivators of this sector. Such remnants had become known as star metals. The high-level cultivators did not expect that Liao could still talk in the middle of the fierce battle. They were even puzzled about his expertise. After looking at each other for a moment, they all fell silent. Sha, 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 sha. Manipulating the thin needles, Liao bypassed the sword auras and pierced at the real body of the gold crow devil sweeping sword at a higher and higher speed with less and less strength. When the needles tapped the body of the sword, it was no longer the ear-splitting sounds but the pleasant, gentle sounds of raindrops falling into grasses. Those are some good materials. The craftsmanship is quite remarkable, too, Liao said with both surprise and amazement. The star metals should have been much too hard for you to melt or forge. It was supposed to be just a block of metal and could in no way be forged into a weapon. However, the sword forgers of the Gold Armor clan selected an innovative approach. Instead of heating it with the eccentric fire, they mediated it with more than 30 kinds of liquids that could melt metals. After it was softened, they reinforced it with various materials including the 100 dry vines, the long hateful grasses, the devil-taming bones, and the blood-rain stones among a few others. As a result, the features of the star metals were changed, and they could be refined into weapons. Since the Gold Armor clan has such extraordinary sword forgers who are not restrained by traditions, no wonder you are confident in competing with the Purple Pole Sword sect. All the cultivators were dazed by what Liao had said. Was it even possible to deduce the forging procedures of the magical equipment by the sounds of collisions and infer its raw materials? How unbelievable was that? Shwa, 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 shwa. Everybody looked at the elders and leaders of the Gold Armor clan. All of them from the Gold Armor clan appeared so shocked and devastated that they might have just run into ghosts. No, even if Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, the mother of all ghosts, showed up in front of them, they would not have been so shocked unless Wang Mingzhu not only showed up but also offered a strip dance. Hu Tiantong's previously shining gold face was pale, and his sword auras were in disarray. Liao roamed among the sword auras that were as scorching as the sun and sighed. Nice sword. Nice materials. Nice approaches. It's a pity. His countenance suggested that he truly felt regretful. It's a pity that, because the 100 dry vines, the long hateful grasses, the devil-taming bones, and the other materials are ancillary ingredients for the ease of forgery, they have to be replaced one way or another after the forgery is complete in order to increase the purity of the sword. You chose to absorb them with jade ocean sand and then removed jade ocean sand, which had been attached with the useless materials. That's not a bad idea. Every grain of jade ocean sand has billions of tiny holes that are invisible to the naked eye. It is the best material for absorption. However, at the last moment of refining the star metals, the temperature of the furnace must be raised to above 3,300 degrees. Yet, you didn't know that the jade ocean sand could possibly be vaporized into smoke when the temperature is between 3,380 degrees and 3,392 degrees. Maybe only 1 grain of the jade ocean sand was vaporized at that time. However, the smoke after it was vaporized, which could have been multiple times thinner than a hair, was enough to leave a crack that regular cultivators cannot perceive at all deep inside this sword. Therefore, even if this sword is made of star metals, and you have gone through all the trouble of carving more than 500 rune arrays at the periphery, turning it into an unstoppable and invincible weapon, as long as the tiny gap caused by the jade ocean sand is located, Liao smiled. His speed suddenly accelerated to a higher level as he marched forward toward Bu Tiantong's chest against the brilliance of the gold crow devil sweeping sword. Ah! Bu Tiantong was both shocked and infuriated. After his roar, the dazzling brilliance on the gold crow devil sweeping sword suddenly expanded. It no longer looked like a sword at all but a shining golden pillar. Li Yao's right hand extended into the gold pillar directly against the brilliance. The sharpest auras of the sword were about to mince his right arm and right shoulder, yet all of them suddenly vanished after a clang. Half of the tip of the enormous sword flew into the sky and stabbed to the ground after rotating several times in midair, still shivering. The gold crow devil sweeping sword had been broken in half by Li Yao when he flicked it with his thumb and his middle finger. Hoo! A gale of wind marched in through the broken hole caused by Yen Liren's sword aura previously and blew into every cultivator of the great Qian dynasty's heart. There was not a sound on Bronze Censer Peak. Almost everybody was confused. The results seemed to be even more unbelievable than the confrontation between Qi Zhongdao and Yen Liren. During Qi Zhongdao and Yen Liren's confrontation, the two parties had used their primeval treasures. The 3 primeval swords being shattered by the heaven-flipping seal was still within the range of their perception. However, breaking the marvelous weapon that the Gold Armor clan had crafted with star metals after surmounting multiple problems over the years with just a snap of the fingers? How was it possible? Even Qi Zhongdao and Yen Liren combined would not have been able to achieve such a terrifying feat. I didn't break the sword. Looking at his slightly red middle finger and glancing at Bu Tiantong on the opposite side, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, Li Yao said unhurriedly. When the sword was just created, there was already a tiny gap 1.27 meters below the tip of the sword caused by the vaporized jade ocean sand. It is the sword's congenital deficiency. In the meantime, fellow cultivator Bu, your cultivation art's highlight force and momentum. You loved the gold crow devil sweeping sword so much, and you were so determined to compete with the heroes of the world with the sword during the Dragon Spring meeting that you poured immense spiritual energy into it to polish it day and night. Because of your high-intensity training, the gap inside the sword grew larger and larger, making the sword more and more vulnerable, to the point where it was on the verge of collapse. Just now, in your fury, you were inputting spiritual energy into the sword without thinking about anything else. You were preparing to perform your ultimate skill, weren't you? But you didn't know that, by doing that, you would hurt your sword before you hurt anybody else because you imposed a heavy burden on it that it couldn't bear. At that time, as long as the gap was located precisely, not just a finger, even the softest blade of grass would have been able to break the sword. If we get to the bottom of it, it is not the strength of the finger or the grass that breaks the sword but your own. His words cast the sword test field into dead silence. Nobody knew what to say next. Bu Tiantong was sweating hard. The sword forgers of the Purple Pole Sword sect were amazed. The few sword forgers from the Gold Armor clan, on the other hand, took a few steps back, as if they were all experiencing cardiac arrest at the same time. Without the disciples of their sect supporting them, they would have fallen to the ground. Looking at the half-broken sword that was still shivering in Bu Tiantong's hand, Liao shook his head lightly and sighed. The characteristics of the star metals are too unique for the Gold Armor clan to craft right now. It is already very remarkable that you overcame all those difficulties and progressed this far. This isn't your fault. Do not question your expertise in sword forging at all just because the sword is broken. In my opinion, your expertise in sword forging is already rather high. Keep it up. I look forward to your next masterpieces. Bu Tiantong. The sword forgers of the Gold Armor clan. All the other cultivators. Not far away, Yen Liren held his arms and observed with great interest. He had thought that, since the will of the sword could kill Liao easily, it would be more than simple for him to execute the guy in reality if he drew his sword. But he realized now that it might not necessarily be so. The reason was simple. The will of the sword was invisible. It would not be exhausted, worn, or broken. Even if the will of the sword perished, he could always condense another one. However, the real weapons would have imperfections formed during the manufacture process and the dozens of years of usage. They were the magical equipment's fatal weaknesses. It was obvious that this master spiritual vulture was someone extremely good at grasping the fatal weaknesses of the enemy's magical equipment. Yen Liren could kill him with the will of his sword, but if he drew the real sword, which was already riddled with cracks, would it have been snapped in half by the guy before its edge kissed the guy's throat? Interesting. Yen Liren spoke to the fourth sword on his waist. Now that we have such a guy, it seems that we need not be in too much of a hurry to kill Wang Shi. After saying that, Liao stepped forward with a sunny smile beaming on his face. Bu Tiantong was hesitating over what to do now when he suddenly sensed unstoppable killing intent. Dazed, he said in confusion, "You, fellow cultivator Bu, you invited me to examine your sword just now, so I have examined it for you despite my reluctance." However, Liao said with a smile before brutally suddenly shot out of his eyes, "Are you sure that you are capable of paying for my service?" The shriek that was brimming with killing intent made everybody on the spot shiver violently. It finally occurred to them that the guy standing in front of them was not a harmless, regular sword forger, but a brutal man who had scourged the Southland of sorcerers 100 years ago and who would raise a flood of blood in his dissatisfaction. Bam! Liao turned into a green shadow and crashed into Bu Tiantong, who was more than twice as large as himself and wearing heavy armor. The most unbelievable thing happened. While Bu Tiantong was blown away brutally, the heavy armor on his body was dissected into pieces and spluttered everywhere. When he fell to the ground like a kite whose string had been severed, he was already naked. The entire armor had been dismembered into the most fundamental pieces that littered the entire sword test field. Well, everybody was shocked. Even more shocked than when they witnessed the Gold Crow devil-sweeping sword being broken. Getting to the bottom of it, sabers and swords were not the Gold Armor clan's traditional business. It was more or less understandable that something went wrong during such a challenging task as refining the star metals. But when it came to armor-type magical equipment, nobody in the entire Ancient Sages sector was better than the Gold Armor clan. Bu Tiantong was a secondary leader of the Gold Armor clan, and his combat ability ranked among the top 3 in the entire sect. Naturally, the Burning Sun Great Armor on him was the best of the best, yet it had been dismantled by the enemy who was barehanded? Liao smiled to himself. As an experienced crystal suit specialist in the Star Glory Federation, if he had to name one type of magical equipment that he was most familiar with, it would certainly be the armor type. After all, a crystal suit was also one kind of armor. It was the most professional, the most advanced, and the most unique armor that had combined multiple kinds of other magical equipment. In the Star Glory Federation, for the convenience of maintaining and strengthening the crystal suit, he had long grasped the remarkable skill of dismantling a crystal suit barehanded. Even the most precise supercrystal suit could be dismantled by him without any tools. How complicated could the armor of the ancient cultivators be? Today is the Purple Pole Sword Sex event. To show respect for Yen Liren, I will not kill anybody here. So, just leave one of your arms as the fee for my service of examining your sword. Chuckling, Liao lunged toward Bu Tiantong like an enormous eagle. Naturally, he was not attacking Bu Tiantong for real. However, it was not a fairy tale but reality. The cultivators in the nascent soul stage were all as shrewd as monkeys and certainly would not ask to be killed in lines. Since Liao dared say that if he did not pretend that he was going to heavily wound Bu Tiantong, after witnessing his arts in sword forging and his combat ability, other nascent soul stage cultivators certainly would be sensible enough to not start a fight with him anymore. How could he allow that? He had waited 100 years for a chance to show off. Having only defeated one of them, he was not satisfied at all. He had to show off when there was a chance. If there was not, he had better create one himself. As he expected, when he lunged toward the armless and defenseless Bu Tiantong from the high stance and chuckles, two people attacked him collectively. Master Spiritual Vulture, we are not enemies. You don't have to be so aggressive. Since you are adept at examining magical equipment, I, Renchongkong from Thunderstorm Valley, have a pair of thunderous polarity symbols that I would like you to give your insight on, Master. Li Zhuilong of the Flying Spirit Island also has a spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear for you to evaluate. Two cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage marched out, pushed back Liao, and protected Bu Tiantong. The two of them were Bu Tiantong's best friends. On this trip, they had planned to split some of the interests by threatening the Purple Pole Sword sect together, too. So, they rushed out to help him without thinking too much. They were both respected big shots in their sections. They had certainly not considered attacking the enemy together. In fact, attacking the enemy in turn was already bad enough for their reputation. However, Liao had made up his mind to gain his fame. After a laugh, he took a weird turn in midair. The green flames of spiritual energy swept across the two nascent soul stage cultivators at the same time like the two wings of a vulture. All right, let's not waste each other's time. Bring out your magical equipment and let me examine them. Shua. Renchongkong shook his sleeve and released two flying symbols, one red and the other purple. They were swirling crazily in midair with extremely sharp edges where vague brilliance of electricity was flashing. They were now joining each other and now splitting in thunderous explosions. All the audience felt that the earth was shaking in thunderstorm. Excellent symbols, Liao shouted. Those symbols are divided into two pieces. The female one is made of ghost wind copper, which was blown by wind for 10,000 years. The male one seemed to be made of regular steel, but it has been hit by lightning at least 30 times. The will of the thunder dwells within the male symbol, turning ordinary into extraordinary. But it's a pity. Liao smiled and dashed over to the broken sword before he kicked it toward the thunderous polarity symbols. You once fought against a formidable enemy with those weapons, and the female part was left with a tiny hole. Although it was repaired carefully, it was no longer the perfect state it used to be. Bam! The thunderous polarity symbols crashed into the gold crow devil sweeping sword. Although the broken sword was blown away, a tiny hole indeed appeared on the bright purple female symbol, which seemed to have been pierced through by the teeth of a beast. After the hole appeared, the thunderous polarity symbols were 10 times more lackluster than before, just like Renchongkong's face. What about my spear? Before Liao chased after Renchongkong, Li Zhuilong, the nascent soul stage expert from Flying Spirit Island, stabbed his spear toward Liao's face. Hiss! Liao gasped and shouted, "Perfect! This spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear is flawless from its materials to its craftsmanship. The maker of the treasure must have spared no effort. The user has been carefully wielding and maintaining it, too. There is no major damage. It is impeccable, except for one problem." Problem? Li Zhuilong was very proud of his spear. He did not know where it was flawed at all. He asked in a hurry, "What's the problem?" "The biggest problem of the sword is that..." Liao chuckled. You are its owner. Who? The spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear suddenly disappeared right behind Li Juelong, as if it had been retreated into his cosmos ring. However, the very next second, it crawled out of his armpit weirdly and poked right toward Li Yao's face from an unbelievable angle. On the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear, countless helical spiritual stripes were glittering at the same time, forming a dragon that had been tied onto the body of the spear. The scales of the dragon were all rising, while the tip of the spear raged forward. As it moved, there was not the sound of the sonic barrier being broken but the roars of a dragon. Centered at Li Yao's nose, his facial muscles were spreading out in ripples, as if the air currents concentrated at the tip of the spear had already deeply pierced into his face. The powerful attack raised rounds of exclamations among the cultivators nearby. The ultimate skills of a nascent soul-stage cultivator were not something that could be witnessed often. On the route of the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear's attack, even the high-level cultivators hundreds of meters away felt the tremendous pressure and could not help but get out of the way quickly in case they ended up as collateral damage. Li Yao, however, did not evade at all. He did not even move away his head when he crashed into the tip of the spear directly. At first, he seemed to be committing suicide. Then, an amazing scene took place. The spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear was about to penetrate through his head, when the tip of the sword suddenly shivered, as if Li Juelong was unable to hold it steadily. It brushed past Li Yao's left cheek and only scratched the part of the skin on the tip of his ear. Li Yao took the opportunity to stride forward. He was only one hair away from Li Juelong. The larger a weapon's range was, the more powerful it would be. For a piece of magical equipment such as the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear, its power could only be maximized with enough distance. What happened? How did the attack miss the target? Li Juelong's hands trembled? How is that possible? As an unparalleled expert in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, he certainly boasted the most thorough control over his beloved magical equipment. Such a mistake was too lousy for even an ordinary fighter. When all the high-level cultivators were confused, somebody suddenly pointed at the end of the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear and exclaimed, "Look! What is that?" Everybody widened their eyes and observed. However, despite the bright sunlight, they could only see certain vague shimmers on threads and did not know what it was exactly. Only the nascent soul stage cultivators with the highest expertise could tell that there were some kind of metal threads that were much thinner than a hair but extremely tensile. Those metal threads had been released from Li Yao's sleeves and attached to the tail of Li Juelong's spear at some point. Like the springs behind a marionette, a tiny tug on the threads would have been enough to cause a subtle change in the attack route of the spear tip. What kind of magical equipment is this? The sword forgers from the Purple Pole Sword sect, the Gold Armor clan, and other sects alike felt that their jaws were dropping. It was a piece of magical equipment that had never appeared in the ancient sages sector, or for that matter, in any other world of ancient cultivators. They were the molecular mica threads that Li Yao had brought from the Federation. It was only one molecule large in diameter, but the hardness and tenacity of the material were unbelievably high. The spiritual energy conductivity of the mica threads was very satisfactory, too, which allowed them to be controlled by the telepathic thoughts. They were the best product in the field of material science in the Star Glory Federation. When Li Yao poured his spiritual energy into them and made them vibrate at a frequency of tens of thousands of times per second, they were like the tiniest saws, capable of cutting the hardest materials. It was not a piece of attack magical equipment in the first place but a tool for refining that Li Yao used to perfect the metals. Back when he was in the Flying Star sector, Li Yao was already cutting multi-surface components with similar mica threads. Moreover, since they were able to cut the hardest metals and crystals, it was certainly not a problem for them to cut the flesh and bones of a human being. Shwa! Dozens of molecular mica threads, with a needle tied to the front as a balance weight and a lead, darted toward Li Juelong's critical parts. The molecular mica threads that Li Yao had secretly tied to the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear were even jerking up toward Li Juelong's hands like vipers. If Li Juelong did not intend to be cut into thousands of pieces by the molecular mica threads, he would only have one option. Release it! Li Yao bellowed. Li Juelong was obedient enough to let his weapon go immediately and retreated. But although his hands loosened, two attraction forces were flowing out of his arms, as he tried to manipulate the spear with his spiritual energy to attack Liao from behind. The nascent soul stage cultivators did not necessarily have to use their magical equipment with their hands after all. It was a pity that while he was retreating fast, Liao stomped in midair and stopped his momentum before running backward. 2. While retreating, Liao pulled the spear hard with the molecular mica threads. The magical equipment had been polished by Li Juelong for decades and connected to his heart. Now that it was also closely attached to him with spiritual energy, it was certainly not something that Liao could snatch away easily. The spiritual energy and the molecular mica threads from the two of them exerted forces from two different directions. Then, with a crisp snap, part of the lower half of the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear was cut off because of the high-speed oscillations of the molecular mica threads. Ah! Seeing that his most beloved magical equipment had been destroyed, Li Juelong felt more hurt than he would have after losing arm. He cried and fell to the ground. He looked at Liao with bloodshot eyes that were filled with hatred and craziness. Like a crazy animal, he roared desperately. A true man should be killed before he is insulted. How dare you insult me like that? You are overthinking it, Liao sneered. Do you think that I was mocking you when I said that the biggest problem with the spear was you? Li Juelong was dumbfounded. His crazy face froze. Sitting on the ground, he asked, "Were you not?" "Of course not. I was only speaking the truth," Liao said casually. Even the best magical equipment requires a corresponding user to maximize its power. This spear is made of the icy steel deep inside North Sky Ocean of the Frost Moon state together with dozens of veins of dragon-type animals. In terms of the materials, rune arrays on it, and temperature when it was crafted, every detail was impeccable. Even I can't find any flaws. However, I am very certain that you are certainly not the original owner of the spear. This spear is 2.279 meters long and weighs 54.835 kilograms. The tail of the spear has been thickened by an additional embossment, partly to make it easier to be wielded and partly to slightly adjust the barycenter. Judging from those features, the spear should have been designed for a cultivator who is 2.19 meters tall, with an arm span of 2.03 and a weight between 92.5 kilograms to 93.5 kilograms. Only such a height, arm span, and weight could perfectly match the spear in order to use the weapon to the fullest extent. It was certainly an expert who crafted the spear. When he forged the spear, he did exactly what I am about to do to renew Yen Liren's fourth sword. He took the body details and the habitual movements of the user into account. You are 2.13 meters tall, and your arm span is 1.95 meters. Although these two details are close enough, your weight is the most critical problem. You weigh 117.5 kilograms, with muscle all over your body. The spear is devised for agile, erratic attacks. You are too strong for the spear. When you wave the spear, your height is not right. Your weight is not right. Your barycenter is not right. Everything is not right. Even if you have polished the spear hard for decades and have copied all the moves, arts, and techniques of the previous owner of the spear, how can you expect to wield 1/10 of the spear's original power? You can't possibly have never sensed the anomalies during your training. So, am I wrong to say that the biggest problem of the spear is you? Tell me. Boom! Li Juelong's face seemed to have been bombarded by a crystal bomb. His face reddened to such a point that he seemed to be choked by the blood that he was about to vomit. He did not even know whom he should curse. Looking at Liao and the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear, which had been shortened, he was lost for words. All the high-level cultivators were whispering to each other. The spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear was a famous piece of magical equipment among the cultivators. It was Li Juelong's family treasure, and the earliest owner of the spear was his father. When his father was alive, his father had indeed been taller and slimmer than him. It was not a secret. Many cultivators of the older generation still remembered it. I don't know what the relation between you and the original owner of the spear is. Perhaps it is your friend or family, Liao said solemnly. Therefore, after you retrieved the spear, you were determined to revive the spear's former glory no matter the cost. However, everybody has their own features and habits. Even the same cultivation art and the same magical equipment should have minor adjustments when they are utilized by different people according to the user's idiosyncrasies. It is definitely not practical to just follow the traditions. Since your height and arm span are shorter than those of the spear's previous owner, and you are heavier with a lower barycenter, by shortening the spear by a little bit, like right now, and adjusting the balancing weights to move the barycenter of the spear forward by 2.5 centimeters, it should be able to match your body figure perfectly. Li Juelong was dazed for a long time before he asked in disbelief. You did not intentionally break my spear but were helping me revise it? You're in for a treat. Liao smiled. My service is supposed to be very expensive. However, I'm obliged to show fellow cultivator Yen my proficiency in sword forging, so that he can hand over his fourth sword to me for renewal without worries. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when Liao suddenly widened his eyes and bellowed. The molecular mica threads spread out in the airwaves, hooking not only the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear, but also the thunderous polarity symbols and the gold crow devil sweeping sword that had been split in half. Shwa! The 3 pieces of damaged magical equipment were all thrown high into the sky before their owners realized what was going on. Who? The green flames of spiritual energy around Liao surged out. Only, this time, they condensed into an enormous furnace that expanded to almost 30 meters and climbed upward, swallowing all 3 damaged weapons. Hiu! 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 The furnace, which was made of pure spiritual energy, revolved rapidly. The immense attraction force that it generated absorbed the broken pieces on the burning sun great armor, on Bu Tiantong that were scattered on the ground, and tossed them into the furnace. Look! Many high-level cultivators exclaimed. The clouds above the furnace, pulled by the attraction force, were changing into the magnificent shapes of dragons and tigers as they lunged into the furnace. The bronze censer peak only looked like a furnace but could not be used for real refining. However, Master Spiritual Vulture, the savant who had received the heritage of the great Zhou dynasty, was now demonstrating the most incredible refining arts with the sky and the earth as the furnace and the clouds as the fuel. Is he going to repair the 3 pieces of damaged magical equipment right here without a furnace? How is it possible? The 3 pieces of magical equipment are all badly damaged. They won't stand a chance of being repaired without tremendous heavenly materials and earthly treasures and days and nights of polishing in a furnace. Will they? How is he going to do that? When all the cultivators and sword forgers were astonished, tiny, broken, crimson powder suddenly spread out of the furnace of spiritual energy before it was suddenly ignited. For a moment, the hundreds of square meters nearby became a smoking inferno. Even the high-level cultivators standing hundreds of meters away felt that the fire was licking their eyes and that their skin was breaking apart. What kind of eccentric fire is this? The temperature is so high. This temperature is high enough to melt steel into liquid. But is Master Spiritual Vulture safe and sound deep inside the flames? Look, the fire is still changing. While everyone was exclaiming, the crimson fire suddenly turned purple before it changed from purple into pure white. It was so beautiful that it looked like a cluster of shining diamonds. Yet, the temperature of the fire was even higher than before. The air was utterly twisted. Viewed from afar, the furnace of spiritual energy was fluctuating like an enormous, beating heart. All the cultivators heard the stunning noises echoing from deep inside the furnace. They also saw that the previous black smoke, gradually nurtured by spiritual energy as the temperature grew higher, had turned colorful and looked as translucent as crystals. The trails of smoke extended toward the sky like colorful jade pillars, turning the entire furnace of spiritual energy into a piece of jewelry. The splendid view almost made everyone stop breathing. They had never seen such a magnificent performance of the refining arts before. It was quite understandable because this was not refining at all but the visual and sound effects that Liao intentionally made up. Only the outermost layer of the furnace was thousands of degrees high in temperature, which was the ever-changing, gorgeous shell. As for the inside, because of the blockage of barriers, the temperature was still normal. The shell of thousands of degrees was partly to awe other people and partly to prevent them from spying with their telepathic thoughts so that Liao would be able to conduct the unattractive operations inside. The 3 pieces of damaged magical equipment were floating right in front of Liao's eyes. The marvelous tool that Liao took out of his pocket, however, turned out to be a tube of glue that was designed to temporarily repair magical equipment. Such glue was similar to the liquid metals that could automatically repair the shell of a starship. It was also a state-of-the-art product in material science from the Star Glory Federation. Once it was smeared to the broken part of magical equipment, it could generate immense attraction force and cover the damaged parts while keeping consistent characteristics with the surrounding parts. Such a glue had the best performance in elasticity and hardiness. Its spiritual energy conductivity was very high, too, and it was very steady in nature. It was compatible with almost all metals and superalloys. After being repaired in such a way, the magical equipment would regain at least 2/3 of its performance. The only shortcoming was that the working time of the glue was brief. It would gradually lose effect after it was exposed in the air for several days and end up being dust. Therefore, it was only for battlefield usage. Liao intentionally mixed a few pure natural heavenly materials and earthly treasures into the glue so that he could claim it to be a treasure that he had inherited from the great Zhou dynasty. Sure, he could have fixed the magical equipment with the glue dutifully in front of everyone without the gaudy shell that he was hiding in right now. However, would he be any different from a shoe repairer on the street if so? Cool and splendid apparently meant a lot for the cultivators in such an age. All right. I'll clean the lower half of the spear first and remove the embossment which is used as a weight. I'll attach it somewhere higher. This sword is rather easy to deal with. I only need to align the 2 parts and fill the gap in between with the glue. The real tricky one is the hole on the thunderous polarity symbols. Can't be helped. Let me cut a fixation granule in an identical shape. Right? I can't impress anyone with such a soundless maintenance job. Let me play some music with my abdomen. Boom! When all the cultivators outside were waiting, an explosion suddenly echoed from the brilliantly shining furnace of spiritual energy, and the entire bronze sensor peak began shaking. While all the heroes were in disarray, not knowing what was happening inside the furnace, the daunting sounds of tides were escaping from the depths of the furnace. The sounds were higher and higher and gradually turned into the music of a battle, as if thousands of troops were fighting fiercely inside the furnace. The scene was so shocking that not only were the high-level cultivators on the bronze sensor peak deeply awed, the low-level cultivators who were waiting for the result anxiously below the bronze sensor peak also noticed what was happening in the sky. What the heck? Has the sword maniac and master righteous one's competition taken so long? It doesn't feel like their aura. This aura is rather strange, yet it is extremely dominating. Look, the clouds in the sky are concentrating into an enormous swirl. Something seems to be absorbing them. The astonishing process of refining lasted about 10 minutes. Then, the furnace outlined by smoke and fire spread out like ice melting in water, turning into hazy mist floating into the sky. The sky turned into a turbulence of various colors, which did not disperse after a long time. Liao was sitting cross-legged at the center of the sword test field like a meditating monk or a tree that had grown for tens of thousands of years. He was truly like someone who had traveled through time. The 3 pieces of magical equipment were floating above his head quietly. Mystic rays were shooting out and vibrating the air, creating the roars of tigers and dragons. Suddenly, the 3 pieces of magical equipment darted to their original owners in 3 streaks of brilliance. This is... Li Juelong was the first to exclaim. After he shook the spear, he felt that a dragon moved from the tip of the spear into his body and melted into his flesh and blood. He could not have felt swifter, more comfortable, or more satisfied. It was like the spiritual dragon sea-piercing spear had never belonged to him until that day, even though he had polished the weapon for decades. So, it was too long. Li Juelong almost roared into the sky. For decades, he had been practicing the sea-piercing sky-burning arts that his father had left for him. But however hard he trained himself, and even when his level far exceeded his father's peak ability, he always felt that there was an intangible gap between him and the best of the spear and the arts. He had thought that it was because his training was flawed. By referring to his father's training notes, he trained himself even more crazily, trying to be identical to his father in every detail. But as it happened, he was getting farther and farther away from the perfect state in his heart. It had been bothering him for a long time, and he was about to be mentally deranged because of it. He did not know until that moment that it was not his problem but the spear's. Touching the newborn spiritual dragon's sea-piercing spear, Li Juelong sighed with a complicated feeling. He eyed Liao with indescribable emotions inside his eyes. Bu Tiantong of the Gold Armor Clan and Ren Chongkong of the Thunderstorm Valley, the two cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, were the same. They touched their magical equipment carefully, but they failed to sense the tiniest gap in the previously damaged parts. The two of them looked at each other and noticed the shock in each other's eyes at the same time. They felt that their magical equipment had never really been awakened until Liao's repair. It was almost like their magical equipment was just a counterfeit previously. It only became the unique, authentic product after Liao modified it. Don't feel happy so fast. With his eyes half closed, Liao casually said, "Today we do not have much time, and there are no tools and materials here, so I merely made a rough example of how to repair them. I didn't cure the internal injuries of the magical equipment completely. Right now, the weapons are not as excellent as they appear to be. They cannot weather through a real battle despite the ostensible perfection. If you find my work satisfactory, you are free to come to me and tell me what kind of price you are willing to pay to have your magical equipment really repaired. Of course, if you feel that the sword forgers of your own sect are good enough to solve the issues without leaving any hidden problems, you are welcome to take care of the weapon on your own. The demonstrations I showed just now will be complimentary. However, if you choose to tend to it yourself, do not come to me and waste my time if something goes wrong again in the near future." That was the vocational benefit of refiners. As long as they seized what one cared for most, they would never be afraid that one would not bend to them. Yezi's memories had been expanded to the nascent soul stage, where he was a pillar of the 100 Smelting clan. Naturally, Liao had learned a lot of things about the arts of blackmailing from him. Well, Bu Tiantong, Ren Chongkong, and Li Juelong, three cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage who came to make demands of the Purple Pole Sword sect, looking at the perfect magical equipment in their hand, lost all their aggressiveness. Below the bronze censer peak, more and more cultivators from the smaller sects had gathered. As time went by, they grew more and more curious about the result of the ongoing summit confrontation. For cultivators at the level of Qi Zhongdao and Yen Liren, the outcome of their fight would often be decided in one moment. It was impossible for them to maul each other for an hour without a winner like two mobsters on the street. But that seemed to be what was happening. The low-level cultivators could only hear the astonishing sounds on the bronze censer peak and see the spectacular views where the mountains were chopped by the sword auras. The clouds were churned by spiritual energy, and all kinds of variegated brightness were soaring toward the sky. When they thought that the battle was over, new noises erupted before they were replaced by dead silence. They waited and waited, yet there seemed to be no end. All the cultivators were waiting so earnestly that they almost hated that their souls could not leave their body to see what was going on there. Of course, that was impossible. The entire bronze censer peak had been surrounded by barriers. Not just the outsiders, even the imperial soldiers responsible for security did not know the result. After waiting for a long time without any new message, as if an invisible behemoth had swallowed everyone on the bronze censer peak, everyone at the bottom of the mountain grew rowdy. What's going on? Why have the sword maniac and master righteous one fought for such a long time? This doesn't seem like their style. Who do you think is the winner, the sword maniac or master righteous one? Who is the well-deserved best? In the Dragon Spring meeting, the sword maniac is best known for his fast sword. If he is the winner, it shouldn't have taken so long, right? Did anything unexpected happen on the bronze censer peak? Is it possible that Yen Liren or Qi Zhongdao were killed by the opponent, and the Purple Pole Sword sect waged a war upon the other 5 major sects. Is it really possible? Then, how do you explain the fulminations and the surging spiritual energy there? Look, the clouds in the sky are galloping like stallions. It is a sign that the spiritual energy has been activated to the maximum. Who else except for super experts such as Yen Liren or Qi Zhongdao can unleash such intimidating flames of spiritual energy? The yells and shouts spread like wildfire. Not only were the thousands of cultivators from the smaller sects ill at ease, even the imperial swordsmen of the Purple Pole Sword sect were apparently less confident than before despite their faked calmness. They did not expect the battle to drag on to such a point. What exactly happened on the bronze censer peak? Was it Yen Liren who won? Or was it Qi Zhongdao? Or, every imperial swordsman's hands were sweating while they clenched their swords. Just when the raucous scene was almost out of control, a dull gong noise finally echoed on the top of the bronze censer peaker. The barriers that surrounded the mountain ebbed like colorful tides. The elders of the 6 major sects slowly descended on their lotus jade discs. The result is out. What happened? What happened? Did the sword maniac overwhelm Master Righteous One? Or did Master Righteous One eclipse the sword maniac? An elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect stepped out of the crowd. He flew above the thousands of cultivators on the lotus jade disc before glancing at the messy crowd with a half-smile and declared, "The result of the sword test between Elder Yen of our sect and Master Righteous One of the Grand Mystery sect is now out. Master Righteous One's heaven-flipping seal deserves to be known as the ultimate treasure in the world. It has suppressed all 3 primeval swords that our sect recently produced. The Purple Pole Sword sect has lost the competition." Ah! Lost. Yen Liren lost. The Purple Pole Sword sect lost. Heaven-flipping seal. Heaven-flipping seal. The best treasure of the ancient sage's sector. To think that it has destroyed 3 primeval swords in a row. How amazing! It seems that the Purple Pole Sword sect suffered such a crushing defeat that they were not able to fight back at all. Otherwise, why would their elder be admitting it so frankly without any whitewashing? This is good. Many of the smaller sects had followed the 5 major sects there because they intended to split the leftovers after the 5 major sects claimed the trophies. Now that the Grand Mystery sect was on the winning side, they were naturally simmering with delight. The greed in their eyes was obvious. The few cultivators who were not bemused by their veracity, however, felt that something was off. They noticed that the leadership of the 5 major sects who were slowly landing all had weird expressions. There was not the joy of victory at all but certain uncanny embarrassment. The elders and the managers of the Grand Mystery sect, in particular, had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. They did not look confident and ambitious at all. What's going on? Didn't Master Righteous One win? Why does it seem that the 5 major sects have lost? The elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect caught the reactions of all the cultivators from the smaller sections. With a feigned smile, he said, "There are also 3 things that we would like to inform you of. Firstly, our sect and the Grand Mystery sect have just reached a deal. We will provide 3,000 moon wave swords made of moon wave steel in 5 years. For the deal, we will join hands with the Grand Mystery sect to develop Violet Moon Mountain, which has abundant reserves of moon wave steel. Violet Moon Mountain is remote, with dense forests and animals. We are going to need a lot of hands. If any fellow cultivators here are interested in the business, you are welcome to cooperate with us." What? His announcement dumbfounded all the cultivators who were planning to loot the burning house. Moon wave steel was nothing rare. Moon wave swords were low-level flying swords that were usually distributed to the newly recruited disciples. For the super sects such as the Purple Pole Sword sect and the Grand Mystery sect, the business of 3,000 moon wave swords should be insufficient to fill the gap of their teeth. At such a moment, the public announcement of such an insignificant deal and the claim that the 2 sects would develop the moon wave steel reserves together were just a gesture suggesting that the Purple Pole Sword sect had reached a secret deal, or at least laid the groundwork for the deal, with the 5 major sects led by the Grand Mystery sect. But how was it possible? Since 1,000 sects had come to threaten 100 Blade Mountain under the lead of the 5 major sects, the situation was highly unfavorable for the Purple Pole Sword sect. After Yen Liren, the top expert of the sect, had failed, they should have been like meat on a chopping block waiting to be butchered. How did the two parties reach a deal so fast? The smaller sects did not even have time to enjoy the leftovers. Also, judging from the casualness and the smile of the elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, the deal that they had reached was even more advantageous for the Purple Pole Sword sect. What exactly had happened up there? The low-level cultivators could not figure it out at all, and they scratched their head as hard as they could. Secondly, the elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect dragged his tone and said unhurriedly, "According to the news that we have just received from the Southland of Sorcerers, Ling Shoujing, the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, has fortunately accomplished his mission. With the enlightenment of Master Spiritual Vulture, a local senior, he has pronounced Huawuji as the chieftain of Southwest, banished the disobedient rogues including Huawuji, and executed Master Black Moon who was shameless enough to rebel. Even Han Yuantai, lord of Behemothik Eagle from Ghost Qin, was heavily wounded and kicked back to his own hometown. In half a month, the chaos in the Southland of Sorcerers has been addressed." It was another piece of explosive news. Everybody knew that the Ling family, a vassal family to the Purple Pole Sword sect, had been asked to fix the mess in the Southwest. It was also not a secret that the Purple Pole Sword sect, to cope with the pressures from everywhere, could not dispatch too many nascent soul stage experts to support the Ling family. Ling Shoujing, on the other hand, was just a core formation stage cultivator. Few people were optimistic about his mission to the Southland of Sorcerers. But as it happened, even guys as brutal as Master Black Moon and Han Yuantai had been suppressed. Ling Shoujing certainly did not have such capabilities. Many people located the most critical name from the whole announcement quickly: Master Spiritual Vulture. As they expected, the elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect went on. Thirdly, our sect has recently hired a new visiting elder. His name is Master Spiritual Vulture, a man who has been renowned in the Southland of Sorcerers for 100 years. Not only does Master Spiritual Vulture boast an immense cultivation that has arrived at the peak, he is also an extraordinary specialist in sword forging, which happens to be the specialty of this sect. In order for more cultivators to appreciate Master Spiritual Vulture's demeanor, we have just decided that the Dragon Spring meeting this year will be specially extended by 1 day. Master Spiritual Vulture will hold a lecture that covers the mysteries of the secret arts from Great Zhou on forging and refining. If you are not in a hurry to go home, fellow cultivators, I strongly suggest that you do not miss it. The elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect's words raised rounds of whispers, each louder than the last among the thousands of low-level cultivators. Master Spiritual Vulture? Wasn't he a barbarian cultivator who disappeared decades ago? I recall that his senior brother Master Black Moon. Watch your mouth. I'm told that he is an old monster who is brutal, petty, and blatant. How did the Purple Pole Sword sect invite such an old monster? Were the anomalies on the Bronze Censer Peak related to him? Is he the key to everything? The secret arts from Great Zhou? What Great Zhou? Is it the Great Zhou dynasty from 90,000 years ago? Every mouth was shouting the name of Master Spiritual Vulture. Every pair of suspicious eyes was gazing at the Bronze Censer Peak, trying to find any traces of the barbarian from the unpredictable mist and clouds. In the middle of the doubts, sighs, and exclamations, the name of Master Spiritual Vulture was spreading over the entire 100-Blade Mountain like an unstoppable storm with the Bronze Censer Peak as the center. In less than an hour, it had been learned by all the cultivators who went to participate in the Dragon Spring meeting. It would not be long before the name was spread to every corner of the ancient sages sector. 3 months later, in the capital city of the Great Qian dynasty, there was no telling whether it was because the Great Qian dynasty had run out of bad luck or because the new emperor was indeed a man of fortune. When it came to the sunny, flourishing April, the Great Qian dynasty's devastation from when the Wolf Knights of Ghost Qin marched all the way to the capital city seemed to have entirely disappeared. It was perhaps the most favorable and peaceful spring for the Great Qian dynasty in the past 20 years. In the north, Ghost Qin had suffered a lot of losses during their armed robbery the previous year. After they retreated to their nest, They slowly treated their wounds and digested the trophies. They showed no intention of marching south again in the near future. In the southeast, the White Lotus cult had not been on a rampage for a long time. The terrible scenes where ghosts were singing in thousands of households became nightmares of old. In the west, Xianxia's heaven-battering army was crushed by the court sky ascension troop again. Hundreds of thousands of homeless peasants surrendered on the spot. The leadership of the heaven-battering army, including Xianxia and hundreds of cultivators who betrayed their sects, fled in panic. They had fractured in the snowy world and were divided into dozens of disordered groups of bandits. Rumor had it that even Xianxia himself had been heavily wounded during the split and disappeared. Although both the White Lotus cult and the heaven-battering army were not so easy to eradicate and had been through similar desperate situations countless times before, only to rise again later, it was expected that the two forces would not be able to stir much trouble for a year and a half. More importantly, ever since lead eunuch Wang Shi fell, the cultivators who had been in conflict reached a new deal on the distribution of interests after the Dragon Spring meeting and gradually stabilized. The new balance among the sects and between the sects and the new emperor had been achieved. It meant that the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty were finally freed from the complicated internal strife and shifted their attention to the external problems such as the White Lotus cult, the heaven-battering army, and Ghost Qin. The fate of the dynasty seemed to have been changed so shortly after the new emperor assumed the throne. Even the capital city had recovered from the depression when it was besieged by the Ghost Qin's army after only 1 year. The previous prosperity and liveliness had been restored, with even more vivacity. The capital city, Divine Capital, was the largest city in the ancient sages sector. The splendid city, claimed never to fall, had been regarded by more than 10 dynasties as the capital city. It was divided into 4 levels in total. The underground space at the bottom level was the residence of the ordinary people. Like diligent ants, they had excavated sophisticated and splendid caverns below the ground over thousands of years. Then, with all kinds of huge bronze mirrors, they directed the sunlight hundreds of meters below the ground. As a result, not only was the underground golden and spectacular, even the entire capital city seemed to be floating on a blossoming golden lotus. It was indeed fabulous and brilliant and could be called a heaven on earth. The buildings on the ground belonged to the cultivation sects that were headquartered in the capital city and their vassal families. The red walls and the vast yards were too intricate to be measured. In the sky, dozens of floating mountains were listed in a strict square. They were the pivot of the Great Qian dynasty. The central offices of the dynasty and the elites of the troops, as well as the tea houses, hotels, fairs, auctions, and casinos for the cultivators, together with the headquarters of the 6 major sects or their most important local office in the capital city, had all been founded here. Right above the floating mountains was a group of carefully built palaces made possible by emptying an entire floating mountain. It was also the headquarters of the Thunder Qian sect, the founder of the Great Qian dynasty in the past. It was surrounded by barriers that were glowing purple. Even a full-strength strike of a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to shake it. Known as the Forbidden City, it was the royal palace that could theoretically command the entire ancient sages sector. At night, when just the lanterns were on, the tea houses and restaurants below the Forbidden City would all be packed with guests. The cultivators from all over the world had come to the same place. Those qualified to be entertained there were at least above the building foundation stage, which meant that they were the main forces in the world of cultivators. Many of the guests were in the core formation stage or even in the nascent soul stage. They were all well informed. Naturally, their conversation topics were the latest changes and the celebrities in the world of cultivators. However, in whichever tea house or restaurant, after the conversation went on for a while over the delicious wine, the same name would always been brought up: Master Spiritual Vulture. It had indeed been the most heated topic in the world of cultivators over the past 3 months. The glaciers at the northernmost deserts, the volcanoes in the westmost lands, the islands in the depths of the Eastern Ocean, the sultry forests in the south. In any place that had a cultivation sect or cultivators, somebody would always mention the name mysteriously. It was said that he was the strongest cultivator in the Southland of sorcerers in the past hundreds of years. His cultivation was already unimaginably high. During the Dragon Spring meeting, he had suppressed 3 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage in a row with ease. It was said that not only was his cultivation immeasurable, he also boasted the most extraordinary refining arts. In his debut during the Dragon Spring meeting, he pointed out the shortcomings of 3 marvelous weapons. He even turned on his furnace and repaired the 3 marvelous weapons on the spot. Later, he also hosted a lecture in the Dragon Spring meeting on the mysteries of the ancient arts of sword forging. When he reached the best part, flowers were falling from the sky, and countless experienced sword forgers were enthralled. It was said that, after he became a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, he did not stay there all the time. Instead, he traveled far and wide, searching for eccentric fires, water sources, and other materials desirable for refining. He also visited a lot of super sects including the Grand Mystery Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, and Flying Spirit Island, partly to fight with the experts of the sects in combat and partly to compete with the sword forgers of the sects in refining. There was no telling the outcomes of the matches, but there was a theory among the cultivators stating that Master Spiritual Vulture was the one best at refining among all the fighting cultivators and the one best at fighting among all the sword forgers. Some of the gossipers even claimed that, after Master Spiritual Vulture broke out of seclusion, another name had to be added to the 3 saints of the Great Qian dynasty, making it 4 saints. Did you hear? A few days ago, Master Spiritual Vulture officially turned on his furnace and began refining. He completely repaired the Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword of the Gold Armor Clan. There's no telling what the result was, but the price that the Gold Armor Clan paid was shocking enough. Not counting anything else, they offered 20 10-square star soul pearls the size of fists. It is certainly more than that. I'm told that Master Spiritual Vulture is best at forging and examining swords with the heritage from the Great Zhou dynasty. Right now, not only is the magical equipment refined by himself invaluable, countless people have also visited the Purple Pole Sword sect to ask him to examine their swords and analyze the advantages, disadvantages, and hidden injuries of the magical equipment. The fee for the examination is scary enough. I have also heard an interesting tale. It is said that you-know-who in the Forbidden City is of a mind to invite Master Spiritual Vulture to visit the royal treasury, examine the treasures that have been left for 1,000 years, and clean and maintain them. Well, isn't it? Similar conversations were underway in every tea house and restaurant, but they were interrupted by an ear-splitting roar at the same time. Hiss! The long roar, like a peal of thunder on a sunny day, made the hearts of all the cultivators on the floating mountains palpitate. They threw away their cups and chopsticks, ran out of their rooms and raised their heads. As they expected, a crimson shadow covered in vague golden brilliance was rushing over from the southeast. The long flames at its tail seemed to be tearing the night sky into halves. Get lost! Among the floating mountains, a lot of cultivators were flying slowly on their rafts, cranes, or jade discs. On the crimson shadow, a tired knight was yelling at them furiously and even slashed out a red sword aura, blowing away many cultivators standing in his path with no consideration for their probably honorable identities. All the cultivators looked awful when they saw the crimson shadow. The Red Lightning Flying Horse. Even the Red Lightning Flying Horse has been boosted to the maximum without bothering about the cost. Something terrible must have happened in the southeast. Shwa! The Red Lightning Flying Horse rushed right toward the Forbidden City. The purple glow around the Forbidden City shook slightly and took it in. Before midnight, rumors were already spreading on the streets and valleys on the floating mountains. The Great Qian dynasty, which had just caught its breath, suffered yet another unbearable blow. It was said that the largest typhoon in decades had already landed on the southeast. When the news that the typhoon had landed made too many cultivators unable to sleep at night, on the God-shocking peak, the highest place in the 100-Blade Mountain, which was 9,500 kilometers south of the capital city, 2 unpredictable shadows, like 2 clouds that were ripped apart by the rocks, were flickering in their fierce fight. The God-shocking peak had the roughest terrain on the 100-Blade Mountain. It was like a wolf's fang stabbing right upward toward the sky. The cliffs in many places were adjacent to the ground, with no place to set foot on at all. The peak was not worth developing. The top was frozen in ice all the time, too. It was too high, steep, and cold even for a cultivator if they intended to turn it into their residence. Therefore, it had been abandoned by the Purple Pole Sword sect for hundreds of years. But after the sword maniac Yen Liren distinguished himself, the place became the best location for his meditation and hard training. At this moment, it was naturally Liao and Yen Liren who were engaged in a fierce battle above the god-shocking peak. Although Yen Liren's sword was fast, it was not invincible. Even the fastest sword had a range of attack and had to lock onto the enemy. So, it would do if Liao could find a way to make Yen Liren unable to lock onto him or keep out of the range of his attack. Theoretically, yes. But in reality, Liao was almost rolling on all fours as he tried to get rid of the will of the sword that was right behind him. He had kept his speed above 3 times the speed of sound. Only in such a way could he get away from Yen Liren's sword. Whenever his speed was below 2.9 times the speed of sound for more than 3 seconds, he would feel chilly in his neck, waist, and ankles. It was the threat of Yen Liren's sword. Hiu! 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 Liao's fingers turned into clusters of gray mist as he shot out hundreds of tiny needles toward Yen Liren. But all of them took a weird turn in midair and hit the rocks, turning the crags as tough as iron into honeycombs. It was because Yen Liren's sword had captured Liao's every needle precisely and blocked them midway by brute force. Crack! 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 The sound of bow strings being broken echoed in the seemingly empty air. The dozens of molecular mica threads that Liao deployed in midair without anybody knowing had been severed by Yen Liren's invincible sword. Liao's movement became faster and faster. A streak of brilliance flashed above, and he appeared at dozens of corners on the god-shocking peak almost simultaneously. Yen Liren, however, slowed down. He squatted like a gyro that was rotating at such a high speed that it actually seemed stationary. He grabbed his sword with his right hand and touched the sheath with his left sword gently. He was mumbling something to himself and put on a charming smile. He even half closed his eyes, not looking at Liao at all. Suddenly, ah! The dozens of shadows scattered all over the god-shocking peak perished at the same time. Liao shrieked, with cracking noises echoing from inside his body, which seemed to be split in half and gathered again dozens of meters away. His face was pale and he was breathing like a cow. His sweat was pouring, only to be frozen into white frost on his face because of the frigidness. Crack! Behind Liao, a rock more than 10 meters in diameter split apart from precisely the middle, broke through, and fell to the bottom of the peak thousands of meters below in deafening noises. Before the rocks fell, Liao noticed that the fracture was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest gap or dent. It seemed to have been dissected with the most state-of-the-art knives of the Star Glory Federation. Walla! 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 The 3 layers of armor on Liao's chest exploded one after another, the broken pieces spluttering out. The assault did not stop until the last protective glass in front of his heart. But a deep crack appeared at the center of the heart protection glass, too, and it fell into 2 crescent pieces with that slight touch. Liao felt excruciating pain in front of his chest and behind his back. A thin, long line slowly extended, and drops of blood were crawling out in a hurry. Nice sword! Looking at the wound on his chest, Liao observed Yen Liren at the same time. He was complimenting Yen Liren's sword arts. Yen Liren, on the other hand, was complimenting the sword that he refined. It was the first sword that Liao had crafted for Yen Liren in the past 3 months. The past 3 months had been particularly comfortable for Liao. After revealing the 4th sword in public during the chit-chat with Yen Liren, and crushing 3 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage, and then hosting a personal lecture, where he bragged about the conclusions of the 100 Smelting Clan under the pretext of the non-existent notes of the Great Zhou dynasty. His plan indeed worked out. The name of Master Spiritual Vulture soon spread out to the entire world of cultivators through the mouths of the participants of the Dragon Spring meeting who returned to their hometown. Then, Liao took the opportunity to visit the super sects including the Grand Mystery Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, and many others, further consolidating his status as a great sword forger. since he distinguished himself at the Dragon Spring meeting and earned tremendous benefits for the Purple Pole Sword sect. Naturally, the Purple Pole Sword sect met his demands for every material and provided all of them in slightly more than 1 month. With those materials, it took Liao only 1 month to craft the components to maintain and strengthen the star beacons. Many of the components, having adopted the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, had even a better performance than the original components from the Federation. As long as the components were brought back to Spark, which was still docked on the satellite to assemble before they were projected to the Sea of Stars to be activated, the coordinates of this sector would be sent back to the Federation immediately. Now that the most important job was done, Liao focused his full attention on Yen Liren. As the saying went, "He who has no desires is unassailable." The converse of that was, those who had desires had weaknesses. Yen Liren was not a man without desires. His greatest desire was his sword. Anything related to the sword would intoxicate him. Liao had Oyezi's memory pieces. There were too many unverified records and anecdotes in terms of sword forging and sword arts in the 100 Smelting clan. Some of them were even ridiculous tales about deities and devils collected from hundreds of different sectors. Naturally, they were much more interesting than the stories of the ancient sages sector alone. As an expert of personal magical equipment, Liao's passion for sabers and swords came from the bottom of his heart, too, and was certainly not faked. Yen Liren's understanding of sword arts, including the clandestine arts and techniques, hooked Liao. Just like that, the two of them spent days and nights in the world of sword arts. They found too many things that they were both interested in. After only a couple of months, they had become good friends. Liao's capabilities soared after his competitions with Yen Liren. Yen Liren was indeed the most formidable swordsman that Liao had ever encountered in his life. In terms of explosive attack, he was even stronger than Xianxia. However, Liao was also an unbelievable monster. Other than anything else, his body that had been strengthened by the bloodstripe virus boasted a very high cell segmentation and self-recovery ability. It was not hard to imagine the formidability of such a body if Yen Shibei in the past could connect his broken body to a hideous apocalyptic beast. As long as his head was not chopped off entirely and kicked 10,000 kilometers away, even if he was half chopped away, Liao was confident that he could survive. It was his belief to be braver upon setbacks and to be stronger during battles. Almost his every major upgrade had been achieved on the brink of death. In the last 5 years in the Star Glory Federation, although a few opponents could still have a gratifying battle with him, hardly any of them could bring him the life and death thrill that was the greatest momentum to stimulate him to improve. For Liao, the 1 month of training was equal to the last 5 years. Maybe he had not achieved a breakthrough in his level yet, but his damage had definitely been multiplied. It had to be noted that he had not put on his crystal suit yet. At this point, he had successfully realized the primary target on his journey to the Ancient Sages sector. He had finished the preparations to repair the star beacons, assumed a very reasonable identity, and become acquainted with the unparalleled experts of this sector. He had not quite figured out his new targets yet. He did not know where he should begin to investigate the mysterious signals sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector 100 years ago, and he did not know whether or not the spies of the Imperium of True Human Beings were working in this sector. In Liao's opinion, if he were a spy of the Imperium of True Human Beings, getting in touch with Yen Liren was a necessity. On one hand, although Yen Liren lost the battle against Qi Zhongdao in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago, the mysterious Fourth Sword had more or less proved him to be the best expert of the Ancient Sages sector. On the other hand, Yen Liren, as the sword maniac, had no attitude or stance. No trouble, save the delicate sword arts and the modern blades of the Imperium of True Human Beings, was required to persuade him. But over the past 3 months, Liao had never seen any suspect of the Imperium of True Human Beings spy, although he had spent almost every minute with Yen Liren. It was quite uncanny. Did the Imperium of True Human Beings not notice the Ancient Sages sector? Liao secretly hoped so. Yen Liren appreciated the complicated stripes on the first sword that Liao crafted for himself right in the cold moonlight on the snowy mountain full of amazement. After appreciating it for a long time, he finally put the sword back into his sheath. Not entirely satisfied, before he leapt toward Liao. This sword is already very similar to mine. He was as merry as a child who had just gotten a new toy. The length, weight, barycenter, and feedback are all identical. It is identical, Liao said. I have forged it entirely according to your fourth sword. Every detail, including the distribution of the tiniest bubbles inside the body of the sword, is exactly the same. But I still feel that something is slightly different. Recalling the battle just now, Liren said, Odd. Everything is the same. The length, weight, and feedback have no errors. But why was there a tiny bit of hindrance? Of course, something is different. Even though all the dimensions are identical, the new sword is still missing one thing, Liao said. That's why I said that I would repair your old sword for you, instead of building a new one. Forging a new sword is easy. As long as you grasp all the features of the old sword and copy them based on brand new materials, it will be done. However, it will be quite difficult to repair the old sword, which is riddled with holes and bruises, ensuring that it is renewed and reborn while not affecting the unique idiosyncrasy in the deepest part of the sword. The whole process has to take at least 1 year. Is that so? Liren sat on the rock that had been entirely frozen and asked with great curiosity. If the old sword and the new one are identical to each other in terms of length, weight, barycenter, and sharpness, what exactly is the difference? The routine sword discussion had begun again. Liao sat cross-legged in front of Liren and replied solemnly, Commitment. The best magical equipment is not a cold, dead object but an item that accommodates your whole spirit, will, dreams, and even memories. I call your spirit, will, dreams, and memories collectively commitment. For a cultivator, a piece of magical equipment with commitment is the best magical equipment. Without commitment, it will be like the 3 primeval swords that you wielded at the Dragon Spring meeting. However powerful they are, they will only end up being shattered in the end. Fair enough. Looking at the clouds below his feet which were freezing into waves around the icy peak, Liren was deep in thought. I thought that it was because I did not polish the 3 primeval swords enough that I failed to unite with the swords and wield them freely. Now that I think of it, I wasn't interested in polishing them with my heart and will at all. So, I was short of commitment. Judging from the erosion on your 4th sword, you must have carried it for more than 50 years, Liao said. Before you rose to fame, you kept it with you. It must have been given to you by someone special and irreplaceable, right? Liren's eyes were deep, as if he were dwelling in memories of a long time ago. There was no telling whether it was delight or sorrow on his face when he mumbled. It was indeed someone very special who gave the sword to me. As you can see, I am a natural dwarf. When I was young, nobody had any hope for me. They believed that my accomplishments would be limited however hard I tried. She was the only one who believed in me and supported me. After I was deprived of any training resources, she secretly shared her medicines and heavenly materials and earthly treasures with me. She also bought me this sword with all her belongings. Did you notice the flamboyant decorations on the sheath? She wasn't a person who understood swords. She thought that the more spectacular a sword appeared, the more powerful it would be. This sword cost her almost everything. She was certainly charged much more than she should have been. I remember that when she offered the sword to me, I was at the lowest point on my path of training. I was so depressed that I even considered abandoning the sword arts and working as an ordinary disciple who dealt with mundane affairs. She was much nobler than me at that time. I was both surprised and delighted to see the sword, but I did not have enough self-esteem to pick up the sword. Out of nowhere, I asked her, what would happen if I could not achieve anything or become a world-famous swordsman despite her trust? In the blowing, freezing wind, Liren's voice was mixed with weird magnetism. Liao could not help but feel hooked by the story. He asked, how did she reply? Liren smiled. He took out the immaculate short sword that Liao had crafted and stabbed it into a random crevice. Then, he unsheathed the damaged old sword from his waist and held it in his arms. Looking at the world below the clouds, he casually said, she smiled in a very silly way and said that it didn't matter. She said that she didn't give me the sword because she wanted me to be a great swordsman, but because she liked to see me wielding my sword. Liao acknowledged his story with a long O. After becoming cultivators at the level of you and me, as long as we find a suitable technique, it is not entirely undoable for us to twist the shape of our bones and flesh and therefore change our appearance completely. Looking at the volatile clouds in the cloud, Yen Liren continued. The Purple Pole Sword Sect has already gone through the trouble of searching for cultivation arts that can alter the body. They found quite a few secret arts that can extend one's height and limbs. Although the secret arts are not enough to turn me into a tall, magnificent-looking man, they are certainly enough to make me look like a normal person. I know that, although they never say it explicitly, they always consider me to be too much of an eyesore as a signage for the sect. A swordsman should look gracious and otherworldly. How can one be as hideous as I am? However, if what she liked was how I wield my sword in my current appearance, why would I bother to change my appearance just because of some irrelevant people's opinions? Understood. Liao took a long breath and said sincerely, "Thanks for your candor, Brother Yen. I know how the sword should be renewed now. However, it will take a long time and cannot be hurried." "You must not be impatient, Brother Yen. It doesn't matter." Yen Liren smiled causally. "Take your time, fellow cultivator, spiritual vulture. Not just a year and a half, even 10 or 20 years are fine with me." "Why?" Liao was dazed. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "Do you not want your sword to be renewed as soon as possible?" Frowning, Yen Liren said, "It will certainly be great if the sword can be renewed sooner. However, my sword arts are already incredible and marvelous as they are right now. If I have a sword that integrates with me perfectly, won't I really be invincible in the world?" Cough, 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 cough. What's bad about being invincible? Being invincible will be too lonely. Yen Liren sighed. With my ability today, there are fewer than 10 people in the entire world who deserve my full attention and most perfect attack. They will be fewer still if I start killing them. I really can't bear to kill them. However reluctant I am, I will kill all of them someday. Even Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin, the two dominating divinity transformation stage cultivators, will be found by me. Their body together with their soul will be completely slain by me. Now that you are helping me to forge the sword, the day will come much sooner than I expected. After all the experts in the world have been executed by my sword, who shall I wield my perfect sword against? Liao. Heavens. Heavens? Why are you so unfair? Yen Liren suddenly leapt at and cursed toward the infinite sky furiously. Why did I have to be born so strong? Why did you allow me to train myself to an invincible level so easily while making everybody in the small world hens and hares instead of giving more experts to me so that I can kill them all? Why? Why exactly? Like a crazy devil, Yen Liren triggered his invisible sword auras and launched them into the sky, which ripped apart narrow and long fractures in the clouds. Pale traces lingered in the sky. Brother Yen, don't get too excited. Have you ever thought that there might be a vaster world other than the one we are living in, where plenty of worthy experts are waiting to be challenged by you? Are you referring to the deity's realm? After his catharsis, Yen Liren gradually calmed down. He turned around to look at Liao but shook his head with disapproval. For tens of thousands of years, rumors among the cultivators have said that, as long as you advance to beyond the divinity transformation stage, with the most mysterious secret arts, you will be able to break the void, ascend into the deity's realm, and become immortal deities. However, where exactly is the so-called deity's realm? I have read a lot of ancient notes. Tens of thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of the ancient sages sector was far denser than it is right now. There were many experts above the divinity transformation stage, many of whom had marched out of the ancient sages sector and into the sea of stars, looking for the deity's realm. However, most of the super experts above the divinity transformation stage never returned and simply vanished into the unpredictable sea of stars. According to the experts who luckily escaped back to the ancient sages sector, there was not a deity's realm outside of the ancient sages sector. Instead, It was a place of absolute emptiness and darkness without air, life, or resources. The darkness also knew no destination. It was like an ocean that nobody could get through. If anyone rushed into it, they would also end up as a dry corpse in the darkness after all the resources and spiritual energy were exhausted during the prolonged flight. That's how the super experts who once dominated the ancient sages sector were killed. I read the notes of a divinity transformation stage cultivator from the Great Chu dynasty 20,000 years ago. The divinity transformation stage cultivator was an aristocrat of the Great Chu dynasty. He was ambitious enough to collect resources, prepare magical equipment, and accumulate spiritual energy for 100 years, all for the purpose of breaking out of the black ocean that surrounded the ancient sages sector in search of the deity's realm. He drifted for 30 years in the dark sea of stars. He thought that he had arrived where none had ever arrived before, when he accidentally discovered a boat that was 100 times more precise than the one that he had prepared, as well as a vivid body inside the boat. After examining the items left on the body, he discovered that the body was a famous cultivator in the void refining stage who raised and destroyed quite a few dynasties 50,000 years ago. Even a great cultivator in the void refining stage, with a boat 100 times more precise than his, died miserably on the quest for the deity's realm. The aristocrat of the Great Chu dynasty, who was at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, was so frustrated that he nearly went mentally deranged. He lost all his courage to keep searching for the deity's realm. Finally, after another decade, he fled back to the ancient sages sector. Many ordinary people believe that the erratic stars in the sky are the residences of the deities. In fact, the boundless stars we see are just glittering remnants floating in the dark ocean. The quest to the deity's realm is long and unpredictable. Where exactly is the so-called deity's realm, and how can we reach there? Liao thought of something and said, "There's need to be pessimistic, Brother Yen. Since everybody knows of the deity's realm, it can't be groundless, right? Perhaps the deity's realm does exist, but we cannot reach there by rushing the outward without stopping. We may need to resort to certain magical equipment, like portals, in order to be teleported to the place." Yen Liren eyed Liao in a very weird way before saying, "Interesting. Your theory is somewhat similar to Wang Shi's theory." Liao's heart nearly skipped a bit, as he lost his calmness and exclaimed, "Say what? Wang Shi once asked me whether or not I feel that the ancient sages sect is a lone island surrounded by an ocean of darkness, or just a bottomless well, and that our so-called unparalleled experts are merely a bunch of frogs that can never jump out of the well however hard we try." Yen Liren smiled and said, "Then, Wang Shi said that, perhaps for 100,000 years, we have been resorting to a wrong approach. This well is too deep for us to jump out, but if we dig a hole through the wall of the well, we may be able to crawl out through that hole." Taking a long breath, Liao tried to calm himself down before he remarked, "Crawl out if we can't jump out? That's indeed a theory that I've never heard before." It was not unusual for Wang Shi to propose bizarre theories such as this one, Yen Liren said. For example, he once asked me whether or not I ever wondered what exactly the world beyond the sky was, how exactly the so-called deity's realm looked, and what the difference between the deities living in their realm and mortals such as us was. He also suspected that theory of breaking the void and ascending to the deity's realm is just a scam. Could the seniors who had immortalized really live an eternal life in the deity's realm? If that was true, why had the deities never returned to the ancient sages sector to visit us and teach us the methods of ascension in the past 100,000 years? I remember that the weirdest question he asked me was this. Everybody knows that the so-called ancient sages sector is actually an enormous sphere that floats in the boundless sea of stars. Then why does the sphere not fall downward? And what exactly is downward? Also, the sphere is rotating all the time. If so, why is the water in the ocean not poured into the sky? And why are the sphere's inhabitants not thrown off the sphere? Liao felt so astounded that he almost fell off the cliff. Holding back his shock, he nodded and replied, "It's very interesting. How come I never thought of such bizarre questions before myself?" "How did you answer them, Brother Yen?" "I didn't," Yen Liren said. I am not interested in such stuff. Even if the deities do exist, the only thing that I care about is how it feels like to kill them. Liao was amused. That makes sense. Discussing the mysteries of the Sea of Stars with you, Brother Yen, is no different from casting pearls before swine. Yen Liren was not insulted to be taken as swine. He admitted frankly, yes, sword arts are my sole concern. In every annual meeting with Wang Shi, most of the things we talked about were about the sword. Wang Shi indeed had an extraordinary talent for sword arts. Or rather, as long as he grew serious, he could be a top-tier expert in any field. I remember that when I met Wang Shi for the first time 10 years ago, he was already the most powerful eunuch in the world, but he paid a special visit to me to ask about the mysteries of the sword arts. I'd been dedicated to my sword for my entire life, and I was not interested in fame or power at all. I did not intend to waste my time on him, but my senior brother and the rest of them begged me, claiming that the meeting concerned the future development of the Purple Pole Sword sect. So, I had to waste a few days of my time to deal with him. However, after I tested him, I discovered that Wang Shi's cultivation was immeasurable, and his passion about sword arts was genuine. He was definitely a worthy opponent. At that time, in terms of sword arts, he was still far behind me. However, I could feel his rapid growth in our competitions every year. In less than 5 years, he already deserved the full will of my sword to cope with him. In the last year, he was even able to enlighten me, asking me not to dwell in the unimaginable power of the 3 primeval swords too much. A swordsman rides his sword and should not be ridden by the sword. As I recall, that is exactly what Wang Shi said at that time. His words were like a bash right on my forehead and awakened me from my delusion. When I reviewed my experience in polishing the 3 primeval swords, I realized how ridiculous and hilarious I was. I was almost lost for good. It was not until then that I completed the polishing of my 4th sword, and I finally achieved the perfect state where my sword and I are integrated as one. Liao was greatly moved. According to Yen Liren's interpretation, Wang Shi, the lead eunuch as one of the 4 rapscallions, was indeed not a simple person. Having come from a modern cultivation civilization, Liao knew for a fact that the secret treasures of the Pangu clan from the primeval era, despite their formidability, were not necessarily unassailable. There were 2 unchangeable shortcomings about the primeval treasures. Firstly, most of the primeval treasures were not designed for human beings. Their original owners could be in bizarre shapes, say half-human and half-snake, 3 heads and 6 arms, or particularly monolithic. Then, the operations of the treasures might conflict with the physiological features of human beings. The colossal black sword that Yen Liren wielded would be a perfect example. Not just a dwarf, even a muscular 10-meter-tall man would not be able to wield it in his hands easily. If the sword was driven by telepathic thoughts, there would be issues such as interference and latency. It would not be as convenient as when it was wielded in a pair of hands. Secondly, because of the erosion during the hundreds of thousands of years, most of the primeval treasures often had all kinds of rust and damaged. Even if they looked as good as new on the surface, there were often hidden injuries and metal fatigue inside. That was the conclusion that the Star Glory Federation made after excavating Kunlun for 5 years. They searched Kunlun for 5 years before they managed to find enough components to assemble 5 colossi. Therefore, the seniority of a piece of magical equipment did not imply its excellence. There were both marvelous weapons and garbage in the primeval era. Although Liao came from a modern cultivation civilization, it still took him a long time to overcome his blind admiration on the heritages of the Pangu civilization and to realize that anciency did not necessarily lead to excellency. But Wang Shi had so many amazing ideas in an enclosed environment such as the ancient sages sector. He even clearly recognized the advantages and disadvantages of the primeval treasures. The lead eunuch who once stirred up the entire world of cultivators in the great Qian dynasty purely on his own was too dreadful. Who is he exactly? Could he be? Calming himself down, Liao simply showed that he was interested and asked directly. I've been staying in the great Qian dynasty for almost half a year, and the name Wang Shi is echoed in my ears hundreds of times. It is said that he is still one of the 4 rapscallions even to this day, on par with Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Chongxing. Brother Yen, you've had 7 competitions with him, and you must know him pretty well. In your eyes, what kind of person is he exactly? Is he a wicked and cunning man as the rumors make him out to be? I don't know if he is wicked and cunning. I'm not interested to know it, either. Tilting his head and thinking for a moment, Yen Liren put on a weird expression as he said, anyways, if I have to make a comment, he is an absent-minded guy. An absent-minded guy? Liao was slightly dazed. How so? He seems to be absent-minded about everything. He does not even seem to fit in this world. Yen Liren's eyes were slightly cramping as he gnashed his teeth. Even when we were in the middle of our fierce fights, I could still notice something uncanny deep inside his eyes, which told me that he did not fully concentrate on the fight with me. I always felt that Wang Shi does not belong to the ancient sages sector, at least not just the ancient sages sector. He belongs to the bigger, vaster world. The legendary deity's realm. Perhaps. Liao's face shifted greatly because of the last remark. He gasped so hard that his throat was shrieking. To cover himself, he hurried to ask, what? Are you suggesting that, while Wang Shi was absent-minded, he was still able to draw even with you, Brother Yen, despite the slight disadvantage? Then, if Wang Shi had focused his soul, attention, and spiritual energy on the sword in his hand, wouldn't he have been able to surpass you and become the greatest swordsman in the world? Probably. Yen Liren shook his head with a smile. It's a pity that he cannot concentrate his spirit on a tiny sword. Just like you can't, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. He has his path, you have your path, and I have mine. Each of us has chosen our own path. Although we may share the same destination, the scenery that we see on the road is still different. Liao was silent for a moment. Then he observed with mixed feelings. It sounds like you think very highly of Wang Shi, Brother Yen. Indeed I do. After pondering for a moment, Yen Liren said, let me put it this way. If I am forced to choose only one person to kill for my entire life, with the options being fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, Qi Zhongdao, and Wang Shi, I will choose to kill Wang Shi without any hesitation. This is an example of how highly I think of Wang Shi. You wouldn't mind, would you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? No, not at all. You can always test your sword with Wang Shi, Qi Zhongdao, Qi Changsheng, Wan Mingzhu, Han Bailing, and the rest of them. I'm really not in a hurry. I can wait in line behind the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators. Catching his breath for a moment, Liao rolled his eyes and said, there are truly all kinds of wonders in the world. I find it hard to understand why such a great man like Wang Shi would brutalize his body to work as a eunuch in the royal palace. With his wisdom and talents, would he not distinguish himself under a different identity? Yen Liren smiled and said, you don't get to choose a lot of things at first. You feel depressed. You are bothered for decades. But when you get to choose and you look back, you feel that it is all unimportant and that the choice does not mean anything. Just like I choose to be a dwarf. That's not the same. Liao frowned and said, you are born with such a body, Brother Yen. But going to the royal palace as a eunuch, on the other hand, you are wrong. With weird brilliance beaming out of Yen Liren's eyes, he said, I wonder, have you ever heard of such a notion as natural eunuch before, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Liao was greatly surprised. Are you trying to say that Wang Shi is a natural eunuch, Brother Yen? It is just a groundless rumor. Who knows that it is true or false? It is impossible for other people to get to the bottom of it except for himself, Yen Liren said. Of course. Liao smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that none except the lunatics who want to be killed would have the courage to ask the question right in front of Wang Shi's face. Hey, I'm told that you are a natural eunuch. Is it true? Not necessarily so. Yen Liren scratched his nose and spoke as if it were not a big deal. I once asked him right to his face. I also planned to cut open his pants with my sword and see what's what. Cough, 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 cough. Liao almost fell back and really fell into the abyss. He coughed so hard that he was looking at Yen Liren in admiration, feeling that the sword maniac was more magnificent than ever in the frigid well. When going crazy, he even dared to take off lead eunuch Wang Shi's pants. It was indeed as expected of the legendary sword maniac. Make no mistake, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, Yen Liren said, frowning. I have no interest in whether or not Wang Shi has any unspoken disease. I wasn't judging, Li Yao said. Everybody has their curiosity. It is perfectly normal even if you truly were slightly interested. To be honest, even I want to know Wang Shi's secrets. But I'm truly not interested. Emotionlessly, Yen Liren said. I only meant to infuriate him, rip apart his shell of absent-mindedness, so that he would launch the most furious, insane, and brutal attack toward me. So, that's the reason. Liao blushed, feeling that he was not as good as Yen Liren. The sword maniac was obviously a man free from lowly entertainment. He was a real, pure swordsman. Yet, Liao was imagining him as being so nasty. It was indeed petty. Pettiness was fine. Liao moved on and asked, What then? Did you cut his pants? Then he ran off. Ran off. Yes. Before my sword aura reached him, he fled, holding his legs. So, it is possible that Wang Shi is indeed a natural eunuch. If he was just castrated normally, since he was already a world-famous eunuch, he wouldn't be acting so weirdly, right? I don't know. Unless he has a sword growing between his legs. I'm not very interested in the stuff around a man's groin. If you are interested in that, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you can take off his pants yourself if you find Wang Shi in the future. Well, Li Yao deeply frowned. He ignored Yen Liren's last remark and pondered on the peculiarities of Wang Shi. At first, when he heard Wang Shi's astonishing theories from Yen Liren, Li Yao's first reaction was, naturally, that Wang Shi could be a spy of the Imperium of true human beings. But on second thought, his first reaction could have been wrong again. First of all, the timing was not right. Although Wang Shi did not become a powerful eunuch until 10 years ago, he had been lurking and accumulating his strength for decades. His endeavors included establishing the intelligence and assassination organization Ghost Character. Together with his training period deep inside the royal palace, the guy must have lived in the ancient sages sector for more than 60 years. His background must have been very clear for him to be admitted by the Forbidden City and become a trusted subordinate of the emperor. It was impossible for him to be a mysterious person who jumped out of nowhere. The spies of the Imperium of true human beings might have reached the ancient sages sector 60 to 70 years ago. Should they have jumped near the ancient sages sector after a super long-distance space jump with unbelievable luck? Even if the odds might be 1 billion, it was still possible for them to appear here. The real problem was that, if the spies of the Imperium of true human beings had reached the ancient sages sector so early, they would have had plenty of time to collect resources, analyze the intelligence, and establish the space gate to summon the expedition army of the Imperium. Then, by the time Liao landed on the ancient sages sector, it would not have been such a vintage and traditional scene that he saw. Chances were that he would have seen the graceful ancient cultivators shooting Vulcan machine guns and the cavalry of Ghost Qin fighting together with crystal warships. Since such a thing did not happen, Liao could only conclude that, even if the spies of the Imperium of true human beings did exist in the ancient sages sector, they should be at a similar phase to him. They were also accumulating their initial resources and intelligence and preparing to establish the space gate. Secondly, if Wang Shi was truly a spy of the Imperium of true human beings, there would have been absolutely no reason for him to discuss so many topics with Yen Liren that would raise suspicion, such as those regarding the world beyond or crawling out of the ancient sages sector. Liao, the ill-intended spy of the Federation, for one, would never say such things. Who is Wang Shi exactly? I'm so curious about him. Liao sighed. For a moment, he even lost interest in practicing the sword arts with Yen Liren. Right then, long horns echoed below the mountain. Afar and near, colorful, glittering lanterns were ignited on the entire 100-blade mountain. Looked at from a distance, a brilliant dragon seemed to have surfaced from below the ground. It was the welcome ceremony of the highest scale in the Purple Pole Sword Sect. An honorable guest must have arrived. Liao and Yen Liren looked at each other because they both sensed the anxiety in the welcome ceremony. Besides, both of them were elders of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, but they had not been informed that any honorable guest was going to visit. Very soon, Orchid Angel Ling Lanin flew over to the God-shocking mountain on her flying sword and respectfully asked the two elders to go to the sword-washing pavilion and have a meeting with Master Righteous One. After only 3 months, Qi Zhongdao, who claimed to be the leader of all the cultivators in the Great Qin dynasty, arrived at the Purple Pole Sword sect again. When Liao and Yan Liren stepped into the sword-washing pavilion, the grand meeting hall of the Purple Pole Sword sect, all the leadership of the Purple Pole Sword sect, including Dan Fengzi, the head, were making small talk with Qi Zhongdao and his companions. They had just decided the new distribution of interests during the Dragon Spring meeting. Naturally, their conversation was not as tense as the previous one. However, the ambience was certainly not enthusiastic either. If anything, it was even more depressed than the vibe of the Dragon Spring meeting. Narrowing his eyes, Liao observed Qi Zhongdao with great interest. The leader of the cultivators, who was essentially a moderator of all affairs, was truly a very interesting fellow. Of sword maniac Yan Liren, Dan Fengzi, as well as the juniors including Orchid Angel Ling Lanin, everybody agreed that Qi Zhongdao was a mannered man. How mannered? For example, if Qi Zhongdao had borrowed an amount of money from a guy, agreeing to return the principal with the interest at a certain time, yet the guy accidentally slept with Qi Zhongdao's wife, then, after Qi Zhongdao killed the guy with one attack when the day to pay the debt came, he would still return the principal sum and the interest to the guy's tomb, without missing a penny. Of course, such a thing could never happen, but that was the basic idea of how mannered the Iron Saint was. During his chit-chat with Yan Liren at the Dragon Spring meeting, Liao pointed out the mysteries regarding the fourth sword for him, and somehow raised the position of both of them in the world of cultivators. But on the other hand, it was a slap right to the face of Qi Zhongdao, who was the victor of the match. He essentially dashed upward by stepping on Qi Zhongdao's face. Liao had thought that Qi Zhongdao would hate his guts and even retaliate. Could not be helped. It was impossible to rise miraculously in a short time without pissing off anyone. That was a price that he had to pay. Liao had made preparations for Qi Zhongdao's vengeance, but he did not expect that. Although Qi Zhongdao's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot, the guy had remained silent the whole time. In the end, he had even acted as if nothing had happened and reached an insignificant business deal with the Purple Pole Sword sect on behalf of the Grand Mystery sect, which was almost a public concession. Later, in the secret meetings where the leaders of hundreds of sects were gathered and interests large and small in all fields were divided, Qi Zhongdao's methods were even greater eye-openers for Liao. The thousands of sects there were essentially a mess with the entangled interests and their grudges old and new. Qi Zhongdao, however, had a certain skill that allowed him to pick out the clues in the mess. He was able to divide the interests according to the capabilities and the range of activities of the sects while ensuring that most of the sects could accept the arrangement, however reluctantly. If some of the interests were not divided at all, he could also come up with a suitable dueling arrangement for the two parties. The champions of the two parties, the rules of the duel, and the criterion for victory were all proposed by him, and none of the parties involved disagreed. What astonished Liao the most was that, when it came to Master Spiritual Vulture, who had just smacked his face hard, he also tried his best to steal a proportion of interests from the sects, including a fairly good natural paradise and the annual protection fees in the transportation trade, and offer them to Liao for free. At that time, Qi Zhongdao said such things to him. Master Spiritual Vulture, since you are able to suppress the 3 cultivators in the middle level of the nascent soul stage easily, and you can discuss and fight with a great swordsman like Yan Liren, you are definitely among the most distinguished nascent soul stage cultivators in the ancient sages sector. For such an unparalleled expert such as yourself, even if you do not have appropriate resources, you will certainly plunder them yourself later. It is certainly not an issue to plunder them, but you are new here, and you are not familiar with the rules of robbery in the Great Qin dynasty yet. For cultivators, the rules are our supreme authority. If everybody fights for resources according to the rules, even the tension between the Grand Mystery sect and the Purple Pole Sword sect today will still not be a big deal. We will divide the interests exactly according to the rules. After the result is out, we will still be fellow cultivators, and we can still cooperate with each other. However, if somebody does not worship the rules and intends to knock over the entire table, disrupting all the other cultivators' lives. They will be public enemies. Today, I admire your expertise and offer you the resources that you deserve. They are the rules that the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty have given you. However, after you accept the items, you will be a member of the cultivator community of the Great Qian dynasty. I don't care what you did in the Southland of Sorcerers in the past, but the Great Qian dynasty has the Great Qian dynasty's rules. Even if you are not interested in helping the weak or serving justice, every nascent soul stage cultivator should be a well-respected senior here. I hope that you cherish your identity. Slaughtering someone's entire family after a dispute is absolutely forbidden here. Crimes such as killing the innocent and extracting their souls for training are all considered evil and crooked. They are the greatest taboos here. After saying that, Qi Zhongdao suddenly beamed with brutality and declared, "If you wish to earn your fame in the Great Qian dynasty, Master Spiritual Vulture, we will certainly not stop you. However, if you are going to break the rules that everyone lives by, all the cultivators in the world will beat you until you are dead. Even the Purple Pole Sword Sect won't be able to shelter you. I will also spare nothing and will not rest until you are crucified. You can take your time and consider whether or not to accept the rules." It was the first confrontation between Li Yao and Qi Zhongdao, which made Li Yao understand why Dan Fengzi, the leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect and Yan Liren's senior brother, reminded Yan Liren time and time again that he must not kill Qi Zhongdao. He also understood why the leader of all the cultivators was still Qi Zhongdao but not and never Yan Liren, even if the latter's combat ability was slightly higher than the former's. After 3 months, Qi Zhongdao was even darker and thinner, and his face had no expression the whole time. Rust seemed to have grown on the iron shell that covered his face. A febrile typhoon is here. After Liao and Yan Liren were seated, Qi Zhongdao went to the topic without greeting them at all. Liao had heard of such typhoons before. They were a supernatural disaster. Different from the Heaven's Origin sector, the ancient sages sector had been locked for 100,000 years. The spiritual energy had nowhere to escape. So, its density here was much higher than that of the outside world. The overabundant spiritual energy had some side effects other than making it convenient for the cultivator's training. As far as Liao knew, there were at least 2 major disadvantages. Firstly, because of the overly abundant spiritual energy that nurtured all the creatures in the world, the animals and plants in the ancient sages sector were much larger than their counterparts in a regular world. They were also more prone to mutations and could turn into demon beasts or demonic plants more easily. Some of them were quite brutal, posing a threat to ordinary people and low-level cultivators. Most of the mountains in the ancient sages sector were surrounded by the most overwhelming primitive forests nurtured by spiritual energy. The forests where there was no sunlight all year long were frequented by all kinds of terrible monsters that could never be annihilated. For some of the most infamously dangerous areas, even the nascent soul stage cultivators did not dare march into them alone. That was the reason the local cultivation sects thrived. However, it was also the objective reason for the sects growing into independent kingdoms and an effective central government never really being established. Because the states and the prefectures in the world were all blocked by the dangerous zones, the court, which supervised everything from the capital city, could not reach the local areas. The second disadvantage would be the natural disasters. The more abundant the spiritual energy was, the fiercer the reactions and the more unsteady the force fields of the entire ancient sages sector. Their manifestations within the atmosphere and above the crust were shocking, extreme weather conditions. The supernatural disasters, which contained such furious spiritual energy that even the cultivators had to step back in fear, were anything but unusual. In the Heaven's Origin sector, the rarely seen thunderstorms or sandstorms on the Grand Desolate Plateau were just common weather phenomena in the ancient sages sector. Even landslides, earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, and other natural disasters of a low intensity could escalate into supernatural disasters instantly if the furious spiritual energy that they carried caused a resonance. A febrile typhoon, on the other hand, was one of the most dreadful natural disasters in the ancient sages sector. It had originally been a superstorm generated on the tropical oceans. However, while it was marching toward the continent, it had mixed with the gales, that wandered below the atmosphere and contained tremendous violent spiritual energy. As a result, it would evolve into the highly destructive febrile typhoon. According to the nature of the spiritual energy mixed, the febrile typhoons would show different characteristics. Some of the most freezing febrile typhoons, after landing, would turn everything in their path into a snowy world. All the creatures would be frozen. Some of the febrile typhoons that contained the power of thunder were like a bunch of lightning dragons rolling on the ground. Whatever they caught would be electrified into ash. However, most of the febrile typhoons were still related to the spiritual energy of the fire class. Such febrile typhoons were flowing flames that left a scorching inferno wherever they reached. Even if the victims of the disaster survived, the crops in the farmland would certainly be destroyed. The term febrile typhoon meant the wind that could burn anything in the first place. If it was just that, the febrile typhoon was still far from a supernatural disaster. The most dreadful thing about the febrile typhoon was that there was no telling what mysteries the electromagnetic fields inside the febrile typhoons had, but the creatures killed miserably by the febrile typhoons, and even the dead bodies that were swept over by the febrile typhoons after they died, could mutate and become the most hideous ghouls. According to the information that Liao had collected on his way on the Sorcerer's River, it was an overstatement that Han Yuantai blamed the rise of the White Lotus cult entirely on the jade crystal pellets the other day. The jade crystal pellets were certainly part of the reason, but the most important reason that the White Lotus cult was never annihilated was that the febrile typhoons would make the dead walk again and turn the remaining souls into deadly ghouls every time that they passed by. Whenever the White Lotus cult was dwindling away, it was not unusual for a febrile typhoon to pass by and transform countless poor peasants into ghouls who would become available soldiers of the White Lotus cult again. The febrile typhoon of this year is particularly rough. 3 days ago, a febrile typhoon landed and savaged the southeast, causing grievous damage. On top of that, in 10 days, another febrile typhoon of a larger scale will probably march northward, very close to the southeast shoreline. If it slightly deviates from the trajectory and lands again, there is going to be a catastrophe. Qi Zhongdao explained the situation in the southeast to the people of the Purple Pole Sword sect. To make matters worse, the 2 febrile typhoons happen to arrive at a time when the Sorcerer's River is in the middle of the spring flood season. The water level is high, and the wind is strong. The flood of the Sorcerer's River has been unusually large in recent decades. Should the dams collapse, and the Sorcerer's River changes its course, it is very possible that a large area will be flooded. Too many people will lose their homes or be killed in the flood. Their remaining souls will not disperse so quickly. When the febrile typhoons blow at them, they will very likely turn into the most brutal ghouls. If an army of 1 million ghouls tramples on the prosperous land in the southeast, the place will be hopelessly ruined. Naturally, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu will not let go of such a heavenly opportunity. According to the message that the Grand Mystery Sect has received, Wan Mingzhu's ghost shadows have appeared near East Peace County. It is very possible that she will lead thousands of ghouls to attack East Peace County. The news cast the people of the Purple Pole Sword sect into silence. Even Liao's eyelids were twitching. East Peace County was a famous city in the southeast of the Great Qian dynasty. Although it was not nearly as large as Divine Capital, it was even more prosperous and flamboyant. For thousands of years, it had always been an important town for training in the southeast. Dozens of cultivation sects had headquartered near East Peace County. If East Peace County was attacked by the White Lotus cult's ghoul army, even if it was nothing but a bluff or a gesture, it would be a shocking piece of news. The heaven-battering army in the northwest would certainly be boosted by the stimulation, and Ghost Qin's people in the Dark Cloud Prairies would be more ambitious than ever. The 33 sects near East Peace County have sent out a call for help, hoping that the fellow cultivators everywhere can give them a hand to save East Peace County from the looming catastrophe. As of now, Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple has already moved to the southeast to appease the deceased. It is said that fellow cultivator Ba Xiaoyu, the beggar, is also wandering around the homeless peasants to calm everyone down and cope with the natural disaster together. Liao's interest was suddenly aroused. If a rank of top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector was made, Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple and Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar were certainly the two that he admired most. In the 3,000 sectors, religions and schools whose grand wish was universal salvation were not rare. In the ancient sages sector, such a lineage was known as the Stupa Temple. Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple was a truly wise and awakened cultivator. Although his capabilities were on par with the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, he was never involved in the conflicts in the world of cultivators but focused his full attention on dealing with natural disasters. Wherever there was a natural disaster, there was Master Bitter Cicada. He provided food and water, mollified the deceased, and pacified the living. His prestige was unparalleled among the ordinary folks. Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar was the same. His main focus was not to provide food for the victims but to deal with the officials, nobles, and cultivation sects that earned a great fortune immorally during the natural disaster. He often humiliated the shameless officials and cultivators in the most hilarious ways. Even according to the standard of the modern cultivation civilization, the 2 seniors could be called real cultivators. Liao had long meant to get in touch with them, but he had never found a chance. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was also an important person, or rather, an important ghost, on Liao's observation list. Liao would like to witness the charm of the mother of all ghosts with his own eyes. 1/3 of the training resources of the Great Qian dynasty are yielded from the southeast. Nobody will benefit if the place is destroyed. Staring at Yan Liren and Liao, Qi Zhongdao said, I believe that your sect is well aware of the interests in the region and will send reinforcements. However, if we set our target as resist the natural disaster and dispel the ghoul army, as we did in the past, it will not solve the problem from the source. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu is the source of the riot. The ghouls will come back again as long as Wan Mingzhu is not eliminated. Therefore, I'm hoping that we can work together to remove the White Lotus cult and execute Wan Mingzhu. It's not going to be easy to kill Wan Mingzhu. Dan Fengzi, leader of the Purple Pole Sword sect, suddenly remarked. Wan Mingzhu is a top 10 expert. She is also an unpredictable ghost without a real entity who can be attached to anyone alive. It is not easy to catch her, much less kill her. It was not an excuse but a well-grounded concern. For those at the level of Liao, Yan Liren, or Qi Zhongdao, it was one thing to defeat them, and it was another thing to kill them. The latter was 10 times more difficult than the former. Liao and Qi Zhongdao could not defeat Yan Liren, but if they were determined to run away, with their life-saving skills and tools, it would be almost impossible for Yan Liren to kill them. The 2 of them were still living people with bodies of flesh and blood. Wan Mingzhu, on the other hand, was just an unpredictable ghost. So it would only be more difficult to execute her. It's certainly not going to be easy to kill Wan Mingzhu, but it's not entirely impossible if all cultivators join our hands. Qi Zhongdao still appeared emotionless, but passion was beaming out of his eyes as he said solemnly, In the past dozen years, Wang Shi has been stirring trouble in the court. Everybody in the world of cultivators could only mind their own business under the threat. The scoundrels such as Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, and Han Bailing took the opportunity to rise, and they have grown stronger to the point that they are barely eliminable. Right now, the new emperor has ascended to the throne. Wang Shi is on the run, and the cultivators are united again. If we don't take the chance to remove Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, Han Bailing, and other evil rebels, there will be endless trouble later. Wan Mingzhu is indeed the mother of all ghosts, but fellow cultivator Yen, Master Spiritual Vulture, Master Bitter Cicada, fellow cultivator Ba Xiaoyu, and I are certainly on par with her, if not slightly better. As long as we find Wan Mingzhu and fight her together in a suitable trap, the odds are very high that we can execute her once and for all. Well, Dan Fengzi hesitated and hinted at Liao. Right now, the troops of the court have been dispatched to East Peace County to settle the riot. The elites from the Ghost Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, Flying Spirit Island, the Monster Taming Pavilion, and hundreds of other sects are on their way to the southeast to slay those evils. 2. Turning a blind eye to Dan Fengzi's hint, Qi Zhongdao went on. We don't need to talk more about our responsibility to slay evil and serve justice. I only want to add one thing. This time, the febrile typhoon and the flood season have overlapped and will certainly evolve into a supernatural disaster. Many sects in the southeast will certainly be uprooted. After the natural disaster, large vacant areas that are not protected by the cultivation sects will be left behind. By then, won't all the people count on the 6 major sects to supervise the situation for them to live a better life? If we don't go there and simply allow the local smaller sects to fight each other, chances are that there will be a catastrophe even more dreadful than the supernatural disaster. The meaning between the lines was obvious. He was instigating the Purple Pole Sword sect to start a turf war there. Dan Fengzi smiled. Nodding, giving neither approval nor disapproval, he said, "Slay evil, serve justice, and help the people are what all righteous people should do. With a natural disaster incoming and the people in an abyss of suffering, the Purple Pole Sword sect will certainly do our best. However, as you have seen, Master, to host the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago, the Purple Pole Sword sect used up all our accumulated resources. We are now still slowly recovering. This is too important an issue that requires deliberation. If we are indeed sending a large batch of Imperial swordsmen to go to the southeast, we will have to make thorough plans. You must excuse us, Master." Of course. There was neither frustration nor delight on Qi Zhongdao's face. He turned to Yen Liren and said, "Fellow cultivator Yen, thank you for going easy on me in the battle 3 months ago, so that I was not humiliated in public. Other people may not know this, but I absolutely agree with Master Spiritual Vulture. Your sword is indeed unparalleled. But I do wonder, is the unparalleled sword in the world enough to slay the mother of all ghosts in the world?" Yen Liren blinked. His bald forehead was suddenly shining, and even his breath became hotter than before. "Master Spiritual Vulture." Qi Zhongdao turned to Liao. "Since you have come to the great Qian dynasty to earn a name for yourself, after the supernatural disaster, won't the vacant prosperous land in the southeast be the best stage for your performance? I look forward to fighting side by side with fellow cultivator Yen and Master Spiritual Vulture to slay the evils there." Not caring about Dan Fengzi's extremely awful expression, Qi Zhongdao finished his remark slowly before he left the room. Dan Fengzi coughed. He made a gesture to the elders on the spot but led Liao to a fine cottage next to a waterfall behind the sword-washing pavilion. As the leader of the Purple Pole Sword sect and Yen Liren's senior brother, Dan Fengzi was also an extraordinary sword cultivator. However, his abilities in making judgments and decisions were even sharper than his sword, which could be seen by his methods in hiring Liao as a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Liao could become a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect and be given twice resources. But if Liao refused, the Purple Pole Sword sect would rather go against Liao than ask for his help. Liao thought quite highly of Dan Fengzi. He believed that the leader was a person whom he could communicate and negotiate with. In a certain extreme scenario, he could even consider hiring the entire Purple Pole Sword sect as a whole and regroup it into a certain Purple Pole mercenary group, which would command and manage themselves and carry out relatively large strategic operations. The reward of the contract could be an assembly line of modern flying swords or an assault warship that was best at close-distance battles. Everything was negotiable. "Are you planning to go southeast, Elder Spiritual Vulture?" While Liao was making plans, Dan Fengzi went directly to the topic while he looked at the waterfall outside, which was brushing the rocks. "I'm tempted." Liao had thought of an excuse. "As you know, leader, we barbarian cultivators are best at playing with poisons and ghosts. Although I have received the heritage of Yanzhu, a sword forger from Great Zhou, I never forget where I come from. Since Wan Mingzhu claims to be the mother of all ghosts, naturally, I want to check out how capable the ghost is. Besides, Master Righteous One does have a point. After the supernatural disaster, a lot of sects in the southeast will have been destroyed. Does the Purple Pole Sword sect not want to fill the vacancy in the southeast with the chance?" Dan Fengzi smiled and shook his head. "You might not know the whole of it yet, Elder Spiritual Vulture. You must not believe everything that Master Righteous One said. This issue is definitely not so simple." "Oh?" Frowning, Liao cackled. Was the noble leader of all cultivators lying? Not exactly, Dan Fengzi explained patiently. Firstly, elder spiritual vulture, you've spent most of your life in the Southland of sorcerers, and I'm afraid that you don't know how tough the febrile typhoons are. The febrile typhoons are essentially super gales that have landed on the ground with immense, violent spiritual energy that will seriously affect the souls and veins of the cultivators. If caught in a febrile typhoon, even nascent soul stage cultivators have to summon all their spiritual energy to resist it. One moment of carelessness, and the febrile typhoon will invade their body and soul, resulting in a decline in their cultivation. The greatest headache with the febrile typhoons is that they seem to have wisdom that allows them to search for the cultivator with the highest cultivation within the range of their rampage automatically. They will cause the greatest damage to said cultivator, while the cultivators of lower levels and ordinary people will suffer much less. Nascent soul stage cultivators such as you and me will be their primary targets if we enter the febrile typhoons. Liao furrowed his brow. Is that so? In fact, he understood it perfectly. The specialists in the Star Glory Federation had long figured out the reason of the common phenomenon in supernatural disasters. The higher a cultivator's level was, the more immense the spiritual energy inside their body would be. The spiritual energy would generate a powerful force field. When the force field caused by the supernatural disaster approached, it would naturally interact with the most powerful force field first. A more vivid metaphor would be that, during a thunderstorm, the lightning would always hit lightning rods and trees first. The higher the lightning rod and the trees were, the more likely they would be struck. The high-level cultivators, just like lightning rods and trees, were the first ones to take the blow. The devastation of the febrile typhoons is just the beginning of the disaster, Dan Fengzi said. Based on our experience in the past, after every febrile typhoon, there will be a large batch of victims. When the victims die miserably, they turn into aggressive ghouls full of hatred. Although such ghouls are insignificant in capabilities and can cause little damage to nascent soul stage cultivators such as you and me, when there are too many of them, it is possible for them to corrupt our soul and make our mind impure, which can be quite troublesome. Since you are from the Southland of sorcerers, elder spiritual vulture, you must be aware of some methods to baptize the aggressive ghouls. However, I believe that the methods only allow you to deal with 100 or so ghouls at most, right? What can you do if hundreds of thousands of aggressive ghouls present themselves in front of you? Qi Zhongdao, Yen Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, Ba Xiaoyu, Elder Spiritual Vulture. Altogether the 5 high-level nascent soul stage cultivators, with dozens of regular nascent soul stage cultivators, seem to be an invincible army. However, if 1,000,000 ghouls come at us at the same time like a tide, it will still be almost impossible for us to resist. The most critical issue is, even if we kill all the ghouls and even uproot the White Lotus cult, so what? What benefits are there? High-level demon beasts have demon cores. The powerful spiritual animals have beast crystals and spiritual bones. A perilous adventure in the dangerous land can yield a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that we want. So, it is worthwhile to execute the devils, however risky it is. However, if we engage with the army of ghouls, even if we try our best to blow apart their souls, we will gain absolutely nothing. Instead, the broken pieces of their souls might pollute our soul and belief. It is definitely not worth the risk. So that's the case, Liao sneered. Isn't Master Righteous One implying that the Purple Pole Sword Sect can grab a piece of land in the southeast? Isn't it a benefit? On the contrary, it is the greatest disaster that might even spell the doom of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, Dan Fengzi said solemnly. You must have heard an old saying before, Elder Spiritual Vulture, the tall trees are hit first. Do you know why I insisted that Junior Brother Yen not kill Qi Zhongdao in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago? Liao narrowed his eyes. Because Qi Zhongdao is a man who values rules, and he is the only one who can manage to maintain the balance of the Great Qian dynasty? That's only part of the reason, Dan Fengzi said. More importantly, I didn't want Junior Brother Yen to win in the first place. I intentionally wanted him to lose. Oh, Liao was slightly dazed. His eyes suddenly glittered. Why? Master Spiritual Vulture, do you know which sect is the largest one in the world? Dan Fengzi asked back. Liao frowned. The Grand Mystery Sect is well acknowledged to be the largest sect. However, when Wangxi was in power, with the connections with him, the Purple Pole Sword Sect had hopes to assume the position, too. Wrong. With a weird smile, Dan Fengzi replied, "It's not the Grand Mystery Sect, nor the Purple Pole Sword Sect, but the Thunderous Qian Hall." Thunderous Qian Hall? Liao's eyes narrowed. The Thunderous Qian Hall was the super sect that had established the Great Qian Dynasty 1,000 years ago and the current royal family of the Great Qian Dynasty. Theoretically speaking, it was indeed the greatest sect in the world, but few people really considered the royal family as a sect. Elder spiritual vulture, you must understand that two tigers cannot live in harmony on one mountain. If you were the leader of the greatest sect in the world, how would you view an ambitious force that is more or less capable of replacing you? Li Yao's facial muscles were twisting, as he replied coldly, "An eyesore, of course." Exactly. Therefore, the greatest sect in the sword is certainly not a position worth bragging about. On the contrary, it is a death sentence for anyone who bears it. After pondering for a moment, Dan Fengzi said, "When the late emperor was on the throne, to balance the sects in the world and especially to deal with the Grand Mystery Sect, the largest sect in the world, he supported the Purple Pole Sword Sect through Wangxi, allowing the Purple Pole Sword Sect to quickly expand. His purpose was to raise an enemy for the Grand Mystery Sect so that the royal family could take advantage while we are fighting. Although the Purple Pole Sword Sect understood the late emperor and Wangxi's aims, many issues were actually not up to us. The fact that the late emperor was willing to make use of us proved that we were at least worthy of being used. So, we might take the chance and have a go." It was a pity that the Grand Mystery Sect was still too deeply rooted. Thousands of years of heritage and accumulation cannot be shaken overnight. When the late emperor passed away and Wangxi fled in panic, there was still a gap between us and the Grand Mystery Sect. We failed to develop to a point where nobody else dared mess with us. But at that time, we were already showing our power to the full extent. At that point, Li Yao interjected, "But I'm told that the new emperor is different from the old emperor. He has already conceded to the cultivators. Otherwise, Wangxi's forces wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Just because the new emperor wants Wangxi dead doesn't mean he will lower his head to the cultivators." Dan Fengzi chuckled. Killing Wangxi was perhaps just a move he played to ease the major sect's alert when he was new to power and did not have much support. Or, maybe it was because he was not able to trust the late emperor's subordinates and wanted to raise his own Wangxi. All in all, according to the intelligence I've collected from various sources, Emperor Phoenix is certainly not someone to be underestimated. He might be a man 10 times more dreadful than Wangxi. According to the tradition of the ancient sage's emperor, after an emperor passed away, he would be designated with a special posthumous title. When the emperor was still alive, he would be addressed under the year name. Right now, it was year 2 of the Phoenix. So, the incumbent emperor was called Emperor Phoenix. In the world of ancient cultivators, strength was power. For many nascent soul-stage cultivators, the so-called emperor was merely a butler who organized the resources in the world on behalf of them. They did not have much reverence. Dan Fengzi and Li Yao were both in the nascent soul stage. It was not unusual for them to not address the emperor in a more respectful way. This year is year 2 of the Phoenix, but Phoenix is not in the collection of names that our ancestors made. It is an unorthodox name. The year name should have been Light Marshal, Dan Fengzi said. The year name was proposed by the new emperor himself, meaning that the Phoenix will be reborn from the fire. It is the first sign of his ambitions. Many ministers object to the year name, but the new emperor insists on it. The debate remains unabated in the court even to this day. It is quite a fuss. Many ministers are trying to fix the orthodox year name. The issue has been called debate of decorum by many people. In fact, it doesn't really matter at all what exactly the year name is. This is just a way for Emperor Phoenix to show his power. It is evident enough that he will never be content with hiding in divine capital and being a carefree emperor. He definitely wants to achieve something. When a new local official comes to the office, They have to adopt certain extreme policies to intimidate the local magnates. Emperor Phoenix is new to the throne. This is exactly when he is whetting his saber, looking for a target to demonstrate his power. The Purple Pole Sword sect is deeply connected to Wuxia and the late emperor in the first place. In recent years we have been too heated, too. That's why we are involved in the case of the Eunuch's conspirator. The Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago seemed to be an occasion where the other sects threatened the 100-Blade Mountain. But was Emperor Phoenix really not behind it? In our own headquarters we would not be scared even if the Grand Mystery sect came together with the other 4 major sects. But if the thunderous Chen Hall, the real greatest sect in the world, was also behind everything, it would be something that the Purple Pole Sword sect couldn't resist alone. That is why I wanted Junior Brother Yen to lose the battle. It was partly meant to show our weakness, and partly to transmit some of the interests to the Grand Mystery sect with the opportunity. It would be better if we reached a real alliance with the Grand Mystery sect so that we could cope with Emperor Phoenix's possible moves later. However, we did not expect that Master Spiritual Vulture would suddenly show up, leading to unanticipated changes in the situation. It was truly... Liao coughed in embarrassment. He did not know that there were so many backstories to the Dragon Spring meeting, which made him look rather naive. With a conflicted expression, Dan Fengzi said, "The Purple Pole Sword sect boasts the 100-Blade Mountain, which is an intersection of the various mother lodes in the world. We produce the finest weapons and magical equipment. We also have a group of strong swordsmen. The only thing that we are short of is a large area of farmland where we can plant jade crystal pellets and plantations where we can raise heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Both of the 2 things can be found in the southeast, the land of honey and milk. If we expand to the southeast, as Master Righteous One said, and even grasp a certain prefecture or county, we will have mines, farmland, elite soldiers, and unparalleled experts such as Junior Brother Yen and you, Elder Spiritual Vulture. If I were the Emperor, I would have trouble eating and sleeping when there was such a super sect. I would definitely write the name of the sect next to my bed to remind myself every day that I have to get rid of it as soon as possible." Cold sweat popping out, Liao shrieked, "Damn Qi Zhongdao. How sordid he is." "Not exactly." Dan Fengzi smiled bitterly. "I believe that Master Righteous One is definitely not someone who intentionally plays tricks. He is sincerely considering for the entire community of cultivators. He wants all the cultivators to be united no matter what, to fight the natural disasters, evils, barbarians, emperor, and all other things that do not value rules. It's a shame that, although he is a mannered cultivator, this is an era without manners and rules. Master Spiritual Vulture, don't be fooled when he said that the elites from the Grand Mystery sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Flying Spirit Island, Thunderstorm Valley, and the Monster Taming Pavilion were all out. It was probably an overstatement. Not just the Ghost Armor Clan and everybody else. Can he really command the Grand Mystery sect?" Liao was dazed. As I recall, he seemed to be quite charismatic in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago. How can that be the same? Dan Fengzi was amused. The Dragon Spring meeting was a time when 1,000 sects came to divide the Purple Pole Sword sect's interests. Master Righteous One was expected to withstand the top experts such as Junior Brother Yen. Naturally, everybody listened to him. After all, praising him as the leader of all cultivators wouldn't cost them anything. However, fighting a supernatural disaster and an army of ghouls for real is different. If they fail, they will have casualties and lose a fortune. If they win, they will attract Emperor Phoenix's hate. 2. What are the court and the emperor for if the cultivators have done everything to deal with the trouble? Do you see it now? This is a deal with 0 gains. You can neither win nor lose. Who will really listen to Master Righteous One and mind the business irrelevant to themselves? The business irrelevant to themselves. Liao was meaning to ask, if all the cultivators stepped back, what could the victims struggling in the febrile typhoons and flood do? But he did not ask in the end. He merely observed. So, that's the reason. However, what do you mean by saying that Master Righteous One can barely command the Grand Mystery sect? If he commanded the Grand Mystery sect, he would be the leader instead of the Grand Leader. Weird brilliance was beaming out of Dan Fengzi's eyes. Do you like a senior nagging you about rules every day, elder spiritual vulture? Liao pondered for a moment and realized the reason. Qi Zhongdao was certainly not a likable man, much less someone that other people found attractive and wanted to make friends with. The best treatment for someone like him seemed to be to enshrine him in the sky as a flag and a mascot. All in all, I've talked with you about so many things today, elder spiritual vulture, because I don't want you to be bound to Master Righteous One without knowing what is going on, Dan Fengzi said sincerely. Although you agreed to only work as a visiting elder for 1 year, your contributions to the Purple Pole Sword sect will never be forgotten by the hundreds of thousands of disciples of this sect. Naturally, we don't want anything to happen to you. Since the 33 cultivation sects in East Peace County have sent out calls for help to all the cultivators in the world, the Purple Pole Sword sect will certainly dispatch reinforcements. Seeing Junior Brother Yan's shining forehead, I can tell that it will not be possible to stop him from meeting Mother White Lotus. However, you and Junior Brother Yen are different, elder spiritual vulture. You should understand the benefits and drawbacks in all this. All in all, a trip to the southeast will be unavoidable. However, the Purple Pole Sword sect has no intention of expanding in the southeast. Our elite swordsmen will not be all sent out either. Elder spiritual vulture, you and Junior Brother Yen must consider your own safety as your primary concern. It doesn't matter whether or not Mother White Lotus is executed. Liao took a long breath. Thank you for your enlightenment, leader. It appears that the White Lotus cult will not be annihilated yet again. Will it? Indeed it won't. With a smile of derision, Dan Fengzi said, other than Master Righteous One, Master Bitter Cicada, and perhaps Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, how many cultivators in the entire world truly mean to get mired in the dirty water? I fear that you can't even find half of them. Boom! Crack! Liao had never seen such dreadful lightning, devastating gales, or crazy flooding before. It was noon, yet the world was completely dark. The sullen clouds that could not have been more intense were wriggling non-stop and pressing down on the land, enveloping all creatures in the stomach of a monolithic beast leavening no escape. The lightning was striking down like waterfalls. The bolts looked like dragons that had crawled out of the clouds and ghost hands that were reaching toward the ground, raising bluish fire on the earth. The rain was much more than pouring. It was like another vast ocean in the sky was now running down because the sky was broken and was about to swallow the entire world. The lightning was already appalling enough, but the fierce wind was even more appalling. The fierce wind was the aftershock of the febrile typhoon. The spiritual energy inside that had nowhere to run to was savaging the land in blast. In the wind were the uprooted trees, the destroyed buildings, and the broken limbs of countless creatures. The wind was like a behemothhic, invisible mincer that was mincing everything on the earth, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Not just the ordinary people and the low-level cultivators. Even the experts in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage did not dare ride their flying swords in such a thunderstorm. If so, they would be the primary targets for the furious spiritual energy between the sky and the earth. With the wind, the storm, and the lightning as the background, the flood in the Sorcerer's River was on a rampage. The Sorcerer's River had undergone drastic changes compared to what Liao had seen 4 months earlier. It should have been springtime. Many snowy mountains along Sorcerer's River had thawed. The melted snow flowed down along the river, increasing the instant flow of the Sorcerer's River by more than 5 years, leading to the unstoppable spring flood. If the Sorcerer's River, which spanned the entire Great Qian dynasty, had been a sleeping dragon, then the ravenous dragon had fully woken up and was raging to claim sacrifices to fill its belly. Boom! 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 The flood crests, each higher than the last, were crashing against the vulnerable dams on the 2 sides of the Sorcerer's River. The defense rune arrays deployed in the heyday of the Great Qian dynasty were releasing dim light. However, they had corroded and rusted after such a long time due to the lack of maintenance, and their defensibility was far worse than before. If the dams were broken, the flood would be surging out. The Sorcerer's River would even change its course altogether, leading to a large inundated area. The consequences could be dire. That was the scene that Liao, Dan Fengzi, Yen Liren, and hundreds of imperial swordsmen saw when they were on their way to the southeast to provide aid. The flood, on the other hand, was not nearly the most dangerous thing at hand. Ho! Hoo! Amid the surging tides raised by the flood, blood-freezing echoes would occasionally resound. The flood destroyed not only the homes of the ordinary people and the cultivators but also the valleys and forests in the basin of the Sorcerer's River. A lot of ferocious animals that had been lurking in the forests were forced out, since the living environment of the animals had greatly changed, and the previous prey had been swept away by the flood. They could not help but look for new territory. During their search, it was inevitable that they would have fierce conflicts with other ferocious animals and even the cultivators. A lot of dragon-type animals are hiding inside the Sorcerer's River. Be careful, everyone, and consider your safety your primary concern. Don't do anything until we meet Master Righteous One and the fellow cultivators from other sects. Dan Fengzi roared desperately inside the storm. Faced with the pugnacity of nature, there was not much that the cultivators could do even though they often considered themselves brilliant. They could only watch the lightning, storm, wind, flood, and animals in the flood crashing against the feeble defense rune arrays on the dams time and time again. "Leader, look over there," one of the imperial swordsmen suddenly exclaimed and pointed at the flood. The tides of the flood were rising abruptly like a mountain soaring to the clouds. When they looked carefully, they discovered a bright purple dragon-type animal that was almost 100 meters long in the dirty flood. The front end of the animal even split into 3 hideous big heads. Each of the heads was packed with dense thorns that made them look like 3 gigantic iron thistles. Pooh! 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 The thorny dragon was quite weird. It opened its 3 bloody mouths and spat out 3 pearls the size of basins, which moved in the flood without meeting the least hindrance before they hit the dams brutally. Boom! A few defense rune arrays set up at the back of the dams exploded on the spot. The dams, which were already vulnerable enough, immediately revealed more than 10 shocking cracks that were quickly spreading. What is this animal exactly? It looks like a multi-horned bizarre dragon. But why is it so large with 3 heads? It has already accumulated 3 demon cores. Considering its enormous size, it must have been training deep inside the Sorcerer's River for hundreds of years. It wouldn't have surfaced had it not been for the once-in-a-hundred-years flood. Horrible! Horrible! Another few crashes and the dams will completely collapse. Let's get out of here quickly. Faced with the ferocious animal that seemed to have traveled to the present day from the primeval era, the imperial swordsmen were all petrified. Elder Spiritual Vulture. Dan Fengzi's face looked extremely awful, too. I didn't know that the natural disaster this time would be so tough. Just the flood of the Sorcerer's River and the aftershock of the febrile typhoon alone are so powerful. I can't imagine what the places that were in the paths of the febrile typhoons have possibly gone through. The dams are about to collapse. Let's get out of here quickly. Should we get involved in the flood and have to fight against the lightning, storm, and flood, our souls will be shocked, and our cultivation will plunge even if we are in the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage. Narrowing his eyes, Liao observed the shaking dams in front of him, but he was actually thinking about the farmlands and towns that he had seen when he passed the place for the first time on the flying sword. This area of the Sorcerer's River was the most prosperous land of the Great Qin dynasty. Naturally, it was also the most populated place. The population in a town there was often larger than the population of a city in the southwest. After the febrile typhoon landed, a lot of homeless victims had already fled westward along the Sorcerer's River, further adding to the population of the towns and villages nearby. If the dams collapsed, allowing the Sorcerer's River to change course, it would spell the deaths of the thousands of homeless victims. Liao could not wait and just watch such a tragedy. However, with the temper and personality of Master Spiritual Vulture, he should not be a man who would fight for the ordinary people without considering anything. Liao's hesitation was misunderstood by Dan Fengzi, who frowned and said, "Elder Spiritual Vulture, are you planning to take the 3 extraordinary demon cores? You must not. This dragon-type animal is probably a mutation of a multi-horned bizarre dragon. Judging from the size, it has already trained inside the Sorcerer's River for almost 1,000 years. chances are that it already existed before the Great Qian dynasty was founded. Dragon-type animals are born with water. Right now, the surging flood has increased its ferocity. It is too risky to hunt it right now. If you are truly interested in the animal, we can always wait until it breaks the dams and escapes to the plateau. It will be much easier to be dealt with when it is stranded and the weather is better. Li Yao's lips moved. He was of a mind to ask Dan Fengzi if the guy had ever considered the ordinary people living on the two sides of the Sorcerer's River besides hunting the animal and taking the cores. But he forced back the words before he said them out. Dan Fengzi was talking so matter-of-factly, as if he were considering Li Yao's interests made him lost for words. Ho! 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 Right then, the three-headed multi-horned bizarre dragon roared in the most deafening noise again. The three demon cores rushed out and, like three enormous magnets, attracted all the lightning nearby. Centered at the demon cores, 3 balls of lightning, 1 blue, 1 purple and 1 green, were formed. Crack, crack, crack. The balls of lightning expanded quickly in the wind and soon expanded to more than 10 meters in diameter. The storm clouds around them were disintegrated into mist, which surrounded the lightning hazily, further adding to the invincibility and indestructibility of the balls of lightning. Seeing that the 3 balls of lightning were about to crash into the dams, Li Yao was about to rush out to slay the dragon and loot the demon cores. His heart pounding faster than ever, when bold brilliance suddenly shot out of the dark clouds toward the multi-headed dragon overwhelmingly like burning golden arrows. Chi! 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 Hundreds of arrows immediately hit the multi-horned bizarre dragon, riddling it with holes and making it bleed hard. Because of the excruciating pain, the multi-horned bizarre dragon could only give up the dams and redirect the 3 balls of lightning toward the clouds. Boom! The balls of lightning tore apart the clouds and vanished into thin air. The only things left were 3 somewhat lackluster demon cores that were rotating in midair. Above the broken clouds, a moon-white cassock, surrounded by a dim golden glow, was flapping in the wind, like a boat in the middle of a surging ocean. Right above the cassock, a monk was standing. He was possibly the most handsome man that Li Yao had ever seen. It was not an exaggeration to say that he truly seemed to have been carved out of an entire piece of jade or marble, and nothing, even time which could corrode everything, could detract from his handsomeness by 1,000th. The only thing that slightly undermined his handsomeness was the vague bitterness that covered his face. If one was to appreciate it carefully, the merciful bitterness actually brought his appearance to a whole new level, where one could not even feel jealous or inferior to him. Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple, Dan Fengzi exclaimed in a low voice. Li Yao was greatly shocked. The handsome-looking monk who looked like a young man in his 20s was actually Master Bitter Cicada, who was not counted in the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions but also considered among the top 10 experts. According to Dan Fengzi and Yen Liren's previous remarks, Master Bitter Cicada's cultivation should have been much greater than that. He was a real genius in training who was naturally wise, and he had been a top expert 70 years earlier. He was even believed to be the best expert who had the highest chance to step into the divinity transformation stage after Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin. Even the proud sword maniac frankly admitted that, if Master Bitter Cicada had been focused on training in seclusion without caring about anything else, his achievements would have been far higher than Yen Liren's. However, Master Bitter Cicada's ambition did not seem to be the divinity transformation stage. Instead, he was really putting the mantra of the Stupa Temple, which was universal salvation, into practice and spent most of his time and effort on resisting the natural disasters and assisting the ordinary people. It was said that, in the past several decades, he had fought tsunamis dozens of meters high, extinguished a forest fire that had spread thousands of square kilometers, and suppressed a volcano near a prosperous town that had been about to erupt purely on his own. As a result, he had exhausted too much of his spiritual energy and been heavily wounded multiple times. His cultivation had stagnated and was even dropping. Master Bitter Cicada, who had half-stepped into the divinity transformation stage, was only on par with the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, if not slightly weaker, after decades of hard work. In the middle of the thunderstorm, Master Bitter Cicada was standing on a moon-white cassock with golden stripes and holding a rusted black staff in his hand. A ring of enormous glass pearls was draped over his shoulder. Every one of the pearls was the size of a fist and translucent. A lot of colorful runes were vaguely popping up inside the pearls and glittering. Moo! Master Bitter Cicada looked at the multi-horned bizarre dragon full of pity and sorrow, but his stomach unleashed such a fulmination that sounded like a bell being tolled. The pearls that were on his shoulder flew up one after another. In the end, the 18 pearls surrounded the multi-horned bizarre dragon and rotated quickly, as if they were shooting stars. Buddhas in heaven and in hell, save the people now. Lock! Master Bitter Cicada chanted. His voice pierced through the clouds and was delivered to everybody's ears clearly. After each of his words, the brightness in the 18 pearls got slightly higher and more transparent. When the last word lock was uttered, the 18 pearls seemed to have melted into the air, and the octagonal, glittering runes sealed inside were all released. Crack, crack, crack. The thousands of runes triggered a series of golden electric arcs that condensed into an overwhelming shackle, locking the 3 enormous heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. The multi-horned bizarre dragon screamed miserably and struggled hard, but it could not get away from Master Bitter Cicada's constraint at all. The 3 demon cores seemed to have frozen in midair. They shivered for a long time but were unable to move at all, casting a spell with the realized runes. Liao was secretly surprised. He felt that the pearls that Master Bitter Cicada used as a weapon had a similar attack mechanism to the member of the Pangu clan that he had fought against on Kunlun. At that time, the member of the Pangu clan had cast spells by declaring his spirit and will with sound waves, which attracted the spiritual energy in the surroundings. He had then constructed the spiritual energy into erratic models and outputted them into techniques of different natures. The pearls could also have been polished and modified based on a secret treasure from the Pangu civilization in the primeval era. Under the pearl's suppression, the multi-horned bizarre dragon was unable to move at all and could only roar. Master Bitter Cicada sat cross-legged on the moon-white cassock. He half closed his eyes and put his palms together, his rusted staff resting in his arms. While he was mumbling the spells to himself, an air of transcendency and inviolacy was flowing out of his body. As his runes were activated, the shackle of golden brilliance triggered by the 18 pearls was tightened. Like an iron, it left deep stamps on the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Stinky, black smoke that even the storm could not quench soared into the sky. The multi-horned bizarre dragon was about to be suppressed by Master Bitter Cicada, when the violent spiritual energy in the area had been searching for the fattest prey from the beginning. Liao, Yen Liren, Dan Fengzi, and the imperial swordsmen of the Purple Pole Sword Sect were all lying low and concealing their auras, not daring to act recklessly in the thunderstorm. Even so, some of the lightning was even hitting their surroundings, and the electric arcs were swimming inside the veins and nerves crazily. But right now, Master Bitter Cicada had flown high into the clouds. He was also summoning all of his spiritual energy and activating his magical equipment blatantly. He was essentially turning himself into the most eye-catching lightning rod. Boom! Crack! When he activated the power of the pearls to the maximum, countless streaks of lightning lunged at him from every direction and hit his moon-white spiritual shield brutally. Electric arcs and sparks were spluttering non-stop. Struck by thousands of lightning, Master Bitter Cicada was shaking slightly, and a few streams of blood were zigzagging out of his eyes and mouth. Yet, his face remained utterly unchanged. With exactly the same vague pity and sorrow, he continued outputting his spiritual energy, his soul and his life, trying his best to suppress the multi-horned bizarre dragon so that it would not have a chance to destroy the dams. He was not fighting a multi-horned bizarre dragon. He was fighting the sky, the earth, and the violent spiritual energy in between that could destroy everything in their path. He was struggling against the thunder, slashing the clouds, and suppressing the running tides with his body that was not all that strong. The lightning became more and more frequent, and the thunder grew louder and louder. The crazier the storm was, the brighter Master Bitter Cicada's eyes became. Liao had never realized that a man's eyes could be so brilliant. Some sort of flowing liquid light seemed to be flowing out from the edges of his eyes. Boom! 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 The lightning was striking Master Bitter Cicada's head incessantly. The moon-white spiritual shield was dying like a candle in a storm. Master Bitter Cicada's skin had broken apart, but it was bright gold that was revealed below the fractures, as if a tiny golden Buddha resided within his immaculate body. Master Bitter Cicada gritted his teeth to persist. The rusted black club staff on his arms had already been dyed bright gold by his blood. It was impossible for him to compete with nature by himself after all. While Liao was hesitating, the multi-horned bizarre dragon had already caught its breath. His 3 heads were all expanding crazily. The sharp horns that looked like thorny needles on the heads all turned blood red. Hiu! 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 The thorny needles on the 3 heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon darted out like a storm toward Master Bitter Cicada. Perhaps Master Bitter Cicada could have evaded, but if he dodged, the multi-horned bizarre dragon would break free, and after a tiny crash, it would destroy the dams. Therefore, Master Bitter Cicada did not dodge at all. Instead, he roared and threw out his black staff, which revolved rapidly in front of him and formed a bright golden shield. After a series of clanging noises, most of the thorny needles were blocked. However, a handful of them penetrated through the shield silently when thousands of lightning were hitting Master Bitter Cicada brutally. Pa! 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 All the needles exploded abruptly into powder before they had the chance to touch Master Bitter Cicada's body. But they distracted Master Bitter Cicada after all, allowing lightning that was thicker than Liao's thigh to strike Master Bitter Cicada's skull. Boom! Master Bitter Cicada grunted. Blood-stained electric arcs seemed to be squirting out of his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth simultaneously. The runes that were used to suppress the multi-horned bizarre dragon faded, and the 18 pearls reappeared. The multi-horned bizarre dragon took the opportunity to dash upward, freeing itself from Master Bitter Cicada's shackles. The 3 demon cores that were frozen in midair returned to the multi-horned bizarre dragon. They rotated for a while and, attracting tremendous electric arcs, condensed into 3 bluish balls of lightning again, attacking Master Bitter Cicada together with the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Liao could not wait any longer. But somebody was even faster than him. Sword maniac Yen Liren roared. Immense spiritual from someone at the peak of the nascent soul stage was fully unleashed toward the multi-horned bizarre dragon in a sword aura that was hundreds of meters long. Voila! He appeared like a firefly that was holding a lantern on a dark night. He was so obvious and attractive that many lightning bolts that had begun lunging at Master Bitter Cicada changed their direction and ran toward him. Be gone! Yen Liren's sword was not unsheathed yet, but the auras of the sword had already diverged into more than 10 sharp edges, slashing the lightning into twisted electric arcs, before the electric arcs were shocked into starry sparkles. It was not until this moment that a shining sword that was more than 20 meters long finally appeared in midair. Like a long, narrow magnet, it attracted all the electric arcs nearby to its body. The sharpness of the sword was immediately increased with the boost of the electric arcs. It was one of the primeval swords that Yen Liren had used during the Dragon Spring meeting. The black sword, which was the largest one of all, was already completely wrecked and beyond repair. The other 2 primeval swords were only riddled with cracks on the surface. After careful refinement, some of their power could still be restored. Therefore, Liao had asked the disciples of the Purple Pole Sword sect to collect the powder of the black sword that had completely collapsed. After mixing and refining it, he had added the powder to the other 2 primeval swords as materials of enhancement. It was sort of recycling. After Yen Liren's sword slashed out, the multi-horned bizarre dragon's 3 heads retreated at the same time. Having no time to harass Master Bitter Cicada any longer, the animal quickly summoned the 3 demon cores, trying to block Yen Liren's enormous sword. However, the sword that was dozens of meters long, under Yen Liren's manipulation, was as swift and agile as a soft sword that one could bind to their waist. Drawing a weird curve in midair, the sword crawled in through the gaps among the 3 demon cores. The very next moment, the middle head of the multi-horned bizarre dragon was chopped off. Ow! The left and right heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon screamed miserably at the same time. However, the head in the middle, which was larger than a mill, was floating in the river. A fracture a few meters in diameter was left where it had been chopped off. Black blood was spurting out, vaporizing into a venomous mist in the storm that covered the area. Under the cover of the venomous mist, the multi-horned bizarre dragon sank and fled toward the depths of the Sorcerer's River. You want to go? Not so fast. Leave your demon cores here. Amid scary chuckles, a green shadow lunged toward the top of the multi-horned bizarre dragon like a vulture that had opened the wings. Of course, it was Liao who pretended to be Master Spiritual Vulture. Storm, thunder, and flood. The violent spiritual energy between the sky and the earth. They were also rushing toward him overwhelmingly. Such a magnificent view of the sky breaking apart and the lightning surging out reminded Liao of the happy period of crazy training in the thunderstorms deep within the grand desolate plateau in the Star Glory Federation. Fighting the sky and the earth brought him endless pleasure. He was a guy who could slay tornadoes. Storm and thunder, you can go to hell if you have come to me, Liao shrieked. The green flames of spiritual energy around him condensed into two enormous, sky-blocking wings. After one flap, the lightning and clouds that were coming at him were all shattered. Then the two wings were closed together. Under the precise control of his telepathic thoughts, the spiritual energy in the wings reformed. A monolithic claw took shape, which snatched right toward the heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. The multi-horned bizarre dragon had just suffered a heavy blow and lost the most important head. It was in such agony that it did not notice the traps that Liao had hidden in the green fire at all. Hardly had the animal escaped from the snatch of the claw when it was caught precisely by a trap made of dozens of monocular mica threads. Chi! 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 As it desperately fled toward the Sorcerer's River, Liao pulled hard. The molecular mica threads cut off its tough scales, rough skin, and sturdy flesh, deeply embedding into the bones all over its body. The animal was like a fish that had bitten the hook. However hard it struggled, it would only make the hook even tighter. Having been training for hundreds of years, the multi-horned bizarre dragon had long gained basic intelligence. It knew that now was a time of life and death. If it could not eliminate the weird threads that had been embedded into its body, there was no way that it could run away. After struggling down for a moment, it changed the methodology and simply attacked backward toward Liao by hitting the surface of the river with its enormous tail. Hiu! Yen Liren's second primeval sword was unsheathed. The two swords were like another two dragons when they fought the rest of the two heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Master Bitter Cicada took the opportunity to jump up from the moon-white cassock. Picking up the black staff, he batted the 18 pearls out, which rushed deep into the multi-horned bizarre dragon's body through its wounded neck with long exhaust flames like shooting stars. Dong! Master Bitter Cicada knocked the staff in midair. As if it had hit solid ground, a deafening noise was raised. Centered at the point where the staff hit the ground, complicated and dazzling rune arrays appeared out of nowhere and stretched out. At the core of the runes were 3 overlapping swastikas, which were surrounded by 18 Buddhas in different postures. As the 18 Buddhas glittered one after another, 8 dull noises echoed inside the multi-horned bizarre dragon's body. The parts where the noises originated bulged out violently at first as if they had swallowed an iron ball, before they quickly withered as if all the bones had been removed. The animal turned from a dominating dragon into a soft earthworm, losing all ability to fight back. Shua! Liao's molecular mica threads cut off the remaining 2 heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon easily. The body of the animal, which was essentially a mountain of meat, fell into the Sorcerer's River and soon disappeared into the currents. When Liao, Yen Liren, and Master Cicada, 3 super-nascent soul-stage cultivators of the ancient sage's sector, joined hands, a multi-horned bizarre dragon could not get away despite the interference of nature. The demon cores are mine now. Liao burst into laughter on purpose, finding an excuse for his precious attack. Pretending that he was greedy, He controlled the molecular mica threads to pick up the 3 demon cores that were rotating in the air. But after he raised his head, he discovered that Master Bitter Cicada did not bother to look at the 3 demon cores at all. He did not even catch his breath first as he dived deep into the Sorcerer's River. What's he doing? Liao blinked in bafflement. But he vaguely felt that yet another round of tides was sweeping close from further up the Sorcerer's River. Considering the vulnerability of the dams there, if the defense rune arrays were not repaired as soon as possible, perhaps the crash of the tides alone was enough to collapse the dams, and the multi-horned Bizarre Dragon was not even needed. Is he going to crush the incessant tides on his own until the storm stops? As if hit by lightning, Liao was utterly dumbfounded. He had never thought that such an extraordinary person as Master Bitter Cicada could be born in the world of ancient cultivators. Looking at Master Bitter Cicada marching toward the tides on his own above the Sorcerer's River, Yen Liren frowned and asked, "What's on your mind, fellow cultivator, spiritual vulture?" "I'm thinking." Liao rolled his eyes for a long time and finally said, "Brother Yen, your unparalleled sword is already fast to the point that it can't be any faster. It is enough to kill any person in the world. But I wonder, is it capable of slaying the incessant tides?" "Slaying the incessant tides?" Touching his bald head and looking at the other bald head in the flood, Yen Liren's nostrils flared. Interesting. The overwhelming storm lasted a day and a night. It was not until the next day in the morning that the lackluster sun finally revealed itself reluctantly in the broken morning glow. Thanks to Liao, Yen Liren, and Master Bitter Cicada, the canal that the members of the Purple Pole Sword sect were on did not have a tragedy of collapsing dams, but other places were not so lucky. Dams collapsed seriously and less seriously everywhere. When Liao flew up hundreds of meters, everything that he could see had been drowned in water except for the relatively high places that had turned into lone islands and long bridges. The victims whose homes had been destroyed by the flood were crammed onto the islands and bridges like ants, spreading out aimlessly. They were homeless peasants, the greatest headache for the court and cultivators. For the court, the homeless peasants were the greatest cause of riots. For the cultivators, when alive, the homeless peasants that were nothing more than ants and weeds were certainly nothing to be scared of. However, should the evil warlords such as Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu get involved and absorb the aggressive souls that had died miserably in the natural disaster, they might be turned into violent ghouls after a few battles, which would be quite a headache. Therefore, resisting the natural disaster and appeasing the homeless peasants was not only the court's responsibility but a responsibility for all the cultivators. It was especially so for the cultivation sects that were rooted in the southeast because, if they did not do anything, they would be the first to be wounded by an insurgents. Seeing that countless homeless peasants, with their ragged clothes and numb faces, had even lost the ability to cry and were simply moving with the crowd in desperation, Liao did not know what to feel. There were of course natural disasters in the Star Glory Federation too, such as floods, earthquakes, and tsunamis. However, for the cultivators of the Star Glory Federation, resisting the natural disasters was a duty as important as slaying evils. One for all and all for one was certainly not empty talk. The central government had a thorough, well-tested emergency relief mechanism. When it was fully functioning, there was no way that the flood would be so severe. Even if there were homeless victims, they would be properly taken care of soon and certainly would not be left alone to count on themselves. While he was sighing, Liao's eyes were keen enough to notice a moon-white figure amid the dense crowd. It was Master Bitter Cicada. Liao was very curious about the mysterious monk. The previous night, to resist the tides, he had marched into the flood time and time again until his spiritual energy had been exhausted, and a few high-level cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword sect had saved him. It did not occur to Liao that the guy was out again after a rest of only 4 hours. What was he doing among the disaster-stricken people? Liao's curiosity was aroused. He landed near Master Bitter Cicada. When the homeless peasants saw that a deity was landing from the clouds, they were so ashamed that they all fled away. Even if they fell into the dirty water, they did not dare to draw close to Liao. Some of the white-haired old men were even kneeling before Liao, dragging the children whose hair was dry and yellow. Liao's heart almost broke. as Master Spiritual Vulture, it was naturally inappropriate to treat everybody as an equal. He could only frown and take the courtesies while forcing him to look at Master Bitter Cicada instead of the dirty faces. Amid a bunch of muddy peasants, Master Bitter Cicada's moon-white robe was polluted, too. Even his bald head was blemished with sludge and dirt. But his face was still as immaculate as white jade. It seemed to be glowing from inside. He was sitting cross-legged in the middle of mud. In front of him, however, was a skull that was monolithic and hideous and almost as large as an elephant. It was one of the heads of the multi-horned bizarre dragon. Master Bitter Cicada's fist-sized pearls were hovering above the head and emitting gentle light that was nurturing the head. The vague aggression and brutality that lingered in the multi-horned bizarre dragon's head gradually dispersed while Master Bitter Cicada was reciting the sutras. He is appeasing the soul of the animal. Liao was greatly awed. I'm told that the Stupa Temple claims that everybody is equal and everything has wisdom, but I didn't know that Master Bitter Cicada is so merciful that he would even go through the trouble of appeasing the soul of an animal. What a remarkable monk. All done. While Liao was secretly complimenting him, Master Bitter Cicada finished his technique. The 18 pearls flew back to his shoulder, and he stood up, supporting his black staff. Stretching out his arms, he clapped his hands and smiled. The poison inside the skull of the animal has all been eliminated by this monk. You are free to eat it now. After saying that, he waved his staff. After a crack, the bone broke apart, and the brains spurted out. Liao. Master Bitter Cicada did not rest at all. He waved the black staff fast and bashed the multi-horned bizarre dragon's head crazily, his spiritual energy leaking in like water. It was not until the tough skull was pulverized and changed into nothing more than soft dough that he took a deep breath and retreated his staff. Resuming his former solemnity, he put his palms together toward the multi-horned bizarre dragon and paid respect to it. In the end, he spoke to the homeless peasants nearby. Although the poison in the animal has been neutralized by this monk, it is the meat of a demon beast that contains powerful spiritual energy after all. If you eat it without self-control, you will end up the same way as if you take the jade crystal pellet. Your guts will flow out, and your veins will be broken. You will die the most miserable death. This is how you should eat the meat. Everyone can pick a tiny bit with your fingernail and then mix it into half a bucket of water. Then, you will divide the water into even proportions and have the water over 3 days and 3 nights, not any faster. In such a way, you will not be thirsty or hungry for the next couple of days, and you can manage to survive even if you don't have any food or water for 1 week. By then, the aid from the court will surely have arrived. Rest assured, everybody, you have been separated from your hometown, but do you have mayors or anyone in charge? If you don't, asking any respected seniors to divide the meat for everyone will also be fine. Master Bitter Cicada's words were plain, yet they seemed to boast marvelous power that made all the homeless peasants line up obediently and elect more than 10 respected seniors for distribution. It was in order without any chaos. It was not until then that Liao realized that Master Bitter Cicada went through so much trouble to purge the head of the multi-horned bizarre dragon with his own spiritual energy because he was preparing food for the hungry peasants. All the victims of the disaster were ordinary people whose consumption was little. If a head of the multi-horned bizarre dragon was ground into powder and mixed into water, it was indeed enough to support thousands of people for a couple of days. After finishing the distribution, Master Bitter Cicada finally nodded at Liao with a smile in acknowledgement. Then, crazy noises echoed from the handsome monk's belly. He had been working in the flood for a day and a night too and must have been very hungry himself. Rubbing his stomach, Master Bitter Cicada walked to an empty spot nearby. Liao followed with great curiosity. The homeless peasants naturally could not thank Master Bitter Cicada enough. However, seeing that the two deities were about to talk, they did not draw too close and simply kept their distance. A big pit had been dug at the center of the empty spot, in which some wood and grass was smoldering. Other than the smell of burnt plants, there was also a weird flavor that Liao could not recognize. Master Bitter Cicada sniffed and, probably feeling that the food was ready, squatted near the pit. He wiped his staff, which was stained with mud and brains, with a corner of his moon-white robe before using the staff to lift up the twigs and wood that covered the pit, revealing a cluster of black things. After a boom, a sour and smelly scent suddenly rushed into Liao's nostrils. Liao craned his neck and glanced at the pit, only to almost vomit out what he had eaten yesterday in disgust. Inside the pit were a few pieces of beef covered in mud. It was a way to cook chicken. If the food had been properly cooked, there should be a fragrant odor. However, beef was too large and thick for such a cooking method in the first place. The fire was not strong enough either. As a result, the beef was still half raw with blood flowing out. There were also tremendous guts in the pit, which looked black but released colorful pus at the first touch. When all the beef was combined, it should have made up more than half a bowl. But they had been soaked in the flood for so long that they had all deteriorated. However they were cooked, the stink was too intense to go away, haunting the pit. Liao had never been picky about food. Fine dining was certainly great, but the most regular snacks on the street could be enjoyable too. However, he found the highly rotten, stinky meat that had been soaked in the flood for too long very repulsive. Master Bitter Cicada, on the other hand, took out a handful of powder that Liao did not recognize and sprayed it onto the pit, managing to suppress the stench. Then he jabbed his staff and picked up a bleeding bull's leg before he clenched the hoof with both hands as if the leg were a saber. Extending his neck, he bit the leg comfortably. After only 2 mouthfuls, there was almost only the bone left. Master Bitter Cicada was not satisfied. His teeth shining, and with cracking noises echoing non-stop, the leg bone of the bull was gnawed section after section as if it were sugarcane. Eventually, there was not the slightest residue left. Liao was stunned. He had never seen it coming that the most voracious man whom he had seen in his life would actually be such a good-looking monk. Master Bitter Cicada chewed the leg until there was nothing left. Then, he picked up his staff again and stabbed a block of ribs in the pit. It was not until he grabbed the ribs that he realized that he had company. Smiling at Liao bitterly, he said, "This monk has a large stomach that the beef here can barely fill. So, I will not offer anything to you, Master Spiritual Vulture." "Do excuse me." Liao was still in a trance. Watching the guy rip apart the ribs and suck them into his belly as if they were noodles, Liao did not come back to himself after a long time. He stammered, Do monks eat meat too?" "Of course." Greasy and surrounded by the stench of meat, Master Bitter Cicada was holding the ribs in his mouth, but faint pity and sorrow still lingered on his face. There was no telling whether it was because the food was too awful or because he was feeling sorry for the bull that had ended up in his stomach. Pushing the residue at the corner of his mouth into his mouth with his thumb, he sighed. How can a monk have the strength to save people without eating meat? The statement truly made no sense. However, Master Bitter Cicada indeed boasted such charisma that even the most ridiculous words in the world, if spoken by him with such a poignant expression, would force other people think whether or not they made sense after all. Batting his eyes for a long time, Liao frowned. "Even if you want to eat meat, you should eat the meat of the animals that contain tremendous spiritual energy. Do you not have a cosmos ring that stores food?" "There were a few pieces in the beginning," Master Bitter Cicada explained casually. "However, there were too many peasants on my way here. The food has been divided by them. Even so, you should at least get some fresh meat." Liao could not help but observe. A lot of dead pigs and cows are drifting in the flood, not to mention the incessant river fish. Although the pigs and cows are mostly decayed, too, some of the meat must be edible. Why do you have to eat such filthy food? The fine meat on the pigs, cows, and the fresh river fish are naturally offered to the homeless peasants, Master Bitter Cicada replied. The deteriorated meat, however, is certainly not edible for ordinary folks. If they eat it, they would suffer diarrhea until they died of dehydration. But it doesn't matter for this monk. It tastes slightly sour, but it is still good enough to provide nutrition for me. Liao was greatly moved and lost for words. He could only hold back his shock while he watched Master Bitter Cicada swallow the half-putrefied meat one mouthful after another. Although he was eating the most sour and greasy roasted beef in the middle of the mud softened by the flood, Master Bitter Cicada was so casual and comfortable as if he were enjoying the finest tea in the world, with the most delicate utensils in the most peaceful chamber, while appreciating the beautiful landscape out of the window. Master? Taking a long breath, Liao calmed himself down and looked for a topic. It was with your help that we managed to block the multi-horned bizarre dragon yesterday. We retrieved 3 invaluable demon cores. I am certainly not a greedy man. According to the tradition of the cultivators, the 3 demon cores should be divided evenly among you, me, and sword maniac Yen Liren. You are very welcome, Master Spiritual Vulture. But dividing them evenly is not necessary. Master Bitter Cicada waved his hands generously. How can we do that? Liao could not have admired the ascetic monk more. He said earnestly, I heard your name a lot when I was in Southland of Sorcerers, Master Bitter Cicada. Now, I have come to the Central Plateaus to make a name for myself and even establish my own sect one day. If word gets out that I took your demon core, won't I be too ashamed? You deserve the demon core, Master, and you must keep it. You misunderstood me, Master Spiritual Vulture. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. This monk meant that the multi-horned bizarre dragon was found by me in the first place. Most of its strength was exhausted by me when this monk hunted it all the way down. It was this monk who launched the critical strike, too. Therefore, it is only fair that this monk takes 2 of the 3 demon cores. This monk was going to visit your sect and ask for them after this monk finished the beef. But now that you have brought it up, Master Spiritual Vulture, it is even better. This monk can tell that you are not a petty man. You are not going to argue over a demon core with this monk, are you? Ha! If you think that 2 is too much, Master Spiritual Vulture, we can always negotiate, Master Bitter Cicada said solemnly. How about we each side have 1 demon core and divide the 3rd one? This monk will take 80%, and your sect will take 20%. Do you find it reasonable? How can the demon core be divided? Ask the auctions in divine capital to appraise and sell them. We'll divide the income, Master Bitter Cicada said unhurriedly. Of course, if your sect thinks that it is too much trouble, you can offer a price to me. If this monk is satisfied, this monk will directly sell it to your sect. That way, the intermediary fees for the auctions can be saved. Liao was rendered speechless. Master Bitter Cicada continued guzzling the meat. Why are you quiet, Master Spiritual Vulture? Do you think that my price is too high? We are not in a hurry. It can be negotiated slowly. Not exactly. Liao scratched his nose and smiled. I did not expect that you would be so straightforward as to talk about money directly. We do not know each other. What else can we talk about if not money? Master Bitter Cicada frowned. Do you want this monk to preach the Dharma to you? Liao, right? It doesn't matter what the final price is. But if your sect can afford it, this monk would like to sell my share to your sect and trade it for food, medicine, and clothes. Does your sect have time to collect resources? I wonder, if you can collect a large sum of food in a short time, this monk can slightly reduce the share. We can divide it 50-50. Liao seemed to have been slapped in the face by the monk. He found it hard to believe. Food, medicine, and clothes? Master, are you trading the demon core for stuff to help the victims? Holding an enormous bull's head in his hand and with a greasy mouth, Master Bitter Cicada smiled and said, That's the least I can do. Liao did not know what to say. With complicated feelings, he pondered for a moment and said solemnly, Master, I don't want to waste my time negotiating with you. It doesn't matter at all even if I offer my demon core to you. However, there is one condition that you must agree to. Oh, Master Bitter Cicada's eyes were shining. The pity on his face dispersed for a moment, as if the sunshine was beaming out of the broken, dark clouds. He looked even more handsome and extraordinary than before, for only one moment. Then the next moment, the vague bitterness flowed up again. What's your condition, Master Spiritual Vulture? It's not been very long since I broke out of seclusion, and I'm short of magical equipment and materials. Liao thought hard for a long time to come up with a reasonable excuse so that he could offer his demon core for free. Gold, silver, copper, steel, agate, emeralds, and such are abundant in the purple pole sword sect. But rare demon cores and animal bones are less easy to find. This overwhelming flood have driven countless ferocious beasts to the plateau, giving us a great chance to collect the cores and bones. You'll be the one taking advantage this time, Master. But next time we run into a troublesome animal, I'll need you to help me to hunt it. No problem. Master Bitter Cicada clapped his hands and said, "That is exactly what this monk does for a living. With a decent price, not just hunting demon beasts and collecting cores and bones, even if you have other needs, Master Spiritual Vulture, such as exploring the residences of the previous dynasties, sweeping the primitive forests, or if you need to build up your power when you establish your sect, or if you need an expert as a bodyguard when you are being chased after by an enemy, I can satisfy all your needs. Also, the prices of my services have been clearly listed. Every cultivator knows my reputation." After saying that, he picked out a thin handkerchief from his pocket and threw it to Liao. Liao picked up the handkerchief and looked, only to discover that it was a price list written with tiny, golden characters, listing the prices for hunting demon beasts, fighting as muscle, having a duel as someone's champion, and a lot of other services. Once more, Liao was dumbfounded. Shouldn't a monk be living in seclusion and studying the sutras? How can you consider slaying demon beasts and fighting other people your main business? Living in seclusion and studying the sutras will not save any victims of the disaster, even if the Buddhas are woken up by the recitals, Master Bitter Cicada said. In a mortal world, can you ever get the food in your mouth and the clothes on your body without real money? Even so, Liao said, appeasing the deceased and holding religious ceremonies are both ways to make money. Buddhism is not popular in the ancient sages' sector, Master Bitter Cicada said. This world belongs to the Grand Mystery sect. Appeasing the deceased and holding religious ceremonies are too unrewarding. Also, this monk does not know how to recite sutras but only knows fighting. Hunting demon beasts and fighting on behalf of others are much more straightforward. Liao was even more surprised. Isn't it a creed of the Stupa sect that all creatures are equal and we must be merciful? Regarding hunting demon beasts as your business, Master, I'm afraid it's a little bit. The pity on Master Bitter Cicada's face grew even more intense. In the years of peace and prosperity, this monk naturally values mercy. But right now, people are starving everywhere, and everybody is caught in the abyss of suffering, leaving this monk no choice but to do what I have to do. As for the all the creatures are equal part, it doesn't matter whether or not I kill the demon beasts. Take the multi-horned bizarre dragon, for example. Today, this monk was slightly more capable than the animal, so naturally it was killed, skinned, and eaten. However, if it had been more ferocious and swallowed this monk whole, this monk wouldn't have complained at all. Wolves feed on sheep, and sheep feed on grass. You can eat me, and I can eat you. What's the difference? This is the true meaning of all the creatures are equal. About that. Scratching his head, Liao still felt that it was weird. This multi-horned bizarre dragon was almost 100 meters long, with 3 enormous heads. I'm afraid that it was already 700 to 800 years old and boasted certain wisdom. It was still not similar to grass and trees, was it? Did you not feel guilty at all when you killed it, Master? With a smile, Master Bitter Cicada replied, You are too obsessed, Master Spiritual Vulture. Since all the creatures are equal, then not just 700 to 800 years. Even the great animals that have lurked for 7,000 to 8,000 years are no different from a weed or a dry tree off the road. Are they? While this monk was on the way here, I saw too many victims who lost their homes. They uprooted weeds and bark on dry trees, devouring them without bothering about the consequences. Yet, they were unable to digest the food and soon died. Quite a lot of lives were lost. The victims are lives. The weeds are lives. The trees are lives. The multi-horned bizarre dragon was a life too. If this monk had chosen not to kill the multi-horned bizarre dragon, many lives would have perished where this monk couldn't see. There would still have been blood on this monk's hands. What's the difference? As if hit by a bat right on the forehead, Liao felt his ears humming. He asked respectfully, Is this the Dharma? Yes. Solemnly, Master Bitter Cicada nodded slightly. This is the Dharma. Those who listen to this monk interpreting the Dharma will be charged. 2. You have seen the prices, Master Spiritual Vulture. Please. Master Bitter Cicada extended his greasy hand over. When Liao returned to the Purple Pole Sword Sect's temporary camp at a loss, the astonishment on his face had not entirely disappeared. Dan Fengzi, leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, knew exactly what had happened after seeing Liao's face. Master Spiritual Vulture, did Master Bitter Cicada beg for alms from you? Liao nodded. Not exactly alms. I offered the demon core of the multi-horned Bazaar Dragon that belonged to me to Master Bitter Cicada for free and agreed to exchange the 2 demon cores for food, medicine, and clothes. He promised that when I was going to explore residences, relics, and secret treasuries in the future, he would try his best to help me once. It's a fair deal. Dan Fengzi smiled. Although Master Bitter Cicada's cultivation has remained stagnated for decades and is even slightly dropping, he is definitely still one of the few top experts in the world. Even junior brother Yen might not be able to defeat him. You have definitely profited by trading a tiny demon core for his help once, Master Spiritual Vulture. If the disaster were less severe, I'm afraid that Master Bitter Cicada wouldn't have made such a promise so easily. You must cherish the opportunity, Master Spiritual Vulture, and do not redeem the favor easily. As for the food, medicine, and clothes, that will be the least of your concerns, Master Spiritual Vulture. They're all on me. To show respect for you and Master Bitter Cicada, what you are going to get for the 2 demon cores will certainly be more than they're worth. Liao nodded. He could not help but remark, how can there be such a monk? Everybody is baffled, Dan Fengzi said. He had a good shot at advancing into the divinity transformation stage with his unusual talents. Yet, he was stalled by the ordinary people in the mortal world. After decades of lingering, he is moving farther and farther away from the divinity transformation stage now and is probably never going to advance into it for the rest of his life. I do wonder why Master Bitter Cicada has been doing all that. Rolling his eyes, Liao asked. Master Bitter Cicada also showed me a price list. There are all kinds of services, such as hunting demon beasts or fighting as a champion. Does he always earn money in such a way? Yes, it's not a big secret among cultivators. With a decent price, he can take whatever task, Dan Fengzi said. It is not unusual for a cultivator to seek wealth. After all, the resources necessary for our training must be traded with money. However, the resources that Master Bitter Cicada earned through hunting demon beasts and exploring relics at the risk of his own life are mostly traded for food for the relief of the victims of disasters everywhere. The ancient sages sector is too large a place. Natural disasters never cease. There are countless victims of disasters every year. It is not something that you can help. Are his endeavors any different from a moth darting toward the fire trying to extinguish the burning flames? This is pure idiocy. Moth darting toward the fire. In a trance, Liao suddenly thought of something. He squinted and said, Odd. If Master Bitter Cicada is so strong, and he is willing to accept any task with a decent price, how come the Purple Pole Sword Sect or the Grand Mystery Sect did not hire him to help in the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months ago? Who says we didn't hire him? Dan Fengzi frowned and said, rather angrily, Master Bitter Cicada came to us, stating that the 5 major sects including the Grand Mystery Sect and the Thunderstorm Valley paid him a certain amount of money and asked him to threaten the Purple Pole Sword Sect together with them. However, he was still hesitating because he was going somewhere else for disaster relief. Therefore, if the Purple Pole Sword Sect was willing to pay 70% of the price, he would not join them. What choice did we have except to pay the money obediently? Liao was amused. What an interesting monk. Right then, on Liao's mercenary observation list, Master Bitter Cicada had already surpassed Sword Maniac Yen Liren and become the one that fitted the Star Glory Federation's ideology best and deserved to be hired most. While the two of them were talking, Qi Zhongdao had finally arrived with the reinforcements of the other major sects that had come to relieve the disaster and execute the ghosts. Dan Fengzi was not wrong. The reinforcements who came with Qi Zhongdao were sparse, their flags not straight. There were few disciples below every banner, who were not half as magnificent as 3 months ago when they threatened the Purple Pole Sword sect. It appeared that dividing the interests and rescuing people in a disaster were indeed different. Most of the cultivation sects that were not headquartered in the southeast showed very little interest in the mission. The few cultivation sects that had sent their best there were actually planning to fish in the dirty water. Seeing that the leader, the sword maniac, master spiritual vulture, and other elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect had all arrived in respect for the summoning of the leader of the great Qian cultivators, Qi Zhongdao was somewhat moved. He hurried to descend and meet with everyone. After some small talk, Dan Fengzi asked about the latest situation in the disaster area. Qi Zhongdao shook his head. Hoarsely, he replied, "Not good." According to Qi Zhongdao, the inundated area that the members of the Purple Pole Sword sect were at was still in a relatively decent condition. After all, floods were rather common in the Great Qian dynasty every year. The victims in front of them alone were not enough to panic the court and the cultivators. The real trouble was the southeast seashore where the febrile typhoon savaged. The febrile typhoon had affected 3 states, 9 counties, and 70 prefectures, devastating more towns than anyone could count. It had also triggered continuous forest fires, burning a lot of farmland and settlements to the ground. Too many folks had lost their homes. Their number was 100 times larger than the disaster victims that the cultivators could see before them. The disaster victims were not problems per se because they were not much of a threat to the cultivators. The real problem was that, since most of the victims were short of clothes, food, and medicine, and they were already dying because of the wounds caused by the febrile typhoon and the dirty water that they were soaked in, there was a good chance that they would die in the end. There were peaceful deaths and unpeaceful deaths. For those who died of old age, their soul was relatively steady, and it was easy for them to disperse and be relieved for eternity. But for the victims who were starved to death in the febrile typhoon and flood, who were killed because they ate too many plant roots, and who died miserably because their wounds caused by the febrile typhoon got infected, their soul contained powerful hatred and aggression. When the negative emotions were taken advantage of by guys such as Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, they could easily turn into ferocious ghosts and threaten the cultivators. Based on past experience, the great disasters were always followed by plagues. During the plagues, the army of ghouls would march forward fearlessly. The ghostly fire would blossom everywhere in the prosperous land in the southeast as fast as lightning. A big army of ghouls has already appeared near East Peace County, with fire that looks like a white lotus above their heads. Even in broad daylight, they still dare to appear on the main road, trying to block the transportation between East Peace County and other places and assassinate the scouts and cultivators flying out of East Peace County. They are apparently making preparations for the army of ghouls to attack the city. The 10 or so towns to the south of East Peace County suffered the heaviest blow after the febrile typhoon passed. Countless folks were killed, but when the cultivators of the sects nearby went to investigate, they only saw a whole area of dead bodies and found absolutely no remaining souls. It was obvious that all the remaining souls had been taken away by Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu and refined into ghoul soldiers. This time, the White Lotus ghouls are assaulting on a large scale exactly at a time when the febrile typhoon and the floods are happening. It is not to be underestimated. The entire southeast may be affected. The southeast of the Great Qian dynasty is the most important agricultural region for the cultivators. Half of the jade crystal pellets for the cultivators are grown here. Before, the fertile land in the northeast could also be established into farmlands, but the main roads to the northeast have all been cut by the dragon wolf cavalry of Ghost Qin. It is impossible to develop the northeast for now. We cannot allow anything to happen to the southeast. Should the White Lotus Ghoul army trample on all the farmland, the prices of rice and wheat will certainly soar. Chances are that starvation will happen even among the cultivators. If so, the competition between sects will become even fiercer. All the rules in the world of cultivators will disappear. With a dark face, Qi Zhongdao elaborated on why they had come such a long way for disaster relief and to eliminate the White Lotus cult. Qi Zhongdao was not a merciful monk like Master Bitter Cicada. Everything that he did was for the interests of the cultivators. He would not bat an eye if thousands of victims were killed, but it was utterly intolerable if those victims could be turned into deadly ghouls and sabotage the southeast farmlands under the lead of Mother White Lotus. There were thousands of training techniques in the ancient sages sector. However, there was one fundamental training principle that transcended all other methods. Nobody could do anything without food. Cultivators boasted marvelous capabilities. The functioning speed of their cells, nerves, and muscles was 10 times and even 100 times higher than that of the ordinary people. To maintain the activity of their cells, they had to devour an astronomical amount of food every day. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to starve themselves. If they fed on regular food and meat, they would require a huge amount of provisions, and they might not be full after consuming 100 kilograms of food. In the meantime, such food could only keep their current level from falling at best. If they intended to progress, they had to feed on the meat of the animals that boasted tremendous spiritual energy or food such as jade crystal pellets. The animals that boasted tremendous spiritual energy had to be hunted. They were not readily available for low-level cultivators. The rice and wheat grown in the farmlands where spiritual energy was dense, in comparison, was the foundation for the cultivators' training and for a cultivation sect to exist. Half of the farmlands were located in the southeast, which was also the better half with the most spiritual energy. If the southeast farmlands were destroyed by the White Lotus ghouls, there would certainly be a food crisis among the cultivators in the harvest season in the latter half of the year. Qi Zhongdao unfolded a map of the great Qian dynasty painted on goatskin. Mystic rays were slowly rising up, congregating into an uneven sand table where the mountains, rivers, and towns were all detailed. He pointed at the sand table and said, "Right now, the 5 main troops of the court are marching to the southeast at top speed. As all you fellow cultivators know, most of the soldiers of the court are ordinary people who can barely move forward in the flood. It will take them at least a fortnight to arrive at East Peace County. During that half a month, it will be our job to help stabilize the situation. We have 3 missions in total. First of all, pacify the victims and prevent them from getting killed by coldness and hunger and turning into hateful, restless ghosts. Secondly, protect the farmlands from the scourge of the army of ghouls. Thirdly, if possible, find Mother White Lotus Wanmingzhu and execute the mother of all ghosts. This is indeed great kindness. With everyone's help here, the folks in the southeast will finally have a chance to be saved. You are all making great contributions, fellow cultivators." Master Bitter Cicada, who had been informed and come over, put his palms together and asked, "But I wonder, where will the food for the homeless victims come from in the next half a month?" Qi Zhongdao slashed his hands. The Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, Thunderstorm Valley, Flying Spirit Island, the Gold Armor Clan, and the Monster Taming Pavilion, as well as many other large sects, have dispatched a sizable batch of emergency food that will be delivered in a couple of days. This was the first time that Liao had heard of the Purple Pole Sword Sect providing a large batch of food for the disaster area. After a momentary daze, he somehow had a better impression on the cultivation sections. Whatever their purpose was, supporting the disaster area with precious food would save a lot of victims. It was indeed worth commending. Liao could not help but glance at Dan Fengzi, the leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, only to discover that Dan Fengzi was wearing a weird smile. Sensing Liao's eyes, he scratched his nose and turned his face. Taking a breath in relief, Master Bitter Cicada thought for a moment and asked again, "Then, what are the victims going to eat for the next couple of days?" After hearing that, Qi Zhongdao's face was even darker than before. His cheeks cramping, he said coldly, "I'm afraid we'll have to ask the local sects in the southeast to provide food. This is a local affair of the southeast after all. How can the local sects idle by while the foreign sects are doing everything we can?" After listening to Qi Zhongdao's explanation, Liao finally realized that not every place was demolished in the febrile typhoon and flood. There were still some paradises in the area. They were the headquarters of the local sects in the southeast. It was needless to mention East Peace County, a splendid city where dozens of sects were headquartered. Even the sects in local towns had mostly established their headquarters against the mountains. The headquarters were often magnificent and impenetrable. They were also surrounded by defense rune arrays and barriers. Floods, febrile typhoons, and other natural disasters would be hard-pressed to breach their defenses. Even when the bureaus of the cultivation sects were destroyed, they were often the last establishments in the local area to be destroyed. Therefore, when a natural disaster was nearing, most of the cultivators would reap the rice, store tremendous assets, and escape into their headquarters in advance. They would defend the strongholds and would not be active in the outside world until the natural disaster was over. Since the Sorcerer's River downstream was a kingdom of swamps and the southeast was basically drowned, the headquarters of the cultivation sects had essentially become lone islands where tremendous resources were stored. However, it was certainly not easy to open the lone islands. 350 kilometers from here, it's the headquarters of Roaring Tiger Hall. Pointing at the edge of a rather high mountain on the mountain, Zhongdao said, "Roaring Tiger Hall is one of the few most famous sects in the southeast. 2/3 of the farmlands in the entire West River stage belong to Roaring Tiger Hall. Roaring Tiger Hall first thrived based on the farmlands. Then, they monopolized the transportation business along a stretch of the Sorcerer's River and accumulated tremendous wealth. They have spent 20 years hollowing Heavenly Tiger Mountain and establishing the magnificent Roaring Tiger City. Roaring Tiger City has been built next to the mountain and is extraordinarily spectacular. When it was built, an enormous tiger apparitions array was already buried deep beneath the ground. Also, more than 100 crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista have been forged in the critical locations in the city. It is essentially an impenetrable fortress. Roaring Tiger Hall boasts 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage. They are the dominators in the West River state. Hearing that the febrile typhoon and the flood were coming near, they collected all the resources, escaped into Roaring Tiger City, and shut the gate. Because Roaring Tiger City is the highest place in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby, it has not been damaged at all in the natural disaster. Right now, hundreds of millions of disaster victims are gathered below Roaring Tiger City, and millions more are still running toward the place. If Roaring Tiger City keeps their gates shut without letting anybody in or any grain out, there will be great trouble soon enough. Deep in thought, Master Bitter Cicada nodded. Then, have you paid a visit to Roaring Tiger Hall, Master Qi? Qi Zhongdao's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot that had been brushed with shoe polish. He gnashed his teeth. The Grand Mystery Sect has already visited them. It's a pity that the meeting did go so well. Therefore, I'm hoping that Leader Dan Fengzi, fellow cultivator Yen Liren, Master Spiritual Vulture, Master Bitter Cicada, and the other cultivators here can go persuade Roaring Tiger Hall to consider the big picture together. It was obvious that the super nascent soul stage, who was the nominal leader of all the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty and supported by the ultimate treasure of the ancient sages sector, was more than infuriated. Qi Zhongdao's words made a lot of sense. Naturally, Li Yao and the rest of them followed his command. The high-level cultivators from dozens of sects, carrying their vivid banners, rushed toward Roaring Tiger City like almost 100 rainbows with their own unique techniques. While they were on their way, Li Yao approached Dan Fengzi and asked, "Leader, I didn't know that the Purple Pole Sword sect would be so generous as to provide food for the disaster victims. Is it true?" Dan Fengzi chuckled but hesitated. Looking at the high-level cultivators of other sects nearby, he said in a low voice, "There is more to the matter. We'll talk about it later. All in all, we only need to follow the Grand Mystery Sect's lead. Whatever the Grand Mystery Sect does, we do exactly the same." Pausing for a moment, he said again, "Later, after we arrive, you must tread lightly, Elder Spiritual Vulture. Roaring Tiger Hall boasts 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, 10 at the peak of the core formation stage, and countless low-level cultivators. It is one of the most distinguished sects in the entire Southeast and stronger than many sects in East Peace County. Also, Roaring Tiger City, their headquarters, is a city that has recently been built in the past 10 or so years. The Tiger Apparitions Array is a first-rate defense array. The Crouching Tiger Cannon is also very powerful remote magical equipment. On our side, although we have many sects and experts, and the 6 major sects seem to be joining hands, most here are not united at all. Who is willing to be the first to march forward and take the blow of 100 crouching tiger cannons in the middle of the tiger apparitions array? What's more, those who are capable of flying tens of thousands of kilometers above the inundated area in only a couple of days are all high-level cultivators. Therefore, it's all the leadership of the major sects who have come on the trip. Look, even our imperial swordsmen have had to stay in the camp at the rear because they can't follow us. Now that we are short of an army of mortals and low-level cultivators to consume the array and the cannons, there will be a great loss if the high-level cultivators attack all by themselves. What do you mean, leader? Bulging his eyes, Liao pretended to be surprised. Are you going to assault Roaring Tiger City? It all depends on Master Righteous One. Dan Fengzi blinked and said, everything is obvious now. To weaken Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu's power and prevent her from gathering an army of ghouls to attack East Peace County. We cannot allow too many disaster victims to die in hatred and remorse. To prevent the disaster victims from dying in hatred and remorse, they must at least be fed so that they will die with their belly full if they have to. But where can we find food exactly? Other than East Peace County, which is surrounded by the White Lotus Ghoul army, the fortresses of the cultivators scattered in the southeast are the only places with a storage of food. But will the local cultivators behave nicely and simply offer their food? Roaring Tiger Hall is the largest cultivation sect in the southeast outside the ones in East Peace County. I assure you that countless pairs of eyes are focused on Roaring Tiger Hall right now. If Roaring Tiger Hall is willing to provide the food, other sects will certainly follow the example. If we can't bite the hard bone that is Roaring Tiger Hall, the other local sects will certainly refuse to offer a single grain of food. After pondering for a long time, Liao said, Master Righteous One's words make a lot of sense to me. If the White Lotus Ghoul army savages the southeast and destroyed the farmlands, the rice and wheat for the cultivators will be highly insufficient, which will do nobody any good. Do the local sects not bear the big picture in mind at all? Big picture. Dan Fengzi chuckled. Hee hee. Look, elder spiritual vulture. Roaring Tiger City is here. Lowering the tip of his sword, Liao narrowed his eyes and looked afar. Before he saw Roaring Tiger City, he heard cries, screams, shouts, and moans that were soaring into the sky first. Victims. Hundreds of thousands of disaster victims, in a series of thick, black torrents, were flowing incessantly from various directions toward the highest place in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby, Roaring Tiger City. But they were all blocked outside the city by colorful screens of light, only to form a camp of disaster victims, which was like a hell on earth. Inside the camp, cries were echoing everywhere. Disaster victims in ragged clothes who looked like walking dead were crammed together. Some of the disaster victims only had their last breath. They had been dragged to the same place, waiting to die. Extending their dry, thin arms where veins were bulging, they were snatching at the sky. There was no telling what they were trying to catch. Some of the younger and healthier folks were kneeling toward Roaring Tiger City, begging the deities to let them into the city. Many men kowtowed on the rocks so hard that their heads were bleeding until they fell to the side and stopped moving. A lot of disaster victims were searching for trees, weeds, rats, earthworms, anything that could be put into their mouth. They were fighting and mauling each other like animals for nothing more than a tiny earthworm. Bright, black auras were soaring from the disaster victims who were catching their last breath. Floating in midair, they condensed into what looked like dark clouds. Some scarlet things were vaguely condensed inside the clouds. As the disaster victims screamed, they got redder and redder. Like eccentric eyes, they gazed at the ground coldly, full of gloom, hate, wrath, desperation, and other negative emotions. The auras gave Liao an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Even the circulation of spiritual energy inside his body more or less stagnated. He was feeling nausea like the ordinary people who were naturally disgusted when faced with spiders or centipedes. The unrest souls and the devastating auras. Dan Fengzi exclaimed. I didn't know that such intense unrest souls and devastating auras had gathered in this place. It appears that Mother White Lotus will gain an army of aggressive ghouls with no effort. Reciting the sutras, Master Bitter Cicada moved out of the crowd and ran into the devastating auras above the moon-white cassock. Almost 100 black air masses that looked like skulls were immediately formed inside the devastating auras. Shrieking, the skulls lunged toward Master Bitter Cicada. The pity and sorrow on Master Bitter Cicada's face grew even denser than before. He shook his enormous pearls and then swung them with his staff. With his staff as the axis, the pearls rotated rapidly and released colorful mystic rays that sprayed on the 100 skulls. The skulls made of black air masses were frozen in midair. They trembled violently before blossoming like buds, revealing ragged, fuzzy shadows in the middle of the black air masses. The unconscious souls seemed to have just woken up from a dream and did not know what was going on. As Master Bitter Cicada recited the sutras, they seemed to be reminded of everything in their past. The devastating auras around them dispersed, and peace and delight returned to their faces again, before they gradually turned into pure, transparent mist. In the end, with sighs of relief, they left the world entirely. All the unrest souls had been appeased by Master Bitter Cicada. The sky, which had previously been haunted by gloomy winds, finally re-embraced sunlight. The nausea of Liao and the other high-level cultivators finally disappeared. The so-called soul was actually a collection of very special waves. After a person died, without the support of enough energy and materials, they would soon disappear. However, if their soul received a tiny bit of energy and managed to maintain the previous frequency and form for a while without collapsing, it would turn from a soul into a ghost. The aggressive ghoul referred to the highly unsteady and interferential field that contained tremendous negative emotions in this collection of special waves. The highly interferential field, if powerful enough, would be able to affect the real world, like the magnetic field of a magnet could attract and affect many metals and even add magnetism to the metals. If the interferential field invaded the brain of ordinary people, triggered the bioelectricity, and manipulated one's optical, audio, and central nerves, it was possible that the victim would see all kinds of terrible hallucinations. The central nerves and bodily fluids of the person could also be affected, resulting in wounds and changes to the human body, such as bloodshot eyes, uncanny laughter, weird posture, instant increase of hair and fingernails, and so on. When the aggressive ghoul was too strong, it could even block the original soul residing inside the body and assume its place. It was what the ordinary people called run into a ghost or possessed by a ghost. A human being's potential was infinite. For ordinary people, they did not know how to activate the potential in the normal state. The most likely time for them to activate their potential was the moment before their death. If they died peacefully without regret, their potentials would rarely be activated. However, if they had unaccomplished wishes, if they died a painful, miserable death, or if they had not reaped their revenge, it was possible for them to activate the full potential inside their brain when they were dying, which would lead to a reaction that resembled a supernova outbreak in the brain cells and turn themselves into powerful ghosts. If that was everything, with the cultivator's tough body and soul, they would not be scared of a few aggressive ghouls that used to be ordinary people when alive. But the real tricky issue was that changes in quantity would cause a change in quality. Hundreds of thousands of disaster victims had been gathered in the same place. Because of hunger, plague, coldness, and other reasons, their deaths were the opposite of tranquil. A lot of aggressive ghouls would be generated after they passed away. Some of the aggressive ghouls would even resonate and integrate, upgrading into ghoul generals and ghoul kings that were even more belligerent. No cultivator was willing to encounter an army of ghouls because the aggressive ghouls were often very disruptive. Even if the cultivators could eliminate the ghouls by raising their hands easily, their own soul would still suffer minor interference. If they were surrounded by thousands of aggressive ghouls, the minor interference would accumulate and destroy the steady circulation of spiritual energy in the cultivator's body. As a result, their soul and body would be corrupted by the devastating auras. Their cultivation would drop if they were lucky, and they would be mentally deranged if they were not. One might say that activating the most primitive life potential inside the head with indelible hatred and a miserable death and turning themselves into aggressive ghouls were the only way that ordinary people could check the cultivator's power in the underdeveloped world of the ancient cultivators. It was a special, suicidal attack. The ancient sage's sector's case was relatively better. Because the world was closely wrapped in a thick, dark nebula, spiritual energy and probe equipment could not leak in. Therefore, the extraterrestrial devils did not know about the existence of the sector. In the 3,000 sectors outside, at the age of the ancient cultivators, devils and ghosts often came together. When countless restless souls and aggressive ghouls congregated into an overwhelming army, and when the intense negative emotions broke out of the sky and spread to the universe, the extraterrestrial devils that were wandering in the universe would perceive it. Then, the extraterrestrial devils would arrive and build up the army of ghouls with the tenebrum energy that sometimes even corrupted living people. It would be an out-and-out catastrophe. It had happened before when the population of an entire planet was transformed into an army of ghouls and demonic cultivators who destroyed the cultivation sects and civilizations in the sectors nearby. However, it was exactly because the ordinary people in the 3,000 sectors nearby boasted an ultimate checking method, which was introducing the extraterrestrial devils. The cultivators paid more attention to the harmony with the ordinary people and tried to leave the extraterrestrial devils no chance. Also, in the Great Dark Age, which lasted 30,000 years, ordinary people and cultivators suffered cruel tyranny together and gradually turned into a community of shared destiny, which was the bedrock for the modern cultivation civilization. In the ancient sages sector, there was no such thing as the arrival of the extraterrestrial devils. The most advanced ghoul that an ordinary person could turn into was Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu. It was not enough to shake the foundation of the cultivators' reign. Perhaps that was the reason that the cultivators had hardly changed their attitude toward the ordinary people for the past 100,000 years. Thinking to himself, Liao observed Roaring Tiger City at the end of the camp of the disaster victims. After only a quick glance, he complimented in his heart. What a well-constructed stronghold. The city was established next to a steep mountain that looked like a tiger that had just woken up. It was Heavenly Tiger Mountain, a famous mountain in the southeast. At the end of Heavenly Tiger Mountain, Roaring Tiger City, which was entirely piled up with giant black rocks, truly looked like a monolithic tiger head that had opened its bloody maw. Although Liao was still dozens of kilometers away, he could still feel that intimidating aura declaring that it would rip everything in its way apart. It was said that when the city was built, Roaring Tiger Hall purchased the demon cores and bones of almost 10,000 dragon-type and lion-type animals with a fortune and buried them around the critical locations in the city. After 10 years of hard work, the Tiger Apparitions Array was finally built. The defense array and the city had been integrated into one. When it was fully activated, 10,000 of lions and dragons seemed to be guarding the city day and night. It was almost on the level of the protective arrays in the headquarters of the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect. Behind Roaring Tiger City was a steep mountain, but in front of the city was a deep, bottomless river. Dangerous tides were spluttering out of the dark currents all the time. Observed from a distance, there were even shadows of bizarre boas and crocodiles in the river. They were all the animals domesticated by Roaring Tiger Hall. As long as the drawbridge in front of the tiger mouth was pulled up, it would be practically impossible for regular cultivators to march into the city from the land. Then, if they were to attack from the sky, Liao noticed that hundreds of holes were riddling the towers in the shape of tiger heads. Although he could not tell what was inside exactly, he did feel a breathtaking killing intent that even made a nascent soul stage cultivator such as himself feel alarmed. They seemed to be the firing holes of the Crouching Tiger Cannons and the Fiery Crow Ballista. The Crouching Tiger Cannons and the Fiery Crow Ballista were famous remote magical equipment in the ancient sages sector. When Liao was in the Purple Pole Sword Sect, he had retrieved a few blueprints and objects to study. Although the two magical equipment were rather crude in terms of functioning mechanism, they could still be very powerful once a lot of high-purity crystals were placed inside. When dozens of Crouching Tiger Cannons were shooting together, they could indeed pose a certain threat for a nascent soul stage cultivator. Liao did not dare underestimate the ancient cultivator's magical equipment. Even the stone axes and spears of primitives could be lethal weapons. He deduced the battle pattern of Roaring Tiger Hall when they were defending their headquarters. First of all, they would probably activate the Tiger Apparitions Array and release the souls of the 10,000 lion-type and tiger-type animals to harass the invasive cultivators. After all, high-level cultivators could be very fast. The nascent soul stage cultivators could burst into the speed of sound very easily. As long as they were stalled by the souls of the animals for one moment, the 100 crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista would certainly open fire on them. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator could be burnt and blackened. It was needless to mention that Roaring Tiger Hall had 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage in the first place. With the advantage of the home field, together with the defense rune arrays, barriers, and 100 cannons, it was also an iron egg that could not be chewed, boiled, or grinded. No wonder the people of Roaring Tiger Hall were so brazen as to refuse the request of the leader of the great Qian cultivators. Liao noticed that a glamorous ship was floating in midair not far away from Roaring Tiger Hall's fortress. The floating ship was more than 100 meters long. Sails made of rainbow-like feathers were hanging above. 2 rows of sophisticated floating rune arrays had been carved at the bottom. 12 objects that resembled quants protruded out, too. Every time that they waved, colorful ripples would spread out in the air. The ship had a quaint style. It was the largest flying boat that the ancient Sages sector could produce. It was also probably the oldest prototype of the crystal warships in the modern cultivation civilization. On the flying boat, the banner of the Grand Mystery Sect was flying. It was the mobile command center of the cultivators who were reinforcing the southeast. Around the flying boat were many enormous cranes, falcons, griffins, and tigers. Many cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the boat in brilliant halos, as they demonstrated their power and competed with the cultivators in Roaring Tiger City. The intimidating auras inside Roaring Tiger City were soaring up to the sky. The Tiger Apparitions Array had been activated to the maximum. It was truly roaring incessantly like a tiger and dragon. The souls of the animals were lunging at the flying boat without disguising their hostility and triggering explosive sounds after they crashed into the spiritual shield of the flying sword. Even the banner of the Grand Mystery Sect was shaking in midair. While the 2 parties were in a stalemate, once the high-level cultivators of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, especially Liao, Yen Liren, and Master Bitter Cicada, joined them, the morale on the Grand Mystery Sect side was greatly boosted, and many people began cheering. Liao observed coldly but felt that they were just a bunch of mobs. This was very similar to the occasion where the major sects threatened the Purple Pole Sword Sect 3 months earlier. In terms of ostensible capabilities, there were more than 10 nascent soul stage cultivators, and they were certainly at a great advantage. However, the nascent soul stage cultivators who belonged to different sects were not interested in disaster relief at all. They were there paying lip service purely to show respect to Qi Zhongdao and also to see if they could gain anything along the way. Besides, the attack was not justified. The Roaring Tiger Hall was a well-respected sect after all. How could the cultivators attack their headquarters when they had done nothing wrong? Even if they attacked, who would be the first to charge forward and take the blow of the Tiger Apparition Array and the 100 crouching tiger cannons? 20 or so nascent soul stage cultivators from different sects, each having their own ill intentions, attacking together. It was just a dream. The nascent soul stage cultivators cared about themselves most. The idiots such as Master Bitter Cicada were few. Most of the nascent soul stage cultivators craved to advance into the divinity transformation stage. They paid so much attention to their body and soul that they were even careful when they clipped their fingernails. They had no grudge with Roaring Tiger Hall whatsoever. Without enough gains, why would they attack Roaring Tiger Hall's well-defended headquarters? Liao observed for a while and noticed the casualness on every nascent soul stage cultivator's face. He then glanced at Dan Fengzi. Dan Fengzi stepped forward without an expression and pulled his sleeve softly. "Calm down, elder spiritual vulture. You must calm down. This is not a time to show off like the Dragon Spring meeting. The 2 nascent soul stage cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall will be fighting with their life for real. Should they be willing to heavily wound 1 or 2 enemies at the cost of their own lives when they are in fury, won't it be very unlucky if any cultivator runs into them? We all hang around in the world of cultivators. There will be a time when we will meet again. Peace is gold. Peace is gold." Not just Dan Fengzi, the nascent soul stage cultivators and core formation stage cultivators from other sects were all whispering and reminding each other not to lead the charge. Shwa! 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 Shua. Hundreds of eyes were cast to Qi Zhongdao simultaneously. Their meaning was obvious. Big brother, rest assured and go now. The hundreds of lackeys behind are here for you. If anything goes wrong, we will throw 1,000 pieces of magical equipment over and demolish Roaring Tiger City. Qi Zhongdao's face was so gloomy that his facial features were barely recognizable. Without saying anything, he soared above Roaring Tiger City and said loudly, "Where's the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall? Qi Zhongdao wants to have a talk with him." "Excuse us, Master Righteous One and fellow cultivators." A muscular man who had a golden beard and looked truly like a giant tiger crawled out of the dense cannons and ballista. He clasped his fist toward the sky and said emotionlessly, "A few days ago, my father tried his best to resist the natural disaster. Although the safety of the local area was ensured, he was also heavily wounded and nearly mentally deranged. Right now, he is still resting and cannot greet Master Righteous One and other fellow cultivators. Please do forgive us." Although he was asking for forgiveness, there was not the slightest guilt on his face. He was even releasing his intimidating aura blatantly in front of Qi Zhongdao, as if he would not hesitate to have a fight if the conversation did not go well. This guy is Duan Yuanwu, the young leader of Roaring Tiger Hall. His father, Duan Tianda, is also a nascent soul stage cultivator. Dan Fengzi said to Liao in a low voice, "The son is in the beginning level and the father is in the middle level." With their blood bond, the two nascent soul stage cultivators have practiced very delicate skills of joint attack. When they integrate their nascent souls together, their combat ability is close to that of a high-level nascent soul stage cultivator. Inside the Tiger Apparitions array, they are scared of nobody. Even Master Righteous One will have to consider it carefully if he intends to break into the array by himself. Leader Duan was heavily wounded and almost mentally deranged while resisting the natural disaster. Qi Zhongdao pulled a long face. "Is that so?" "It indeed is." Without batting an eye, Duan Yuanwu said coldly, "Master Righteous One, if you find it hard to believe and insist on meeting my father, please come into the city. I'll lead you to where my father is resting, Master." Hundreds of crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista had been set up there, and 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage were inside the city. Even Qi Zhongdao would not be able to walk out of the trap unharmed. After pondering for a moment, he said, "If so, please send my regards to Leader Duan. Later, the Grand Mystery Sect will deliver gifts to help Leader Duan's recovery. I can talk about the issues with young Leader Duan, too." "Please, Master Righteous One." Duan Yuanwu clasped his fist. "I'll do whatever I can." "All right." Pointing at the dense disaster victims below his feet, Qi Zhongdao said, "The febrile typhoon has just passed, and the Sorcerer's River is flooding. The prosperous land in the southeast has been reduced to a kingdom of swamps. As a result, so many folks have lost their homes. They are struggling on the brink of death to survive. If they are left aside, there will be great disasters in the future. Plagues, riots, armies of ghouls. The situation will be beyond control. All cultivators have the heart to serve justice and help the people. Roaring Tiger Hall is among the most famous sects in the West River State. It is your responsibility to guard the land and shepherd the folks. Please open the gate and provide a shelter for the disaster victims. Young Leader Duan." "If I may speak, Master Righteous One." Without blinking, Duan Yuanwu replied loudly, "It's not that Roaring Tiger Hall is heartless, but our city is too small. A few days ago, when the febrile typhoon just passed and the flood was not here, almost 100,000 local disaster victims moved into the city. The facilities and assets have all reached their limits now. We cannot allow any more disaster victims to come in even though we want to. If we open the gate now and introduce the disaster victims into Roaring Tiger City without sufficient food, medicine, and assets, Roaring Tiger City will only end up being an enormous graveyard where everybody will die together. Roaring Tiger City is just a tiny city. How many disaster victims can be accommodated here? If you are truly seeking a way of living for them, Master Righteous One, please guide the disaster victims to East Peace County." That is one of the largest cities in the entire Great Qin dynasty. I'm sure that millions of people can be accommodated there. There was not any emotion on Qi Zhongdao's dark face. He was even more indifferent as he nodded and said, "Fine. It's reasonable that Roaring Tiger City is too small for so many disaster victims. Then, please allocate some of the assets in Roaring Tiger City to the disaster victims, so that they can establish tents outside of the city to block the chilly rain and eat for now." Duan Yunwu shook his head and said, "We have neither tents nor food. Hee hee. The Roaring Tiger Hall is the largest sect in the West River State. Not just the southeast. It is one of the most famous and powerful sects in the entire Great Qin dynasty." Qi Zhongdao sounded even more dissatisfied. All cultivators know that not only does more than half of the land in the West River State belong to Roaring Tiger Hall, the Black Wind Roaring Tiger flag of Roaring Tiger Hall is also flying in the fertile land of the states and counties nearby. Right now, the many sects including the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect, as well Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple, have come all the way here for disaster in the southeast. Is it honorable for Roaring Tiger Hall to offer not a single grain of food for the disaster victims as a local sect of the southeast? Do forgive us, Master Righteous One and fellow cultivators. This is definitely not Roaring Tiger Hall's excuse. Duan Yuanwu said neither humbly nor pushily. It never rains, it pours. Before, Roaring Tiger Hall had already planned to bring out all-out stored food to the disaster victims. When the rice and wheat for the cultivators were already dissolved carefully with certain medications and turned into a paste that was edible for the common folks. It's a shame that one dark night a few days ago, the barn caught fire, and all our stored food was burnt to the ground. Qi Zhongdao's voice was even colder. Not sooner, not later. And it caught fire precisely when the large batch of disaster victims came close? An accident wouldn't be an accident if it was foreseen, right? Duan Yuanwu made a gesture to the bottom of the fortress. Then, a few tough-looking cultivators in robes made of tiger hide carried a few boxes of blackened stuff to him. Duan Yuanwu kicked over the few boxes and declared, "Please take a look, fellow cultivators." Inside the few boxes was tiny, broken, black residue that had a weird burnt smell. Under the wind, the scent was blown into the air and turned out to be crops that had been burnt up. The fire burnt up the food that Roaring Tiger City had stored for more than 3 years. Right now, more than 100,000 disaster victims are still waiting to be fed inside Roaring Tiger City. Everybody in Roaring Tiger Hall is in distress. We were thinking of being so brazen as to borrow some food from Master Righteous One and the fellow cultivators. How can we bring out any grain of food now? Duan Yuanwu sighed. Even his gold, shining beard seemed to be getting lackluster. Young leader Duan, Qi Zhongdao was shaking in anger. Now is not the time to consider the selfish benefits of a single sect. This is not an issue for the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, and Thunderstorm Valley. This is even not an issue for Roaring Tiger Hall. This is about all cultivators. This concerns the big picture of the world of cultivators. Right now, the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, the Monster Taming Pavilion, Flying Spirit Island, and dozens of other sects have all dispatched tremendous food that is being shipped here as fast as possible. It will be delivered in a couple of days. As long as Roaring Tiger Hall provides a sum of food, so that the disaster victims could survive the toughest days, you will be making an unparalleled contribution. Human beings differ from the plants in that we have feelings. If there was food, not just a day or two, Roaring Tiger Hall would do our best to support the victims for half a month. Duan Yuanwu slapped his thigh and was almost crying out. But it's a pity that there isn't any food. Young leader Duan, Qi Zhongdao was so exasperated that his voice was as tough as iron and mixed with a hint of coercion. Did it not occur to you that, with so many people gathered in front of Roaring Tiger City, should anything happen to them, Roaring Tiger City will be the first one to suffer the blow of the army of ghouls that comes into being after their death? Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Duan Yuanwu wiped his face. His fake tears were immediately replaced by dominance. After a few chuckles, he eyed the dense crowd below the city in disgust before shouting. Roaring Tiger City is as well defended as any city can ever be. If certain blind ghosts dare to attack Roaring Tiger City, let them taste how strong the tiger apparition's array and my fists are. By the certain blind ghosts, he was obviously not referring to the folks who were struggling to survive. For a moment, the atmosphere became even more intense. The two parties were so at loggerheads that even the air was cracking. Duan Yuanwu, who was only in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, confronted Qi Zhongdao, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, remotely. Protected by the tiger apparition's array and the 100 crouching tiger cannons, Duan Yuanwu was not eclipsed at all. The negotiation surprised and baffled Li Yao. It was inappropriate for him to directly ask Dan Fengzi why Roaring Tiger Hall refused to open their barn, which would imply that he cared too much about the disaster victims. Rolling his eyes, he changed a way of asking and chucked. I didn't know that Master Righteous One's title would be so useless. Even a cultivator at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage dares to show no respect for him at all and refuses to offer any food. Of course, respect cannot be shown here, Dan Fengzi said in a low voice. Offering food is a bottomless hole. Once the barn is open, the whole sect will go bankrupt. So, not just Master Righteous One, even if Emperor Phoenix, no, even if the heavens came here in person, he will still show no respect, and the sect would still resist to the end. Oh, blinking, Li Yao commented. I truly don't understand what is on the mind of the locals of the Central Plateaus. Although there are a lot of disaster victims here, since Roaring Tiger Hall is the largest sect in the West River State possessing tremendous farmlands, do they not have enough food for the victims to survive the famine? Why do they reject so strongly that they are offending Master Right One, Master Bitter Cicada, and us? Elder Spiritual Vulture, that's because you are not seeing the whole picture, but that's understandable, Dan Fengzi explained. The Southland of Sorcerers is vast and unpopulated. Bananas and other fruits are everywhere in the forests, too. There can't be too many people who suffer from hunger, right? If the hundreds of thousands of victims here were all there are, it would be simple enough for Roaring Tiger Hall to deal with them with the assets that they stockpiled earlier. However, the victims have legs. Once the news that Roaring Tiger Hall has opened its barn is out, the millions of disaster victims in the states and counties nearby will all crowd toward Roaring Tiger Hall. By then, we will be seeing not hundreds of thousands of disaster victims but 10 times more. When the millions of victims surround Roaring Tiger Hall, each of them waiting to be fed, Roaring Tiger Hall will be drained even if it has a whole canyon of food. Li Yao was slightly dazed. In fact, the logic was quite simple. But the natural disasters in the Star Glory Federation were all handled properly and quickly soon after they happened. He had never seen the victims of the disasters causing trouble before, so he did not think it through just now. Seeing Li Yao's reaction, Dan Fengzi continued. Although the hundreds of thousands of homeless folks are a lot, and they will be troublesome after they turn into an army of ghouls if Roaring Tiger Hall does nothing, Roaring Tiger Hall will still be capable to dealing with them. If they do follow Master Righteous One's instructions and open the barn, the millions of disaster victims nearby will be attracted, and the food still might not be enough. Countless victims will die of hunger. When there are a lot of bodies with the density of the crowd, the odds of a plague outbreak will be much higher. Even more people will die a miserable death below Roaring Tiger City, their unrest souls lingering on. As a result, the army of tens of thousands of ghouls can be upgraded into an army of 1,000,000 ghouls. If they hover above Roaring Tiger City, it is possible that Roaring Tiger Hall will not be able to resist them and will quickly be demolished. Tell me about it, Elder Spiritual Vulture. The lives of all the members of the sect are on his shoulders. How can the Duans show Master Righteous One respect? For Roaring Tiger Hall, the only correct choice is what they are doing right now. They're showing unmistakably to all the disaster victims that Roaring Tiger Hall has absolutely no food, and they will certainly die if they keep staying here. Going to East Peace County is their only choice to live if they want to live. In such a way, the trouble will be guided to East Peace County, and Roaring Tiger Hall will be at peace again. Li Yao took a deep breath. That explains a lot. Human beings can really be treacherous. Of course, the most treacherous things in the world are human beings. Dan Fengzi sighed and said, Is Master Righteous One demanding that Roaring Tiger Hall open the barn because he is, to quote him, serving justice and helping the people? No. He is hoping to ease the pressure on East Peace County's side with Roaring Tiger Hall as the price by attracting the disaster victims wandering around East Peace County, so that Mother White Lotus will not be able to draft enough ghost soldiers, and he will have a chance to eliminate her once and for all. Hehe. Master Righteous One is taking advantage of Duan Yuanwu's lack of experience, since he is new to the nascent soul stage. However, his father, Duan Tienda, has been hanging around with the cultivators for more than 100 years. They will not be fooled so easily. Just wait and watch. Duan Tienda must be lurking in the darkness. If Master Righteous One dares attack by force, the Duans will certainly bite a few pieces of flesh off him, even at the cost of death. Liao was appalled. Pondering for a moment, he frowned and said, "That's still not right. If the big sects, including the Purple Pole Sword sect, are shipping food to this place, which will arrive in 2 to 3 days, Roaring Tiger Hall only needs to provide food for a day or two for the victims to survive the crisis. Isn't it a happy ending for everyone? Why are the two parties so antagonistic to each other?" Hee hee. Dan Fengzi chuckled, somewhat in embarrassment. Instead of replying to Liao's question, he changed the topic and said, "Even if Roaring Tiger Hall does have food that is sufficient for millions of disaster victims to survive half a month, it is still impossible for them to offer any." "Why?" Liao asked. "For a simple reason." Dan Fengzi counted his fingers and calculated. With the natural disasters in the spring, specifically the collective strike of the flood and the febrile typhoon, the fertile farmlands in the southeast have been ruined. When harvest season comes, the cultivators will certainly be short of food. Not only will the rice, wheat, and jade crystal pellets for the cultivators be in short supply, when the cultivation sects run out of their storage and the cultivators have to feed on regular rice and wheat, their demand on food will grow exponentially. By then, the price of food will certainly soar. It will be 5 times and even 10 times higher than right now. Whoever has food will have the most hardcore resources and capabilities. Offering a basket of food to the disaster victims right now means a reduction of their capabilities during the harvest season when the famine breaks out. Who's silly enough to do that? After the natural disasters, Roaring Tiger Hall is bound to expand their territory. Battles will be inevitable. The food that they store will be exchanged for the resources needed in the battles. How can they waste the food on the disaster victims for nothing? Battles? Liao was more and more amazed. Battles? What for? After every natural disaster, there will be a period of fighting when the cultivators in the central plateaus divide their turf again. Dan Fengzi explained to Liao patiently. The central plateaus are different from the southland of sorcerers. The land here is little, but the population is high. The friction is intense. The farmlands, plantations, and reserves of different sects are very close to each other, often without the slightest gap. Conflicts happen almost on a daily basis. Before, on a property, there would be barriers and banners indicating the owner of the territory, so an ostensible peace can still be maintained. However, after a flood or a febrile typhoon, most of the barriers and banners will be ruined. Who can prove the boundary between two neighboring forces? Everybody wants more. Isn't it only necessary that they fight each other for the expansion of their territory? Phew! Liao took a long breath. He recalled the anecdote that he had overheard when he was investigating along the Sorcerer's River earlier. For nothing more than a pile of poop, 2 cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage had been killed in the fight between 2 sections. Friction over territory is not very important. Dan Fengzi smiled again. The more chaotic situation is this. Sometimes, the headquarters of a sect happens to be hit directly by a natural disaster and is completely demolished. With the experts in the sect wiped out, it does not have the capabilities to keep its previous territory anymore. Some of the less lucky sects are even entirely uprooted by the natural disaster, and most of the disciples are killed. So, a lot of unowned farmlands and forests have present themselves. Elder Spiritual Vulture, do you think that the unowned land is worth fighting for? Liao nodded and gnashed his teeth. Of course it is. Therefore, after every natural disaster, there will be a great opportunity for the cultivation sects to fight and swallow each other in their own way, Dan Fengzi said with a smile. For a local superpower like Roaring Tiger Hall, weather conditions mean little. In fact, after weighing the pros and cons, they might even prefer natural disasters. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you can take a minute to think if it makes sense. Roaring Tiger Hall currently boasts half of the farmlands in the West River State. It has also extended its tentacles into the neighboring states and counties and established a lot of fortresses, bureaus, and farms. If the weather is favorable, their farmlands will yield the most crops, which is certainly good. If there is a natural disaster, Roaring Tiger Hall, as the most powerful sect in the 1,000 square kilometers nearby, certainly boasts the highest anti-disaster capabilities. When the smaller sects are dying, Roaring Tiger Hall might only suffer bruises. As soon as they pass the natural disaster, Roaring Tiger Hall will have the opportunity to swallow the sects, resources, and interests nearby. Isn't it a fairer deal than reaping the crops when the weather is favorable? How could Roaring Tiger Hall have developed into what it is today if they hadn't chosen such a path? You can't have 10 cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage and 2 in the nascent soul stage by farming alone. To fight for territory, a lot of resources will be consumed, among which food is the most important of all. Considering the scale of the natural disaster, a lot of sects must have been significantly weakened or even entirely collapsed. It is a great opportunity for Roaring Tiger Hall to rise. How can they waste the precious battle resources on the relief of the disaster victims? That explains a lot. With complicated feelings, Liao said, Roaring Tiger Hall has other ambitions. No wonder they are giving no food. Even if they do not have ambitions but merely want to protect themselves, it is still impossible for them to offer any food. Dan Fengzi smiled. If Roaring Tiger Hall truly offers a huge amount of food for the relief of the victims, their own barn may be drained. Even if they survive the scourge of the army of ghouls, they will still be eyed by the other sects nearby who have sufficient warriors and food. In this world, just because you don't hurt other people doesn't mean that other people won't hurt you. How can Roaring Tiger Hall place themselves on a chopping block waiting to be butchered? It has nothing to do with the Duan's personalities, but concerns the lives of the tens of thousands of disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, as well as the 10 times more fighters and tenants who are attached to them. Even if Master Bitter Cicada were the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall, would he trade the deaths of the hundreds of thousands of people inside Roaring Tiger City for a slim chance of survival for the millions of victims outside? Dan Fengzi's statement was like a strike right on Liao's forehead, and his head was humming. He raised his head and looked at Master Bitter Cicada, only to discover that Master Bitter Cicada was still appeasing the deceased in the middle of the gloomy clouds far away. His eyes half closed, he was mumbling the sutras to himself without looking at Qi Zhongdao and Duan Yuanwu, who were confronting each other. Was the monk unwilling to look? Or could he not bear to? Or did he not dare to? If the monk were asked to choose, would he have attacked Roaring Tiger City and opened the barn by brute force? Pondering for a long time, Liao shook his head with a bitter smile. It appears that they truly can't respect Master Righteous One. Of course they can't. They will not even respect the Emperor if he gives the order. Dan Fengzi said resolutely. Then he put on a weird smile. Besides, Master Righteous One does not deserve much respect right now because his face was slapped hard recently. What do you mean? Liao was baffled. Who dares to slap the leader of the great Qian dynasties? Wasn't it you, Elder Spiritual Vulture? Dan Fengzi looked at Liao solemnly. Have you forgotten how you and Junior Brother Yen had a two-man show and stomped Master Righteous One's face into the mud 3 months ago during the Dragon Spring meeting? Do I need to remind you? Liao, there is a big difference between the best and the second best. Dan Fengzi shook his head and said, Before, awed by the power of the heaven-flipping seal, everybody had to think carefully before they refused Master Righteous One's request. But now, since it has been proven that the heaven-flipping seal is beatable and Master Righteous One is not invincible, the nascent soul stage cultivators such as the Duans are certainly braver than before. Liao was rendered speechless. He did not realize that he was involved, too. However, on second thought, it did make sense. Although the ancient sects and the modern sects were both named sects, they were fundamentally different. The ancient sects were independent kingdoms and war groups that acted on their own. Although Qi Zhongdao was the well-acknowledged leader of all cultivators, it was just a nominal title to show respect for him. When life was peaceful, he was naturally respected by everyone because of his unparalleled capabilities. However, when their core interests were affected, they would not care about who he was at all. To unite the hundreds of independent groups large and small to think and do things together was too hard. Now that Master Righteous One, Master Bitter Cicada, and so many other fellow cultivators have arrived, Duan Yuanwu shouted from Roaring Tiger City. To show respect for everyone here, and with the benevolence of the heavens in mind, we have combed the burnt barns time and time again, and finally collected 3,000 baskets of food. After taking the 3,000 baskets of food, you can lead the disaster victims eastward to East Peace County. That's the only place where they can survive. 3,000 baskets is far from enough. Qi Zhongdao did not give in at all. Right now, the road to East Peace County has been blocked by the White Lotus Ghoul Army. It is impossible for the weak and sick folks to travel to East Peace County before they are enchanted by Mother White Lotus and turned into an army of ghouls, causing great trouble. They cannot go to East Peace County and must settle here. Roaring Tiger Hall can provide 50,000 baskets of food right now. In a couple of days, after the flying boats that are fully loaded with food from the other sects arrive, the crisis will be resolved. 50,000 baskets? Duan Yuanwu burst into laughter. His eyeballs seemed to be twice as large as before and turned dim yellow color, resembling those of a tiger. His beard shaking, he snarled, "So, you want to demolish Roaring Tiger Hall and annihilate the Duan family? If the army of ghouls walks in the day, the world will be shattered. There will be no good for anybody." Qi Zhongdao said sincerely, almost digging out his heart to show Duan Yuanwu his earnestness. Right now, both the Grand Mystery Sect and Roaring Tiger Hall, both the Duan family and the Qi family, should bear the big picture in mind and consider the entire community of cultivators. Let's stabilize the current situation no matter what for now. No matter what prices your sect has paid. I assure you with the heaven-flipping seal in my bag that we will make up for your losses later. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The way I see it, Master Righteous One, you are trying to openly plunder our city with the power of the heaven-flipping seal. Right? Duan Yuanwu did not buy what he said at all. He raised his head and laughed, before he scratched his beard and said, "I didn't know that the world would be reversed after the natural disaster arrived. The leader of all the great Qin cultivators, and the grand leader of the Grand Mystery Sect, has been changed into a bandit who loots a burning house. Young leader Duan." Blood-red veins were bulging out on Qi Zhongdao's dark face, and terrible ripples were spreading out. Is Roaring Tiger Hall so ruthless that you are not going to open the barn, even if hundreds of thousands of victims are dying of hunger and coldness outside? No food. No food. Not a grain of food. Duan Yuanwu slapped a rock on the tower so hard that it was immediately blown into smithereens. Let's forget the fact that the barn of Roaring Tiger Hall has been burnt down with all the food gone and we cannot offer much. Even if we do have food, why are you demanding that we offer the food? The 1,000 square kilometers nearby is all the property of Roaring Tiger Hall. We earned the land fair and square. We reaped the crops without violating any laws. It all belongs to Roaring Tiger Hall and the Duan family. We have been merciful enough to allow those bumpkins to trespass on the land of Roaring Tiger Hall. You want food? No. Absolutely no. Boom. 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 The auras of the two nascent soul stage cultivators were colliding like tides in ear-splitting noises. The dizzy victims on the ground in their ragged clothes were listening to the talks of the two deities. Some understood what they were talking about, but most did not. They were all shaking and struggling in pain while covering their ears. Young leader Duan, are you really so mean and heartless? Qi Zhongdao bellowed. What about being mean? Duan Yuanwu shouted. The land is ours. The food is ours. Is it an unpardonable crime that we do not have food to spare? Besides, there are too many cultivation sects in the southeast. Why are you clinging to Roaring Tiger Hall alone? 1,250 kilometers south of this place, the Heaven Resounding Guild is also a famous big sect in the southeast. Is there not any food? 1,320 kilometers north of this place, the Flying Leopard Palace also has thousands of acres of fertile land. Is there not any food? The founding elder of the Heaven Resounding Guild was an elder who split from the Grand Mystery Sect. Although the Flying Leopard Palace had nothing to do with the Grand Mystery Sect in the past, its current leader is an in-law of Elder Lu of the Grand Mystery Sect. The Heaven Resounding Guild and the Flying Leopard Palace are both rich and boast bountiful resources. They are also deeply connected with the Grand Mystery Sect. Why are you coming to Roaring Tiger Hall instead of asking them first? Did you not forget the conflicts on the transportation business on the Sorcerer's River last year between Roaring Tiger Hall and the Grand Mystery Sect? Are you taking the chance to diminish Roaring Tiger Hall so that the Heaven Resounding Guild and the Flying Leopard Palace can swallow us sooner? Qi Zhongdao was shaking in fury. Watch your manners. Even your father Duan Tienda wouldn't dare talk to me in such a way. You are only a junior in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. How dare you? Duan Yuanwu took off the tiger hide armor, revealing his chest that was full of golden hair. He spat out a mouthful of saliva with a huge noise. I call you Master Righteous One, and regard you as the leader of all cultivators merely to show respect for you. But as the leader of all cultivators, you should do what is expected of the leader. You always talk about rules, and I certainly believe that law trumps rules. Tell me about it. What law has Roaring Tiger Hall broken exactly, and what crimes have we committed? Are you really regarding a noble and righteous sect as evil outlaws? Qi Zhongdao burst into fury. You! Duan Yuanwu's mouth was shooting like the crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista as he went on, digging out food from the throat of the cultivators and offering it to the cash-stripped bumpkins for free. Has there ever been such a thing in the 1,000 years of history in the Great Qian dynasty? Although Roaring Tiger Hall is not as powerful and influential as the Grand Mystery Sect, we do have a few disciples who can speak to the Emperor in the court in Divine Capital. Qi Zhongdao, you are blatantly annihilating Roaring Tiger Hall for a few insignificant bumpkins. What are you up to exactly? Do you have any respect for the Emperor? Are you intentionally earning the favor and support of the bumpkins for a grander scheme later? Let me tell you honestly, you want Roaring Tiger Hall to open the barn. It's easy. Ask the Emperor to issue a decree. Roaring Tiger Hall is loyal to the Great Qian dynasty and obedient to His Majesty. As soon as we see the decree, we will open the barn immediately. But right now, with only a few empty words from you, Qi Zhongdao, you want us to open the barn and embrace our doom. It can work, too, if the Grand Mystery Sect takes the chance to establish a great mystery dynasty, exactly like the thunderous Qian Hall did in the past. Duan Yuanwu was certainly not as blunt and reckless as he appeared. His arguments were truly sordid and critical. On the flying boat, many disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect frowned. They looked at Qi Zhongdao with complicated feelings. Look! Dragging the few elders from the Purple Pole Sword Sect, Dan Fengzi further retreated to the back of the crowd. He looked at Liao and grimaced. Now you should understand why Master Righteous One is the grand leader of the Grand Mystery Sect now, Elder Spiritual Vulture. If he continued working as the leader, the Grand Mystery Sect would have been killed by itself in no time. Fellow cultivators. The more Duan Yuanwu talked, the more excited he got. Roaring Tiger Hall has no grudge with everyone here whatsoever. As a local of the Southeast, we cannot thank you enough for coming such a long way here for disaster relief. However, Roaring Tiger Hall has indeed been caught in desperation, and we cannot offer too much food. We hope that fellow cultivators have more sympathy on Roaring Tiger Hall. Although Roaring Tiger Hall has 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage, that's nothing compared to the entire world of cultivators. Therefore, Roaring Tiger Hall is certainly unwilling to be on the opposing side of the great heroes and sects of the world. I'll remember all the sects and cultivators who have come to Roaring Tiger Hall today. If you understand Roaring Tiger Hall's trouble right now, in a year and a half, especially when the price of the food is soaring, Roaring Tiger Hall will certainly offer gifts in return. However, If certain ill-intended fellows are determined to attack the headquarters of Roaring Tiger Hall, taking advantage of the chaos in the natural disaster, then for the safety of the hundreds of thousands of lives in Roaring Tiger City, we will fight a bloody battle to the end, knowing that we will fail. We will have no complaints even if we are shattered into pieces in the end. Make your choice now, fellow cultivators. After saying that, Duan Yuanwu shut his mouth and focused his attention on the rune arrays. Ho! Hoo! Roars of dragons and tigers from Roaring Tiger City were even louder than before. Golden brilliance was crawling out of every corner of the city and condensing into vivid appearances of lions and tigers, which patrolled around the city and extended their claws to the outside world maliciously now and then. Even the magnificent-looking crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista were releasing the most brilliant, dangerous brightness. Roaring Tiger Hall had made all its preparations for a final battle. On the intruders' side, however, there was nothing but disunion. Exactly like the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months prior. None of them were determined to fight against the enemy with their life. Qi Zhongdao returned to the flying boat with a gloomy face. While he was walking, he left a few deep footprints on the deck, which was made of fine steel. It was indicative enough that he was truly more furious than ever. The disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect and the high-level cultivators of other sects all crowded toward him, with indignation, compassion, or mysteriousness on their faces. Elder Huang, what do the Heaven-Resounding Guild and the Flying Leopard Palace have to say? With a dark face, Qi Zhongdao asked an elder of the Grand Mystery Sect, when can they collect enough food and deliver it with flying boats? About that, Elder Huang coughed for a moment pretentiously. The Heaven-Resounding Guild and the Flying Leopard Palace have both been scourged by the natural disaster. It is reported that they suffered heavy losses, too. A lot of disaster victims are going to them. Right now, the most important thing for them is to deal with the disaster victims who have come to them. Of course, with their relation to the Grand Mystery Sect, they will certainly offer whatever they can. Both of them have promised that they are doing their best to collect food, medicine, and clothes. As long as Roaring Tiger Hall provides a batch of assets first, their reinforcements will arrive in a couple of days. A couple of days? Qi Zhongdao was more than angry. In a couple of days, the assets for disaster relief from the 6 major sects will have arrived. Are they really needed? Also, what about the other cultivation sects in the West River State and the states nearby? Did we not invite the managers of those sects to meet below Roaring Tiger City and discuss how we are going to resolve the problems at hand together? Why are there no leaders or elders here? If I may inform the Grand Leader, Elder Huang replied helplessly. Starting from yesterday, the disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect have been busy running around. They have visited dozens of sects, but you know the situation of those sects, too, Grand Leader. Their cities are too small to weather through the disaster. It is said that they have suffered huge losses, and they can barely take care of their own affairs right now. They do not have any time to deal with other business. However, now that the Grand Leader has commanded, those sects are naturally willing to follow your order. They have all promised that as long as the big sects such as Roaring Tiger Hall, the Heaven-Resounding Guild, and the Flying Leopard Palace provide a batch of assets first that supports the victims for 10 to 15 days, they will have cleaned up their messes and gathered enough resources to help. Everybody is using the natural disaster as an excuse. Tough as the flood and the febrile typhoon might have been, could they have ruined all the sects in the thousands of square kilometers nearby? Qi Zhongdao was shaking in anger. Pointing at a corner on the sand table that was packed with hills and mountains, he said, Green Cloud Mountain to the south of the West River State is troubled by neither the febrile wind nor the flood. Why are the few cultivation sects on Green Cloud Mountain not offering any food? Elder Huang blinked and stammered for a long time. Looking around, Qi Zhongdao's voice was as cold as voice. Speak! Gritting his teeth, Elder Huang replied, According to Green Peak Sect, the largest sect in the area of Green Cloud Mountain, although they did not suffer losses in the natural disaster, they have a lot of conflicts with Spiritual Cloud Sect, the second largest sect in the area of Green Cloud Mountain. Spiritual Cloud Sect is arrogant and ambitious, and they may swallow them at any point. If Green Peak Sect offers tremendous resources to sustain the disaster victims right now, They fear that the spiritual cloud sect will surpass them shortly. By then, if the spiritual cloud sect wages a war at them, how are they going to defend themselves? Therefore, Green Peak sect is willing to offer money, food, or labor, provided that the spiritual cloud sect offers an equal amount first. The Green Peak sect will not pay one fewer coin or grain of rice than the spiritual cloud sect does. Hee hee. Qi Zhongdao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What did the spiritual cloud sect say? I don't suppose that they demand that Green Peak sect offer the resources first and they will follow up with exactly the same amount, do they?" "Not exactly," Elder Huang replied. "According to the spiritual cloud sect, the area of Green Cloud Mountain has been troubled by bandits and ghosts. Traces of the criminals of the Black Devil cult have been found recently. They are obviously going to loot in the middle of the chaos after the natural disasters. As the Grand Leader and fellow cultivators all know, the Black Devil cult is an evil religion that has been savaging the 13 states in the southeast. They trade slaves, produce drugs, murder, loot, and commit all kinds of crimes. However, they are quite unpredictable and capable. Many sects have been assaulted by the Black Devil cult. On occasion, an entire group of flying boats have been hijacked by the Black Devil cult, and they just vanished into thin air. The Black Devil cult is too huge for the forces such as the Spiritual Cloud sect and Green Peak sect to resist. Therefore, they can only strengthen the defenses in their base and do not dare act recklessly. Even if they do gather a lot of resources, wouldn't it add to the current problems if the food is looted by the Black Devil cult during their delivery? All in all, Grand Leader, with all due respect, the local forces in the southeast are all waiting for the result in Roaring Tiger City. If we can subdue Roaring Tiger Hall and ask Roaring Tiger Hall to provide tremendous assets, it will be easier to deal with other sects. But if we suffer a setback in Roaring Tiger Hall, it will be more than difficult to request other sects to do the same. Yes, those sects are not as powerful and wealthy as the sects here. If we march over to them, they will have no choice but to open their headquarters. However, our attack will be unjustified. Furthermore, it is easy to open the gate of their headquarters, but it will be far less easy to find the assets that they have hidden. I'm sure that the local forces that have operated for hundreds of years must have several unknown treasuries in their territory. Elder Huang's words made Qi Zhongdao breathe hastily for a long time, even though he was an unparalleled expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Finally, he shifted his eyes to Liao and the leadership of the cultivators present. "Everybody!" Qi Zhongdao's voice was filled with fury and anxiety. Trying to hold back his anger, he said, "This is about the situation we are in right now. If we cannot gather enough food soon, countless disaster victims will die. After the victims die, Mother White Lotus will establish many troops of ghouls that are full of hatred. The troops of ghouls will not only savage the southeast and destroy the farmlands that are not destroyed in the natural disasters, but also attack East Peace County, the most important town in the southeast. As a result, the world will be shaken, and endless evil will be rising. In the end, no cultivator will benefit from it. Therefore, although this seems to be a disaster in the southeast, it is in fact a great catastrophe for the entire world of cultivators. None of us are going to escape it. To resolve the crisis, we must convince Roaring Tiger Hall to open the barn and offer some food. However, Roaring Tiger Hall is ruthless and heartless. Fellow cultivators, please speak now. How are we going to deal with such a sect like Roaring Tiger Hall, which does not care about the big picture at all?" The cultivators all whispered to each other after hearing his words. A lot of them were berating Roaring Tiger Hall for its inaction. They declared with indignation that cultivators should serve justice and help the people. Leaving so many disaster victims aside, without the least bit of empathy, was a shame for such a noble sect. Somebody else was shouting that, since Roaring Tiger Hall had shown absolutely no respect for the heroes of the world, they should launch thunderous attacks immediately and force Roaring Tiger Hall to open the barn. Then somebody asked if it was appropriate. Roaring Tiger Hall was indeed cruel and heartless, but it did not violate any law and should not be treated as evil. It was the responsibility of the cultivators to slay the demons and devils, but Roaring Tiger Hall was neither a demon nor a devil. Duan Yuanwu did have a point. The land and the food were Roaring Tiger Hall's property. Should they be punished with a death sentence if they did not want to offer the food to the disaster victims? Some of the more experienced, older cultivators also pondered and said that the issue would not be addressed even if the gate of Roaring Tiger City was broken. With the cunningness of the Duans, they must have hidden all their food and assets in the secret treasuries that were not going to be found quickly. If the headquarters were indeed broken into, countless disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall slain, but no food was found, it would be a proof for Roaring Tiger Hall's claims that their barn had caught fire and all the assets had burnt to the ground. Then what were the major sects going to do? Would they not be burglars who openly looted someone else's house? Also, getting to the bottom of it, were they really qualified at all to attack the headquarters of Roaring Tiger Hall? Right now, the new monarch, Emperor Phoenix, had just assumed the throne. Nobody understood the personality and temper of the emperor yet. If they acted on their own without reporting the issue first, it would not be very appropriate, would it? After a long discussion, they reached no conclusion. At this moment, a cultivator in the crowd said loudly, "Fellow cultivators, we have been talking about nonsense. Our attack may be unjustified, and the treasuries of Roaring Tiger Hall may take a while to be found out, but that is not important. The real critical problem is that the Tiger Apparitions Array and the 100 Crouching Tiger Cannons and Fiery Crow Ballista seem rather sophisticated. I fear that a real expert will be needed in order to break the array." Everybody looked at the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Bu Tiantong, a secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan. The muscles on his face twisting, Bu Tiantong declared angrily that the cultivators should consider bullying the bullies and helping the weak as their responsibility. And troubled times were times when cultivators should distinguish themselves. At such a critical moment, the ruthless and indifferent attitude of Roaring Tiger Hall was an insult to all cultivators, which he found intolerable. The so-called Tiger Apparitions Array looked rather intimidating at first, but in his opinion it might not necessarily be as tough as it appeared. Were it not for the fact that he had been heavily wounded by Master Spiritual Vulture, known as a Grandmaster of Great Zhou, whose name resounded in the southeast, no, the entire Great Qian dynasty 3 months ago during the Dragon Spring meeting, and that he had not fully recovered yet after 3 months of treatment, he would have marched forward and broken the array for everyone instead of allowing the clowns of Roaring Tiger Hall to be so arrogant in front of Master Spiritual Vulture. While saying that, Bu Tiantong, who seemed rather innocent and straightforward, glanced at Liao non-stop. Shua! 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 Hundreds of eyes lunged toward Liao like stray dogs that had smelt the aroma of meat. The leadership of all the cultivation sects, the pretentious leaders and elders, all beamed with interest and put on a mysterious smile. Some agreed with Bu Tiantong, saying that Master Spiritual Vulture was the most suitable one to break the array because he must know a lot about arrays based on his unparalleled knowledge in refining. Some sneered and said that, after Master Spiritual Vulture rose to fame in the Dragon Spring meeting, he had become one of the pillars of the Great Qian dynasty. If he was sent out, there would be no fight at all. The gutless scoundrels in Roaring Tiger Hall would shit their pants and surrender when they heard the name Grandmaster of Great Zhou. Some others, however, argued solemnly that they were too unbelievable. Master Spiritual Vulture was indeed certainly among the top 3 experts in the world, but Roaring Tiger Hall was not made of dough. How could it surrender so easily? Asking Master Spiritual Vulture to break the Tiger Apparitions Array on his own would be too much of a stretch for him despite his amazing capabilities. However, in case everybody forgot, there was another super expert in the Purple Pole Sword sect who was a contender for the title of Best Expert in the World. It was sword maniac Yen Liren. Was Yen Liren's mysterious 4th sword not said to be incomparably powerful, such that it could even slash apart the heavenly flipping seal, the ultimate treasure of the Great Qian dynasty? The insignificant Tiger Apparitions Array was not a big deal for the sword maniac at all, who would shatter it into smithereens after a single attack. If the sword maniac and Master Spiritual Vulture worked together, they would certainly break the array in no time. Listening to the unbelievable adulations, and looking at the enthusiastic eyes, Liao felt that sweat the size of beans was popping up on his forehead non-stop. Cursing loudly in his heart, he turned around and looked at Yen Liren before he said in a low voice, "Fellow cultivator Yen." Yen Liren's eyes were half closed, and he was not disturbed at all. He observed his palm carefully, as if there were a flower in the middle of his palm print. He casually replied, "I am a maniac, not a moron." This was the time when the leader of the sect should step up. Dan Fengzi cleared his throat and walked forward. He bowed to everyone at first before thanking all the fellow cultivators for their praise and compliments to the two elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Then, he stated that the Purple Pole Sword sect found Roaring Tiger Hall's ruthlessness intolerable, too. But it was a pity that the Purple Pole Sword sect had been drained during the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months prior. Yen Liren and Master Spiritual Vulture, the two elders with the highest cultivation, had both suffered a lot of hidden injuries during the competitions. They were still in the middle of recuperating. If the two elders went to fight despite their heavy wounds, the possible losses of the Purple Pole Sword sect might not be important, but it would not be pretty if they failed and dishonored all the fellow cultivators there, right? The scoundrels in Roaring Tiger Hall would also certainly grow even more arrogant. After Dan Fengzi said that, all the other people were rendered speechless. They had no choice but to look at each other in bewilderment and begin praising their companions. One praised the guy standing next to him, saying that his infinite cosmos art was the best technique in the world, and that he could blow the Tiger Apparitions array into smithereens after one slap with only 30% of his full strength. The guy hurried to reply that his infinite cosmos art just looked fancy but was in fact a petty trick that was not worth mentioning at all. If anything, it was the first guy's wave-sweeping art that was the truly amazing technique. All in all, they passed the duty between one another, claiming that they were mentally deranged or not recovered from previous wounds. After a long period of prevarication, there was still nobody willing to lead the charge. Looking at the gracious, courteous leaders and elders turning so hesitant and cowardly, which was far from what he had expected, Liao found it hard to accept. He asked Dan Fengzi in a low voice, "Have the cultivators in the Central Plateaus always been like this?" "Not exactly," Dan Fengzi replied. "Before, there were some valiant and unwavering high-level cultivators." Liao asked, "What happened?" "They all died." Liao, watching the leadership of the super sects arguing with each other, Qi Zhongdao was silent, and his face seemed to be covered in a black mist. There was no telling what his countenance was behind the black mist. After a long silence, he shouted, his voice so pained that he seemed to be suffering from constipation. "Everybody, are you still doing this at such a time? We must bear the big picture in mind." "The big picture," Master Righteous One, an elder of the Thunderstorm Valley, said solemnly. "It's not that we are not willing to consider the big picture, but we have come here in too much of a hurry this time. Right now, only the high-level cultivators of the major sects are here, while the low-level cultivators are still escorting the relief assets behind us. Asking the high-level cultivators to attack a defense array that has been activated to the maximum and protected by hundreds of crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista is no different from throwing jades at bricks, right? We must note that Roaring Tiger Hall has not been our primary target since the beginning. They are fellow cultivators that we are going to meet again in future. The White Lotus cult, on the other hand, is our mortal enemy that we must eliminate this time. Before we have even seen the shadow of Mother White Lotus, we will clash with Roaring Tiger City and bleed, and we may not necessarily find the food and assets needed for the disaster relief. Is it a truly wise decision? How are we going to deal with the White Lotus Ghoul army in the middle of a civil war? Therefore, we must wait until the low-level disciples of the sects arrive and discuss later. Exactly. Wait and discuss later. Wait and discuss later. The words of the elder of the Thunderstorm Valley won the agreement of the leadership of all the sections. Wait and discuss later. Covering his chest, Qi Zhongdao was shaking slightly. He laughed drily for a moment, only to come up with nothing. Master Bitter Cicada was still appeasing the deceased in midair. Other than appeasing the deceased, even the merciful monk seemed to be incapable of dealing with the mess now. When all the magnificent high-level cultivators were in a dilemma, something happened. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from deep within Roaring Tiger City. For a moment, the earth was shaking, and a sandstorm was rising. The entire heavenly Tiger Mountain shivered briefly for a moment. After a few cracks, Crevices as thick as boas appeared on the rocks. All the high-level cultivators were dumbfounded. They stared at roaring Tiger City in confusion, only to discover that a colorful cloud was rising from the center of the city. Intense black smoke was spurting out from the core and gradually taking the form of a mushroom. The explosion was so powerful that the center of roaring Tiger City was collapsing in one piece. Cries and screams were echoing non-stop. "Look!" Elder Huang of the Grand Mystery Sect suddenly pointed and exclaimed, "The Tiger Apparitions Array is dimming." Everybody looked carefully. It was true that the golden souls in the Tiger Apparitions Array were turning lackluster and weak, and they disappeared into streaks of brightness in the end. The unparalleled oppression that they had imposed on everyone soon vanished. All the disciples on the towers in Roaring Tiger City were running in panic, their previous calmness replaced by anxiety. The pivot of the Tiger Apparitions Array has exploded. The high-level cultivators were momentarily dazed. After thinking for a moment, they immediately realized what had happened and were overjoyed. What a great opportunity they had been given. Without the protection of the Tiger Apparitions Array, the two nascent soul stage cultivators alone were nothing to be scared of. But how did it happen exactly? As the explosion happened, the sounds of fierce fights vaguely echoed inside Roaring Tiger City. Judging from the spiritual waves that were spreading out, it was obviously a competition among a few nascent soul stage cultivators and many cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage. The sounds of fighting came closer from afar and gradually approached the towers of Roaring Tiger City. Before those engaged in the fight were seen, another explosion took place on one of the towers, and a certain black object was shot from the smoke toward the flying boat in midair. "Block him! Block him!" The most desperate and panicked roars were echoing from Roaring Tiger City. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of chains dashed out of the smoke, trying to block the black object and snatch it back. However, there were more than 20 nascent soul stage cultivators on the flying boat, and they certainly would not allow such a thing to happen. The next moment, dozens of blade auras spurted out and shattered the chains into pieces, before they picked up the black object, dragged it over, and tossed it to the deck. The black object, however, turned out to be a human being. He was tall and slender, his face was rather pale, and his lips were extremely thin, with a vague air of evilness and brutality. He was wearing the garment of the low-level disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, but the joints all over his body had been crushed. Blood was leaking out of his clothes. All the veins and nerves in his body had been sealed, and he could not even move his finger. The only thing that he could do was stare at everyone with his eyes that were filled with hatred and desperation. There was also a note painted on a scroll made of toilet paper on the man's waistband. After the scroll was unfolded, it turned out to be a structural map of Roaring Tiger City. Most of the elements on the map were wry and of little value for reference, but the locations of a few underground treasuries had been marked. There was no telling if they were true. The high-level cultivators felt that the guy was familiar. Some of them changed their face color greatly after pondering for a moment. "He is Zhou Wukuan, the leader of the Mountain Ghost branch of the Black Devil cult," somebody shrieked on the tower in Roaring Tiger City, which was still covered in smoke. "Why do you think Roaring Tiger Hall insisted on not opening the city gate?" "Because Roaring Tiger Hall is in the same gang with the Black Devil cult. The Black Devil cult is based in Roaring Tiger City. Chu Fudong, the leader of the Black Devil cult, was Duan Tianda's blood brother, Duan Xingyi, who died 50 years ago. Right now, he is right next to Duan Tianda, trying to kill this beggar." Hardly had the voice died down when a dirty person in ragged clothes popped up in the smoke on the tower of Roaring Tiger City. Liao had never seen anyone so ugly before. He was like the very opposite of the handsome Master Bitter Cicada. His hair was dry and yellow, his cheeks were pointy, and his limbs were short. His back was hunched, his legs were not parallel, and his shoulders were slanted. Even one of his arms was longer than the other. Ulcers large and small were all over his dirty body. He could not have looked filthier. At first, the guy certainly looked like one of the poorest beggars. If he were placed in the middle of the thousands of disaster victims outside of the city, it would have been impossible to spot him quickly. However, he could not have been tougher. Snatching the ankles of 2 disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, he picked them up and waved them as if they were 2 enormous axes. Dozens of disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall were around, but they did not dare to draw any closer in case they injured their companions. "Surround him! Kill him!" An infuriated voice burst out from the smoke. "Leader Duan," the hideous beggar chuckled. "Are you not resting because you suffered heavy wounds and nearly got mentally deranged while resisting the natural disasters? What, you have perfectly recovered so quickly?" After saying that, the beggar threw the 2 disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall off the tower. While it was a mess down there, he bent down and crawled into the smoke once more. Inside the smoke, his words, each louder than the last, were echoing. "Duan Tienda, do you still dare to claim that the notorious Black Devil cult has nothing to do with your Roaring Tiger Hall? Let me ask you, is the Black Devil cult not headquartered in the place deep inside Roaring Tiger City? Is Chu Fudong, the leader of the Black Devil cult, not your blood brother, Duan Xingyi, who should have died 50 years ago? Is he not glaring at this beggar right now next to you? The 30 years when the Black Devil cult savaged the Southeast were the 30 years when Roaring Tiger Hall thrived. How could you have established such a magnificent city as Roaring Tiger City and set up a defense array as enormous as the Tiger Apparitions Array after only decades with your farmlands and your transportation business alone? Where did you get the money to buy the cores and bones of so many lion-type and dragon-type demon beasts? It is needless to mention the 7 treasuries that this beggar has discovered beneath Roaring Tiger City. Besides loads of crystals and jade crystal pellets, there are also the pills, magical equipment, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the Black Devil cult has looted for decades. TSK, TSK, TSK. The essence of the Southeast has almost been entirely extorted. Haha. This beggar did not know until today that the sects whose wealth went missing during the riots of the White Lotus cult were not destroyed by Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu at all, but by Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult under the cover of the White Lotus cult. Otherwise, how could the whole warehouses of secret treasures have appeared beneath Roaring Tiger City? Every question that the ugly beggar raised was an attack toward the depths of the smoke. They were causing an earthquake inside the smoke as if they were a continuous meteor shower. The guys inside were unable to argue at all. They were simply roaring in fury. You are lying. This beggar is lying?" The ugly weirdo burst into laughter. "I have followed the trail of the Black Devil cult for an entire year. I also released false messages implying that I was active in East Peace County in order to ease your wariness. Then, using the chance offered by the natural disasters, I snuck into your nest. I have seen everything with my own eyes. Duan Tienda, Duan Xingyi, and Duan Yuanwu. You 3 inhuman bastards. Save your words for the fellow cultivators outside." Who? A strong wind suddenly blew atop the tower, dispersing all the smoke and black mist. As it turned out, on the top of the tower, surrounded by dozens of crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista, except for the extremely hideous beggar and Duan Yuanwu who was wearing an armor with tiger stripes on it, there were 2 old men who were almost identical to Duan Yuanwu. For the cultivators in the nascent soul stage, the change of their appearance caused by the passage of time would often not be revealed until they were dying. Although the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall were father and son, their age gap was only 30 to 40 years. For nascent soul stage cultivators who could easily live hundreds of years, it was not much of a difference. Therefore, the 3 guys who were confronting the beggar looked like 3 brothers at first glance, except that their hair color was slightly different. Duan Yuanwu's hair was pure gold, while the other 2 had gray streaks mixed into the gold. Naturally, one of the old men was Duan Tienda, the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall. But who was the other old man that was almost made out of the same mold as him? The 3 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family all looked particularly awful. Anger, fear, desperation, hate, all kinds of emotions were mixed together, and thick venom seemed to be shooting out of their eyes. Oh, it seems that this beggar was wrong about something. The beggar smiled and said, Chu Fudong, the leader of the Black Devil cult, is not necessarily Duan Xingyi. Perhaps you two brothers take turns to play the role. After all, you are twins, and it is difficult for anyone to notice anything wrong whichever of you appears in daylight as the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall. All the cultivators on the flying boat saw exactly what was going on. It's Senior Ba Xiaoyu the beggar. Ha! An old man identical to Duantienda has indeed shown up, and his scent is not half weak. He is also in the nascent soul stage. 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in the same family. I never heard that Roaring Tiger Hall had a 3rd nascent soul stage cultivator. Is everything that Senior Ba Xiaoyu said true, and the Black Devil cult that has scourged the southeast for decades related to Roaring Tiger Hall? There are a few secret treasuries at the bottom of Roaring Tiger City, in which the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and pills that the Black Devil cult looted over the past decades are stored. Gasps were immediately echoing on the flying boat. Ba Xiaoyu was a weirdo with a unique style among the cultivators. He was known as the Weird Saint of the 3 saints of the Great Qian dynasty. As a marvelous person on par with Qi Zhongdao and Yan Liren, it was not hard to imagine his cultivation and influence. The Black Devil cult, on the other hand, was the most notorious gang in the Great Qian dynasty, which had plagued the southeast for decades. It had looted and even annihilated many small sections. The cultivators had long tried to demolish the group. However, the evil cultivators of the Black Devil cult were unpredictable, and their every job was neat and clean, leaving no survivors behind. There was not a single trace leading to their nest either. Also, with the rise of the forces such as the White Lotus cult and the Heaven Battering Army, which were even more troublesome, the Black Devil cult had managed to survive to this day. It had never occurred to the cultivators that the ferocious Black Devil cult was actually another facet of Roaring Tiger Hall, the ostensibly largest righteous sect in the West River State. On the flying boat, the eyes of many high-level cultivators were shining. Things were easier now that Roaring Tiger Hall was a conspirator of the Black Devil cult. It was a moral issue whether or not Roaring Tiger Hall was willing to open the barn. The food was theirs after all. What could other people do if they looked away and refused to offer the food? However, conspiring with the Black Devil cult, killing innocent people, and looting other sects suggested that they were straight up evil. It was the responsibility of the cultivators to slay evil. Thus, their attack was justified. Moreover, the pivot of the Tiger Apparitions array, the greatest headache for the cultivators on the flying boat, had been destroyed by Ba Xiaoyu the beggar and would not be repaired anytime soon. The clumsy artillerymen who were controlling the crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista could not lock onto the high-level cultivators, who could move without any pattern at a supersonic speed. Furthermore, there are several secret treasuries that store the loot of the Black Devil cult in the past decades. TSK, TSK, TSK. We thought that most of the southeastern sects were plundered by Mother White Lotus during the riots and didn't know that the Black Devil cult was involved, too. There are so many treasures here, and their previous owners have died. Even their bones must have turned to dust. The treasures are now unowned. The banners of the sects that were dangling from the flagpoles like wrinkled snake skin suddenly erected and fluttered in the wind in full spirits. The high-level cultivators of the sects, looking at each other for a moment, all looked at Qi Zhongdao passionately. At that moment, they were truly respecting the leader of the cultivators. Qi Zhongdao's dark face flushed red. He bulged his eyes and shouted angrily, as if thunder was rumbling. The mill of the heavens grinds slowly but surely. The Black Devil cult and Roaring Tiger Hall are evils intolerable for any cultivator. Today, they have finally revealed their true faces. Fellow cultivators, let's work together to break into Roaring Tiger City, eliminate the Black Devil cult, and save the people. Right now. Who? Qi Zhongdao stomped on the deck so hard that the front half of the flying boat tilted downward. The flying boat became an enormous spring and sent Qi Zhongdao into the air. He was back above Roaring Tiger City, only 10 times more dominating than previously. Without saying anything, he shook his sleeve, and the heaven-flipping seal, said to be the ultimate treasure of the ancient sage's sector, dashed out of his cosmos ring in a streak of silver brightness, suppressing the entire world. Crack, 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 crack. The periphery of Roaring Tiger City had been covered in the magnificent tiger apparitions array in the beginning, which was protected by the souls of almost 10,000 lion-type and dragon-type demon beasts and powered by a whole warehouse of crystals as the energy source. It was a super-large barrier capable of resisting the heaven-flipping seal, which was essentially a piece of portable magical equipment for a single soldier. However, the pivot and the warehouse of crystals for the tiger apparitions array had been destroyed by Ba Xiaoyu the beggar from inside after he snuck in. It was impossible to be restarted so quickly. Without the enhancement of the defense array, how could the seemingly hard rocks and bricks withstand the suppression of the heaven-flipping seal? Cracks as thick as fingers appeared on the black rocks that were as smooth as mirrors. Then they spread out like ripples. Eventually, in cracking sounds, the rocks crumbled, and the city wall collapsed. Even many crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista fell to the giant pit of collapse. A lot of disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall broke their arms or legs and were bleeding when the cannons and ballista hit them. The towers on the city were all bearing dozens of times the standard gravity. People with low cultivation and the defensive weapons alike were crushed to smithereens. Of course, elsewhere, the couching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista were in zero gravity. They were floating in midair, shaking, together with a lot of broken rocks. The disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall were waving their hands and feet in midair as if they were being drowned. However hard they struggled, they could not reach the land. Boom! 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 During the panic, many disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall fired the crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista. The balls of spiritual energy in the shape of lions, tigers, and crows were rushing to the sky. The crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista were powerful remote magical equipment. When they launched a barrage, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would have to retreat. That was if they could hit their target. When the tiger apparitions array was fully activated, the souls of the tigers and lions could harass and stall the target so that the crouching tiger cannons would have a chance to lock onto the targets that were in the nascent soul stage. However, the tiger apparitions array was already out of order, and the disciples who were manipulating the crouching tiger cannons were in disarray. There was also Ba Xiaoyu the beggar turning the fortress upside down inside the city. Who could they aim at and lock onto? The seemingly powerful cannons and ballista did nothing but light up brilliant fireworks near Iron St. Qi Zhongdao. Boom! Another deafening explosion broke out deep inside the fortress. Almost half of the tower had been blown away. Like a hill drifting away after an avalanche, it flew dozens of meters into the sky and then fell down again with a momentum 10 times higher under the gravity control of the heaven-flipping seal. After only one blow, half of the city wall had crumbled. As it turned out, through his delicate control over gravity, Qi Zhongdao had pressed the highly unstable crystals and ammunition inside the arsenal hidden in the city wall and triggered a great explosion. In such an era, the technology to refine and stabilize crystals and ammunition was not very advanced, and the odds of accidental explosions were much higher than in the modern cultivation civilization. After the arsenal exploded and half of the city wall collapsed, the determination of most of the disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall was completely crushed. Many of them screamed and threw away the crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista, running back into the city. Only the few disciples who were members of the Duan family or involved in the secret operations of the Black Devil cult, knowing that they would be dead either way, were still trying to fight back. However, without the protection of the tiger apparition array, the nascent soul stage and core formation stage cultivators in the sky were 10 times stronger than they were. How could they hurt the intruders at all even if they were desperate? Slay the evil and serve justice, Qi Zhongdao roared awe-inspiringly. The heaven-flipping seal emanated a brilliance that was even more fierce than the sun at noon, while it bombarded the vulnerable city wall of Roaring Tiger City time and time again. Slay the evil and serve justice. The cultivators from the main sects were also on a rampage. They all launched colorful, glamorous magical equipment and smashed the city wall like a storm. For a moment, a fireworks show seemed to be going on. The entire city was soaked in an ocean of light. Explosions, collapses, screams, moans, exclamations, yells, all kinds of noises were echoing. The disaster victims did not know what was going on. They had never dreamt of witnessing deities fighting each other even in their wildest dreams. They could only crouch on the ground in fear, shivering and praying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 shadows dashed out of the collapsed fortress and ran into the depths of the city. They were exactly the 3 unpardonable nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family. Slay the evil and serve justice. The 100 cultivators rushed into roaring Tiger City like a tornado. Junior brother Yen, elder spiritual vulture. Dan Fengzi was blushing in excitement. He said in great delight, "Let's go to slay the evil and serve justice now." Frowning, sword maniac, Yen Liren shook his head while he watched the mess down below, which was almost child's play. There are already enough people. My sword shouldn't be drawn in such a place. Dan Fengzi suffered a setback, but knowing his weird junior brother's temper, he was not in the least bothered. He turned his eyes to Li Yao and said earnestly, "Elder spiritual vulture, let's go. If other people have eliminated all the evil in the Black Devil cult and excavated the secret treasures of the Black Devil cult, we will be caught in a passive position." Seeing that Master Bitter Cicada and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar had both run into Roaring Tiger City, and glancing at the disaster victims outside of the city who were cold and hungry, Li Yao sighed and said, "All right, let's go." Roaring Tiger City was already an utter mess. In the natural disaster, those who were qualified to take refuge in Roaring Tiger City were the family of the disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, the family of the evil cultivators of the Black Devil cult, the servants of the vassal families of Roaring Tiger Hall, and the tenants who farmed on Roaring Tiger Hall's land. One might say that they all counted on Roaring Tiger Hall to make a living. Naturally, they were very hostile to the intruders. If it was a regular sect that came at them, they certainly would have tried everything they could to fight against the enemy and protect Roaring Tiger City. However, faced with hundreds cultivators in the nascent soul stage and the core formation stage, it did not matter at all whether or not the mobs resisted. Explosions erupted all over Roaring Tiger City. Panicked crowds were everywhere. They were running around at a loss like the ants whose nest had been set fire on. With the messy crowd in the city, it was impossible for the disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall to rush. If they left the crowd and flew in the sky, they would be the most obvious targets. When dozens of cultivators in the nascent soul stage and core formation stage attacked them at the same time, they would be blown into pieces even if they were covered in 10 layers of spiritual shields. Very soon, with Ba Xiaoyu the beggar leading the way, tracing the 3 shadows, Li Yao rushed to the outside of a temple that had been built into the shape of a gold, shining tiger at the center of the city, together with hundreds of other cultivators who looked more like hyenas. It was exactly the highest center of Roaring Tiger Hall. The plaque right above the temple where the name of the sect was carved calligraphically could not have looked more ironic right now. Holding the heaven-flipping seal in his hand, Qi Zhongdao stopped in midair and demanded, "Leader Duan, with everything coming to this point, what do you have to say for yourself?" "Master Righteous One, you attacked my headquarters, destroyed my city, and killed so many of my disciples just based on one side of the story. How cruel of you." Hateful roars were echoing right inside the temple, like the last roars of a heavily wounded, hungry tiger that was caught in a trap. "One side of the story?" Qi Zhongdao burst into laughter. Everybody in the world of cultivators knows that Senior Ba Xiaoyu the beggar is a man of integrity. Would he have told his side of the story without valid proof? "Leader Duan, if you do not plead guilty, come out and confront us. Tell us the identity of the mysterious nascent soul stage cultivator next to you who is identical to you. Also, open all the secret treasuries in Roaring Tiger City so that the fellow cultivators here can examine whether or not the cultivation arts and secret treasures from the sects that were allegedly annihilated by the White Lotus sect in the past 30 years are kept inside. How will you explain yourself if we find anything? Is Roaring Tiger Hall not related to the Blood Devil cult but the White Lotus cult?" There was nothing but silence from the temple, as if 3 crazy tigers who had run into a dead end were pacing inside but could not come up with a reply. "Why do you not dare confront us if you are confident?" Qi Zhongdao glowered and shouted, "Duan Tianda, as a nascent soul stage cultivator and the leader of the righteous forces in the West River State, not only do integrity, chivalry, and justice mean nothing to you. You even degraded yourself by establishing the evil cult, killing and looting. Your crimes are unpardonable. Today, fortunately, the schemes of Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult have been fully exposed. This is the karma moment for your entire sect. What do you have to say for yourself before your death? The words were reasonable and irrefutable. The sound waves spread to the entire Roaring Tiger City, which was caught in a brief silence after being awed by Qi Zhongdao's righteousness. There was a long silence inside the temple, too, which was broken by the wildest laughter very soon. Duan Tienda, the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall, seemed to have gone mad. He laughed so hard that he almost could not catch his breath. Finally, he shrieked, "The winner takes all. The loser has to fall. What else can I say for myself? Yes, the Black Devil cult was established by the two of us. Over the past few decades, 15 sects were annihilated and plundered by us during the riots of the White Lotus cult. How could Roaring Tiger Hall have survived and thrived in such a dog-eat-dog world otherwise? Hee hee. The Duans are indeed unpardonable for our crimes. But did we not learn everything from the seemingly graceful, while in fact rotten to the bones great sects of Central Plateaus? The Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, the Thunderstorm Valley, the Flying Spirit Island, the Monster Taming Pavilion. How many clandestine deals did you arrange when you first rose to power? How much blood of the innocent has stained your hands? How many sects that hindered you were eliminated by you in secret? Don't presume that every cultivator has forgotten your doings after only several hundred years. Right now, you are rich and powerful. You are on top of the world, and you have forgotten your filthy past and started slaying evil and serving justice? I don't buy it. His voice was 100 times more devastating than the ghost cries. It was almost like the hums of a swarm of venomous bugs. All the high-level cultivators from the noble sects looked particularly awful after hearing what he said. A moment later, an even crazier and twisted voice came over. The 6 major sects have done exactly the same thing. The main sects of the Central Plateaus have done exactly the same thing. But Roaring Tiger Hall can't? Qi Zhongdao, Danfengzi, and the bastards from the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, and Flying Spirit Island, don't assume that we do not know of the filthy sects that the Central Plateau sects are up to exactly. You are here for disaster relief under the excuse of resisting the natural disaster, but in fact, you're worried that the southeastern sects are growing stronger and will threaten the main sects in the Central Plateaus. You are intentionally reducing our power with the natural disasters. You are demanding that we offer food. If you foresaw that there would be a shortage of food after the natural disaster, why wasn't your flying boat loaded with food when you arrived? Why are there only magical equipment and crystals inside your cosmos rings? Do the cosmos rings of the cultivators from so many sects have enough capacity for weapons but not any space for a single grain of rice? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You did not intend to offer food at all. You did not plan to offer a single grain of rice. You are here specifically to annihilate us and confiscate our property. Duan Tienda, the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall, and Duan Xingyi, the leader of the Black Devil cult, echoed each other. Their curses flowed out continuously like the unstoppable flood on the Sorcerer's River. Qi Zhongdao's face was gloomy. The nascent soul stage cultivators from the main sects all burst into fury. Many of the experts had already launched their magical equipment. The ripples of spiritual energy congregated into shocking tides that covered the temple like dark clouds. Bu Tiantong, the secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan, shrieked, "What a monster! He is vilifying others and instigating trouble even before his death. How insane and incorrigible! Let's not talk about rules and mercy with such evil beings. Fellow cultivators, defend justice with your thunderous methods." After saying that, instead of waiting for Qi Zhongdao to stop him, he launched the Gold Crow Devil Sweeping Sword that Liao had repaired for him, which released auras that were dozens of meters of long and slashed toward the temple brutally. Bu Tiantong's attack seemed to have opened an invisible gate. The high-level cultivators from the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, and all the other main sects launched their most powerful magical equipment and smashed down without any expression. There was a hint of hesitation on Qi Zhongdao's dark face, but with dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators attacking together, how could he stop them even though he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage? The auras from the swords and sabers weaved into an impenetrable web and covered the temple without leaving the tiniest gap. The two nascent soul stage cultivators inside the temple were still shouting and cursing, but their profanity was soon eclipsed by the rumbling magical equipment outside. Their spiritual shields were crushed by the collective bombardment of the dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators. The main center of Roaring Tiger Hall seemed to have been hit by a meteor shower. Savaged by the blast, it was reduced to rubble. Even the earth had collapsed into a burning pit. Liao had been observing coldly behind the crowd. With so many cultivators attacking at the same time, whether he attacked or not would not make a shred of difference. He was not interested in the secret treasuries of the Black Devil cult, and he did not want to get involved in the internal conflicts of the corrupt cultivators. He was just an observer, and the most important mission for him was to keep his head clear. After he pondered for a moment, he immediately sensed the anomaly of the two nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family. Raising his eyebrows, Liao suddenly realized where the problem was. His telepathic thoughts spread out like threads. Then, his spiritual energy blew out into two green wings behind him, and he rushed toward the southwest. The cultivators nearby were all astonished, wondering what he was doing. When they were still confused, Liao flapped the wings of spiritual energy without saying anything. Almost 100 needles that were attached to the molecular mica threads were shot out toward the seemingly normal empty ground. The spiritual energy on every needle was helical, and the needles revolved fast like tiny drills. They pierced deep into the ground without any trouble. Judging from the hollow sound in the underground, it was actually empty below the ground. The 100 molecular mica threads instantly tightened, reflecting greenish, eccentric colors from a subtle angle. A grunt as soft as a mosquito echoed from underground. But it could not have been clearer for the nascent soul stage cultivators. Somebody is down there. It was not until this moment that Master Spiritual Vulture, who had not joined the attack the whole time, displayed such keen senses, discovering a secret tunnel buried deep below the ground. "Get out now!" Liao bellowed and pulled up. The ground exploded like a volcano erupting. Tremendous broken stones and bricks were spurting out. In the middle of the dust, a somewhat devastated shadow, whose joints had been locked by the needles and the molecular mica threads, jumped high into the sky. It was Duan Yuanwu, the young leader of Roaring Tiger Hall who had shown off in front of Qi Zhongdao moments earlier. Unlike before, Duan Yuanwu was covered in dust. His golden hair and beard had been dyed white by the smoke. The magnificence of the young leader was entirely gone. He looked like a stray dog whose legs had been broken. Desperate, furious, frightened, and vicious. He was trembling hard but unable to speak. "Ah Wu!" Two miserable screams echoed from the debris of the temple. Duan Tianda and Duan Xingyi had intentionally stayed in the main center of Roaring Tiger Hall and cursed the cultivators in the sky, raising their fury for the purpose of attracting them to attack thunderously, so that Duan Yuanwu, the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator of the Duan family, would have a chance to escape through the underground tunnel. However, their attempt proved to be in vain. The only hope of the Duan family had been discovered in the end. Ah! Duan Yuanwu's entire body had been restrained by Liao. He was cramping hard because of the excruciating pain. He was a tough, brutal man, knowing that he would not survive even if he surrendered with the blood on his hands, and that he would only endure even more sufferings. He simply aimed at a rock that had been blown into the sky and stomped on it, rushing toward Liao like a cannonball. Simultaneously, his stomach rumbled, and his skin turned dangerously translucent. Flames of spiritual energy spurted out of his skin and gradually condensed into the image of a raging tiger around himself. He was about to detonate his nascent soul and die together with Liao. Liao slightly frowned. He minced the molecular mica threads hard, cutting more veins and nerves inside Duan Yuanwu's body than anybody could count. Then he dashed hundreds of meters away. Hiu, 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 hiu. Behind Liao, dozens of auras rushed close and hit Duan Yuanwu like a storm. They were the casual attacks of the nascent soul stage cultivators and the core formation stage cultivators. Duan Yuanwu's veins, nerves, and muscles had been severed by Liao in the first place, and his reaction was a bit slow. Also, many of the nascent soul stage cultivators who launched the attacks had a higher cultivation than him, too. How could he evade the attacks? Boom! 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 The dozens of auras exploded at the same time. Like a hideous monster, they swallowed Duan Yuanwu after only one bite before they turned into brilliant fireworks that expanded in the sky, then gradually vaporized into nothingness. Ah Wu! Ah Wu! The two voices inside the debris of the temple looked 50 years older than the instant before. They seemed to be echoing from the gate of the deepest level of hell. The two of them sounded as if they had lost their sanity. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! You can kill Ah Wu and us. You can destroy Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult. But so what? The Great Qian dynasty, this world, and all cultivators will not last for long. Tomorrow, your headquarters will be destroyed by Ghost Qin, the White Lotus cult, and the Heaven Battering Army, just like you will destroy Roaring Tiger City today. We will be waiting for you in hell. Each and every one of you from all the sects. After they said that, two clusters of immense, brutal auras soared into the sky like cannonballs, only to be pressed back to the ground by the brute force of the nascent soul stage cultivators in the sky collectively. After another two ear-splitting explosions, the range of the pit was further expanded by dozens of square meters. Then, everything was peaceful again. The three unpardonable nascent soul stage cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall had been executed. Roaring Tiger City had gradually regained some peace under the suppression of so many high-level cultivators, too. The cultivators that belonged to Roaring Tiger Hall were either suppressed on the spot or surrendered in advance. Their veins and nerves were sealed by barriers, and they were bound to each other with shackles while they squatted on the street of Roaring Tiger City. The cultivators from the main sects had secured the full victory of the battle. The 10 or so warehouses of Roaring Tiger Hall were all excavated under the guidance of Ba Xiaoyu the beggar. Voila! The heaps of jade crystal pellets, dry meat, and raw crystals inside the warehouses almost dazzled all the cultivators. In quite a few secret barns below the ground, which boasted a fine ventilation and drainage system, more food that anybody could measure was stored with rune arrays. They were essentially white and golden oceans full of the fragrance of food. Even the barns of the court could not have had more storage. Looking at the loads of food here, Qi Zhongdao sneered. The barns caught fire, and everything was burned up. Huh? After all the warehouses were opened, there were indeed jade crystal pellets, raw crystals, and the dry meat of animals. The seals and unique magical equipment that belonged to the sects that were thought to have been annihilated by the White Lotus sect had been found, too. However, they seemed far away from Ba Xiaoyu the beggar's claim that there are quite a few treasuries that are fully loaded with secret treasures. Fellow cultivator Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, in his ragged, stinky clothes, was surrounded by a bunch of elegant-looking leaders and elders, as if he were the moon around a bunch of stars or an emperor who was served by the eunuchs. As the secret treasuries were opened one another, the cultivators' expectations were raised time and time again, only to be shattered without exception. The more impatient ones of them could not help but ask, where are the secret treasures where the Black Devil cult has accumulated its loot for decades? Well, here and here. Aren't they all secret treasures? There was no telling where Ba Xiaoyu the beggar found a black tobacco pipe. He puffed on it comfortably and pointed with the pipe. The seals of the leaders of quite a few sects are in this place. They are enough evidence that Roaring Tiger Hall has been conspiring with the Black Devil cult to lay waste to so many sects. Aren't they? Of course, but the nascent soul stage cultivators all grew anxious. The seals of the leaders are certainly very important evidence, but didn't you mention that the secret treasures that the Black Devil cult had accumulated for more than 30 years were hidden beneath Roaring Tiger City? Fellow cultivator Ba? Where are those secret treasures exactly? Oh, those secret treasures. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar turned around the tobacco pipe and used it as a back scratcher when he extended it into a hole on his collar and scratched his back. He said with a smile, "I only overheard the Duans talking about that earlier. There might be, but I didn't hear quite clearly. It is also possible that they changed the secret treasures into different appearances and traded them for resources to build this city. Haha, I was merely listening as a thief, and I couldn't catch everything they said. Why don't you go to the Duans and interrogate them? You'll certainly find satisfactory answers." Duan Tianda, Duan Xingyi, and Duan Yuanwu had just been obliterated, without the slightest shred of a soul remaining. How could they be interrogated? Many high-level cultivators' faces were almost deformed in fury. It was not until then that they realized that they had fallen victim to Ba Xiaoyu the beggar's prank. Unsatisfied, somebody demanded him, "Fellow cultivator Ba, didn't you claim that you saw it with your own eyes?" "Why, indeed I did." Ba Xiaoyu the beggar nodded solemnly. "I saw these warehouses and seals with my eyes personally. Did I lie to you? As for the information about the secret treasures, I heard it loud and clear. The Duans could testify for me. That was exactly what I told you just now. Then you began slaying the evil and serving justice impatiently. What? Was it not what this beggar said just now? Well, the elders and leaders of more than 10 sects, who were all big shots in the world of cultivators, blushed and looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what they should say. "Fellow cultivators," Ba Xiaoyu the beggar chuckled. "The way I see it, let's leave the secret treasures aside for a moment. So many disaster victims outside of the city are waiting to be fed. A lot of them are dying in the cold from hunger every minute. Spectacular as crystals, magical equipment, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures may be, can they be taken as food or worn as clothes? Right now, is there anything more qualified as a secret treasure than the delicious meat and rice? After all, such secret treasures can save people's lives." Everybody here was shouting about serving justice just now. Has it never occurred to you that life is the highest justice? You are jumping up and down angrily, but you won't get anything valuable from this beggar even if you capture me and search my belongings. Why don't we hurry to open the barn and provide food for the disaster victims, so that the situation here can be stabilized? Do you really want to attract Mother White Lotus School Army to this place before you stop the fuss? All the nascent soul stage cultivators were lost for words. They coughed in embarrassment at the same time. Qi Zhongdao stepped forward and glanced around coldly before he announced, "Open the barn and distribute the food." Hundreds of boiling pots were set up below Roaring Tiger City. The smoke billowed up and turned into hundreds of white pillars that pierced into the sky and dispersed into puffy clouds. Many disaster victims had been too starved to feed on fish or meat right away. Even the porridge that they consumed needed to be dissolved to the point that it was as thin as water for their recovery. Although the porridge was thin, the meat powder of animals had been added to it, and a lot of herbs were used to neutralize the meat. The golden, fragrant porridge was the most delicious food that most of the folks had ever eaten. The main sects set up their banners and divided the zones. The larger sects such as the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect had more pots under their control, while the smaller sects managed fewer pots. They gathered the disaster victims below the banners of their sects. The story that the disaster victims heard was that Roaring Tiger Hall were evil, lawless bandits who had committed too many crimes. Today, they finally had their karma. The other sects had come to annihilate the sect together. Justice had been served. Seeing that the folks had been exploited by Roaring Tiger Hall to such a miserable extent, the main sects found it insufferable and provided food so that everybody would survive those troubled times. For a moment, all the disaster victims were kneeling in gratitude and kowtowing like wheat in the wind. When Liao passed by the dozens of boiling big pots, it was exactly the disaster victims who kneeled before him gratefully that he saw. Liao felt that he had become one of the statues with a gold surface in the temples. He did not like the feeling and felt very uncomfortable. Dan Fengzi appeared out of nowhere and asked warmly, "Elder Spiritual Vulture, is there something bothering you?" On this trip to the southeast, the leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect had been particularly friendly to Liao. Naturally, he had his reasons. After pondering for a moment, Liao said straightforwardly. I've been reflecting on the last words of the nascent soul-stage cultivators of the Duan family. It is already appalling enough that Roaring Tiger Hall has been conspiring with the Black Devil cult. But did the famous 6 major sects such as the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect also have a disreputable past when they rose up? Dan Fengzi laughed. Elder Spiritual Vulture. Do you believe the crazy talk of those few fiends of the Duan family before their death? There was nothing clandestine about the Purple Pole Sword Sect's rise. However, some of the information is indeed confidential. If you are willing to remove the visiting from your title and join the Purple Pole Sword Sect as a formal elder of our sect, Elder Spiritual Vulture, you will certainly learn everything that you want to know. Liao's eyes shined coldly as he sniffed. I thought that I made my position clear last time, leader. During my 50 years of seclusion, I thoroughly studied the legacy of Yanzhu, the sword forger from Great Zhou. I have only left my mountain to gain reputation, establish my own sect, and spread the knowledge of Great Zhou. Right now, certain juniors in the world of cultivators have given me the nickname Grandmaster of Great Zhou, which does not sound bad. How can a Grandmaster of Great Zhou be under somebody else all the time? It is already my limit to work as a visiting elder. There's no way that I will join the Purple Pole Sword Sect completely. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you have grand ambitions. The Purple Pole Sword Sect is too small to keep such an unparalleled expert like yourself. Dan Fengzi sighed. However, it is easy to be famous in the world of cultivators, but it is much more difficult to establish and run a sect. The base, the land, the disciples, the vassal families, the revenues, everything is a headache. Establishing one's own sect is like wire walking on a bottomless abyss. Even a family as tough as the Duan family, which had 3 nascent soul-stage cultivators, met such a dishonorable end after they founded Roaring Tiger Hall. Indeed, Liao sighed as well. Since the Duan family had 3 nascent soul-stage cultivators, they probably could have built up Roaring Tiger Hall without resorting to such crooked methods. Why were they so eager for instant success and quick profits by working on the Black Devil cult? If they didn't, somebody else certain would. You don't think that the Black Devil cult is the only evil organization causing trouble in the southeast, do you, Elder Spiritual Vulture? Dan Fengzi explained. It's because Roaring Tiger Hall knocked over all the disobedient sects in the West River State after decades with the help of the Black Devil cult, which then fed the flesh and meat of the victims back to Roaring Tiger Hall, that Roaring Tiger Hall had its glory today. If Roaring Tiger Hall had not established the Black Devil cult, other sects might have secretly established the Red Devil cult, Yellow Devil cult, or Blue Devil cult. Chances are that Roaring Tiger Hall would have been annihilated decades ago. They wouldn't have survived till today. Frowning, Liao asked, So, is it really nothing unusual for the justice defenders and the villains to conspire with each other among the cultivators? Dan Fengzi smiled but did not give a direct answer. When all the birds are shot down, the fine bough will be laid to rest. When the cunning rabbits are dead, the hounds will be useless. If a janitor raises a cat, he wants the cat to catch the rats in the house. But what can the cat do if all the rats are caught? It is the cultivator's responsibility to slay evil. What can the cultivators do if there are no evils? So, are you suggesting that we should slay evil when there is evil and when there isn't any evil? Liao asked. Dan Fengzi's eyes suddenly shone. He clapped his hands. Well said, Elder Spiritual Vulture. After a long pause, Liao took a deep breath and said, This is not exactly what I imagined before I left the Southland of Sorcerers. What did you think before you left the Southland of Sorcerers, Elder Spiritual Vulture? Dan Fengzi asked. The Southland of Sorcerers is an uncivilized land of barbarians. Everybody resides in the forests and caves as different tribes, Liao said. Every barbarian cultivator is the protector of a tribe. They are responsible for banishing demon beasts, suppressing evil, fighting against the hostile tribes, and so on. Although there are foul practices such as blood sacrifices, there aren't many mysteries. When there are conflicts between different tribes, open competitions in the Black Rock arenas are the more favored resolution. I've got nothing to hide from you, leader. 100 years ago, I was an ignorant barbarian cultivator who dominated the forests. I didn't feel that anything was wrong with such a life. However, after I was reborn from the poisonous dragon lake and received the legacy of Yanzhu, I was edified by the demeanor of Great Zhou for 50 years. My mindset gradually changed. I felt that my eyes were opened and that the things that I had done in the past were not worth mentioning at all. The Southland of Sorcerers was too small for me. So, I decided to travel in the Central Plateaus and see how much Great Zhou was left in Great Qian, which is also based in the Central Plateaus. It never occurred to me that, laughing drilly, Dan Fengzi said, Great Zhou? Haha, the Great Zhou dynasty where all the cultivators treated each other with manners? You can never know dignity until your belly is full. The Great Zhou dynasty is still the ignorant age of the ancient sages sector. At that time, the world was still in chaos. The land was vast and the population was small. Dense forests in which countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were growing were everywhere. There were few cultivators at that time. Every cultivator could gain sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures and cores and bones from the forests if they were willing to. If a few cultivators helped each other and fought in a team, their gains would only be multiple times more. In such an environment, they were naturally capable of treating each other with manners like brothers without violating each other. They could enjoy abundant resources and train themselves slowly. However, after 100,000 years, now that we have arrived at the Great Qian dynasty, most of the unowned land has been developed. Few available resources are left, and so many new cultivators are popping up every year. Elder Spiritual Vulture, let me tell you something. Anything will be cheap if there is too much of it. Today, the least valuable things are lives. The lives of the ordinary folks are as cheap as the lives of the cultivators. After a long silence, Liao sighed and said, I thought that the cultivators in the forests in the Southland of Sorcerers were already brutal enough to raise ghosts, play with poison, and even offer blood sacrifices. I didn't know until today that the cultivators of the Central Plateaus could be even more brutal than us. Also, your brutality is so traceless and incredible. Ha 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 ha. Dan Fengzi laughed and shook his head. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you didn't understand such simple logic until today? The Central Plateaus boast beautiful landscapes and vast, fertile land with abundant spiritual energy. Natural paradises are everywhere. How could such a wonderful place belong to us if we cultivators in the Central Plateaus were not more brutal than the cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers? If the barbarian cultivators were more brutal, it would have been a barbarian cultivator who sat on the throne in divine capital. The cultivators from the Central Plateaus such as us, on the other hand, would be chewing the bananas in the rough, smoky forests of the Southland of Sorcerers. What I am about to say may not sound very pleasant, and it may upset you, Elder Spiritual Vulture, but I'm going to say it anyway. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you are perhaps one of the cruelest, toughest people in the Southland of Sorcerers. However, while your skills are more than enough for you to dominate the forests in the Southland of Sorcerers, if you establish your own sect in the Central Plateaus, you won't know how you died. Yes, you are very strong and you are adept at refining. Even 5 nascent soul stage cultivators might not be able to defeat you even if they attack together. However, in the Central Plateaus, competitions do not mean fighting on many occasions. When the fighting does take place, it is probably not going to be 5 nascent soul stage cultivators that come at you but more like today, when 30 nascent soul stage cultivators and almost 80 core formation stage cultivators attack together. After all, it is everybody's responsibility to slay evil. Is Heaven Battering King Qi Chongqing not tough? Is Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu not tough? Is Lead Eunuch Wang Shi not tough? But are they not stray dogs living in panic every day right now? Do forgive my bluntness, Elder Spiritual Vulture. I've been talking to you sincerely for your own sake, and I suggest that you stop thinking of establishing your own sect and just work as an elder in the Purple Pole Sword sect. Later, I can help you occupy a mountain yourself, and you can manage your own offshoot. That way, you will still be able to pass on the knowledge from Great Zhou on sword forgery. Isn't it a win-win? It appears that I was wrong all the time, Liao replied, somewhat depressed. I read a lot of the notes of the cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty in the residence. After I broke out of seclusion, I also collected the stories, such as the legends of the swordsman on the spiritual mountain, that were introduced from the central plateaus. I thought that the cultivators in the central plateaus would be more or less as described in the book. Legends of the swordsman on the spiritual mountain? Dan Fengzi was amused. And I thought that you were depressed for a better reason, elder spiritual vulture. So, you were simply misled by some hilarious novels. They are not the anecdotes of the cultivators at all but make believe that the ignorant ordinary people have fabricated. You cannot believe a single word in that. I remember reading a few pages of the legends of the swordsman on the spiritual mountain. The cultivators in the book are all able to do whatever they want. Their life is truly enviable. It is understandable that you found it attractive. However, how can the cultivators in the real world be so unattached from mundane affairs? Not only do we have to eat food, we will also have to eat 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than ordinary people do. There are no free lunches in the world. If you want to eat, you have to fight for the food with your own hands. In that respect, is there any real difference between a high and mighty cultivator and a butcher on the street? If we get to the bottom of it, although the folks call us deities, we are both clear that we are just people who have more strength and bigger stomachs. Liao looked at Dan Fengzi carefully before he shifted his eyes and looked at the darkness of the night sky pressing down bit by bit. He mumbled, "So, it seems that we will not have true freedom until we break the void and ascend to the deity's realm. No wonder so many cultivators crave ascension." Dan Fengzi smiled miserably and said, "In the legends, after you ascend to the deity's realm and become real deities, you will indeed be entitled to infinite freedom and comfort. However, I don't think that is the case." "Oh," Liao raised his eyebrow. "Why not? Since cultivators are much stronger than ordinary people and have much bigger stomachs than ordinary people, it is only reasonable that we assume that deities have stomachs 1,000 times larger than the cultivators if they are much stronger than the cultivators, right?" "Fair point. But we know for a fact that it is a boundless black world beyond the ancient sages' sector. No air, no water, nothing whatsoever except for cold stones. The resources there are 100 times thinner than the resources in the ancient sages' sector. The deities' stomachs are hundreds of times larger than the cultivators, but the resources outside are much scarcer than the resources in the ancient sages' sector. If the deities do live in the world beyond, then, to fight for the smallest resources, their competition will only be thousands of times crueler than in the ancient sages' sector. How can it be a real heaven of peace and happiness?" Liao was dazed for a long time as he gazed at Dan Fengzi in disbelief. "However, I estimate that there are neither the deities nor the deity's realm." Dan Fengzi burst into laughter before he declared ruthlessly, "Because if there really are deities, they would have marched to the ancient sages' sector, slaughtered each and every one of us, and stolen our resources. At the very least, if I were a deity, I certainly would have come and conquered the ancient sages' sector." Liao took a long breath and said, "I didn't know that the world of the cultivators and the deity's realm are equally cruel in the leader's eyes. There's nothing cruel in all this. This is the heaven's will," Dan Fengzi said casually. "Only the strongest should survive, and the winner is the king. That is the heaven's will." Swallowing, Liao finally could not help it any longer. "Even if it is indeed the heaven's will, aren't cultivators supposed to defy the heaven's will?" Dan Fengzi chuckled. "If you defy the heaven's will, you will have to taste the power of the apocalypses." Liao gnashed his teeth. "If the thousands of cultivators stand up and fight together, even the most powerful apocalypse can be punched into pieces." Dan Fengzi glanced at Liao in confusion. "But who will lead the charge?" "Elder spiritual vulture, the questions you raised today seem rather peculiar." Liao's heart suddenly palpitated. He knew that he had been acting too radical because he was shocked by the misery of the disaster victims and the doings of the major sects. Thankfully, prolonged horns echoed from the sky to the northwest. Dan Fengzi's eyes suddenly shone. Forgetting his chit-chat with Liao, he put on a weird expression and said, "The fleet of the relief assets sent by the main sects has arrived. Let's go take a look." To cope with the natural disasters in the southeast, The main sects in the central plateaus had all dispatched a lot of relief assets, which were delivered to the south in a huge fleet of flying boats escorted by Master Dawn Moon, the current leader of the Grand Mystery Sect. The flying boats that were fully loaded with food, clothes, and other assets were certainly not as fast as the light boats that only accommodated the high-level cultivators. They were less comparable to the flying swords that could rush at a supersonic speed. So, they did not arrive at Roaring Tiger City until that day, although the high-level cultivators had been there for days. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Not just Liao and Dan Fengzi, the high-level cultivators from other sects also turned into streaks of brightness and flew toward the fleet of relief assets. However, they were all greatly shocked by the appearance of the fleet. The fleet used to be made of dozens of behemothic carriers that were as huge as whales, but at that moment, there were only 10 broken boats that were riddled with holes left. They looked like the bodies of whales attacked by sharks and seemed as if they would crash into the land at any point. The black traces of charring could be found everywhere on the shell of every broken boat. The banners of the sects were all askew and blackened. Moans and screams were echoing inside the cabins. The intense and even repugnant stench of medication drifted out. What exactly has happened? Liao heard an angry bellow in midair. Iron St. Qi Zhongdao smashed down like a weight and nearly knocked down the carrier in the lead. A middle-aged cultivator, wearing an advanced robe of the Grand Mystery Sect, who was covered in bandages from which bomb was leaking out, staggered out of the cabin supported by 2 disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect. Dan Fengzi told Liao in a low voice that the heavily wounded man was Master Dawn Moon, the current leader of the Grand Mystery Sect. Replying to you, junior uncle? Master Dawn Moon's breathing and voice were feeble, but he struggled to get rid of the support of the 2 disciples and stumbled close, bowing to Qi Zhongdao deeply as a disciple, only to almost fall over. He shouted with the utmost indignation. It was Qi Chongqing. Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army has looted the majority of our assets. What? Qi Zhongdao took quite a few steps back in shock to the verge of the almost broken gunwale. Almost unable to bear such a critical strike. His long hair was pointing to the sky, and his face turned extremely hideous. After a few cracks, the entire carrier was shaking up and down under his surging spiritual energy, as if it were on a stormy ocean and about to crumble at any time. Wasn't Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army blown apart last winter? Qi Zhongdao gnashed his teeth. His eyes gradually turned gloomy and terrifying as he stared at Master Dawn Moon's heart. Colder than ever, he demanded. Why could he organize such an elite army so quickly that even the fleet of carriers protected by you and the experts of the 6 major sects have been crushed, and even you were heavily wounded yourself? Cough, 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 cough. Master Dawn Moon threw out 2 mouthfuls of black blood and replied in pain. It was exactly because Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army was defeated last winter that we were too careless and reckless to search the caves on the 2 sides of the Wolf Smoke Canyon when we passed it. As a result, we were ambushed by the heaven-battering army. Nobody knows how Qi Chongqing returned so quickly or where he gathered so many experts. Perhaps he has united all the evil beings in the northwest. Most of the high-level cultivators in the 6 major sects came to the southeast in advance for disaster relief. There were only a few cultivators in the building foundation stage and the core formation stage in our carrier fleet. Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army, on the other hand, was well prepared. They were as ferocious as tigers and separated our team at the very beginning. We were carriers fully loaded with assets after all. Our crafts were too cumbersome for us to fight agilely. We suffered heavy losses when the battle first started. I led the vanguard in a few charges but failed to break in. Seeing that we were about to be surrounded, we could only flee forward. Later, we lost another few carriers while we were getting rid of the heaven-battering army. Finally, we managed to save the 8 carriers here. It was a shame that, in order to increase our speed, we were forced to abandon most of the assets. Cough, 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 cough. Master Dawn Moon's face grew pale as he spoke, and he was coughing so worryingly that his lungs seemed as if they would spurt out at any moment. A few disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect hurried to support him. They looked at Qi Zhongdao pitifully. You were assaulted in the Wolf Smoke Canyon, and all your assets were stolen by Qi Chongqing? Not a grain of food has been delivered. Qi Zhongdao demanded scarily, one word after another. His eyes gradually froze into two icy clones. Despite Master Dawn Moon's dying appearance, he looked more and more fearsome. It was exactly what happened, Master Dawn Moon replied feebly. The fellow cultivators from other main sects together with me have seen it with their own eyes. It was not because of our incapability, but because Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army was too tough. Sun Jelling, Leader Sun. Qi Zhongdao was so furious that he was calling his junior nephew by his name. All 30 ships of assets, and you failed to keep any of them. Excellent. Excellent. You are really my excellent junior nephew and an excellent leader of the Grand Mystery Sect. Boom! The flames of spiritual energy suddenly burst out of Qi Zhongdao's body and soared into a raging fiend in his back. Boosted by the spiritual energy, the entire flying boat was creaking. Many parts that were already full of damages were now blowing out bits of wood again. The failure of the battle and the heavy losses are all due to my inappropriate commands. Please punish me as you see fit, Senior Uncle. Vomiting blood, Master Dawn Moon shoved the disciples in front of him and fell on one knee in front of Qi Zhongdao before he craned his neck and gazed at Qi Zhongdao. You think that I do not dare punish you? Qi Zhongdao was so exasperated that the flames of spiritual energy above his head were even more fierce. Grand Leader! A few elders of the Grand Mystery Sect who had been eyeing coldly nearby stood up and said unhurriedly, the leader is indeed partly to blame for the loss of the relief assets after the assault of the heaven-battering army. However, nobody could have foreseen that Qi Chongqing could return so quickly. Qi Chongqing has savaged the Northwest for decades. As one of the notorious four rapscallions, he is qualified as one of the top 10 experts in the world. His indestructible body is also too sturdy for Master Dawn Moon to resist himself. It is understandable. Before, a lot of cultivators were deployed to hunt Qi Chongqing. One time, more than 20 nascent soul-stage cultivators went to chase after Qi Chongqing. But did they not fail to block the guy and let him run away? Since the leader has fought bloody battles and is now exhausted and heavily wounded, we'd better let him treat his wounds right now and punish him when the wounds are healed. The elders mostly possessed high positions. Some of them were even a generation older than the leader and were senior brothers or junior brothers to Qi Zhongdao. They were basically on par with each other and did not need to listen to Qi Zhongdao's curses. You? Qi Zhongdao gnashed his teeth so hard that the teeth were almost ground to dust. Do you have any other orders, Grand Leader? The few elders of the Grand Mystery Sect stood between Qi Zhongdao and Master Dawn Moon without saying anything. There was no telling if it was intentional, but they stressed grand when they addressed him. The Grand Leader of the Grand Mystery Sect and the current leader of the Grand Mystery Sect, as well as the elders, had a silent and yet extremely dangerous competition. The flames of spiritual energy behind Qi Zhongdao were slowly retreated back into his body, but on his dark skin, red veins and nerves were bulging out. Even Liao had sensed Qi Zhongdao's intimidating aura that was 10 times more powerful than during his match with Yen Liren during the Dragon Spring meeting. It felt like an iron wall 100 meters tall was about to fall upon everyone. The air almost froze. There was nothing but dead silence on the spot. Even the noise of a needle hitting the deck would have been as shocking as thunder. Right when the two parties were about to have an open fight, Dan Fengzi, leader of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, suddenly walked out and bowed to Qi Zhongdao. Master Righteous One, by common sense, this is an internal affair of the Grand Mystery Sect, and it is inappropriate for outsiders such as us to comment. However, in the fleet escorted by Master Dawn Moon, quite a few were contributed by the Purple Pole Sword Sect. Master Dawn Moon was wounded not for his personal interests but for the common interests of all the sects here and for the happiness of the people. So, on behalf of the Purple Pole Sword Sect, I fear that I must say something. First of all, the natural disasters are not over yet, and the great enemy is still ahead of us. Our primary target is the White Lotus Ghoul army that is attacking East Peace County. Right now, the most important things for us is stability and unification. We can deal with other issues, however severe they are, after the White Lotus Ghoul army is suppressed. Secondly, although it was quite a heavy loss for the 30 carriers to all be looted, we have fortunately conquered Roaring Tiger City. The assets in the few warehouses in Roaring Tiger City should be enough for the million disaster victims to survive the most difficult period. So, the consequences of the brutal failure might not be as dire as we imagine. If the assets in the whole of Roaring Tiger City still do not suffice, it doesn't matter. As long as we inform the nearby sects of the appearance of Roaring Tiger City right now, I think that they will deliver a lot of relief assets very soon, and the disaster victims will survive the calamity. Dan Fengzi, even you? Qi Zhongdao stared at Dan Fengzi as ferociously as a tiger, as if he were trying to poke two holes on his face. Dan Fengzi looked back casually and confidently. His eyes were as clear as water, and he seemed to be unaware of what Qi Zhongdao meant. Other than Li Yao and Yen Liren, the other few elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect all stood behind Dan Fengzi, holding their swords' hilts. Vague sword auras were spreading out. Dan Fengzi is quite right, for ships from the Gold Armor Clan have been pillaged, too. We went through a lot of trouble to gather those resources. Of course, we feel painful to lose them. However, the brutality of heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing is well known. Is there anybody here who hasn't suffered losses because of him? It was quite unfortunate that the fleet ran into him, but it was certainly not entirely Master Dawn Moon's fault. Honestly speaking, even if we were defending the carriers, could we have stopped Qi Chongqing for sure? Including Bu Tiantong, a few elders of the Gold Armor Clan stood up, too. Thunderstorm Valley thinks the same. Right now, a great enemy is still in front of us. Let's talk about the less important issues after we have suppressed the White Lotus cult. A few elders of Thunderstorm Valley stepped forward and stood next to Master Dawn Moon, Dan Fengzi, the elders of the Grand Mystery Sect, and the elders of the Gold Armor Clan. After all, there are enough assets for the disaster victims. If we are still short of something, we can always ask the sects nearby to provide them. I don't think they'll dare to refuse. The cultivators from Flying Spirit Island stood on Master Dawn Moon and Dan Fengzi's side, too. On this side, it was dozens of elders, leaders, and cultivators from all the main sections. On that side, it was just Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao alone. Looking at the many fellow cultivators in a daze, Qi Zhongdao seemed to grow 20 years older in just a moment. He suddenly lost all his strength. His veins and nerves, which had been bulging like snakes previously, withered, too. His lips trembled for a long time, but he did not know what to say in the end. His body was shaking slightly, and he seemed almost unable to stand on his feet. Senior brother, an elder of the Grand Mystery Sect said respectfully, "Like you used to say, we must consider the big picture." The big picture? Qi Zhongdao smiled bitterly. The big picture. His throat rolled for a long time, only to come up with nothing. Finally, after a long sigh, he shook his sleeve and turned into a streak of grayness, flying into the clouds to get all the annoyances out of his sight. The only things left behind were a dilapidated Roaring Tiger City and the folks who were gobbling in gratitude and innocence outside of the city. The miserable screams of Duan Xingyi, the leader of the Black Devil cult, seemed to be still echoing in the night sky. You did not intend to offer food at all. You did not plan to offer a single grain of food. Night fell. The dashing stars weaved into a net and soon covered the entire world. Below Roaring Tiger City, the torches as thick as children's arms were paved. Together with the enhancement of the cultivators' techniques, their brilliance integrated and illuminated the place as if it were daylight. After a whole day of hard work, the flood nearby had been drained. Also, the bricks and rocks dismantled from the debris of Roaring Tiger City were piled into simple dams, which expanded the lone islands in the flood and gradually connected them together. They looked like an undersea continent that was rising up. On the spacious ground, centered around the porridge pots, independent zones had been divided according to the banners of different sections. A lot of traps, trenches, and walls had been dug out, too. There were also weights, hammers, and other facilities for working out on the ground. Swords, sabers, and spears could be found, too. Also, fully enclosed tents had been established, in which the confidential test magical equipment of the sects was set up to examine the aptitude and talents of the applicants. Ho! Ho! The disaster victims, who were mostly as thin as a skeleton, were already scrambling on the traps and walls when they had not entirely recovered from the horror of the savaging flood yet. They were also crushing themselves with the weights and hammers, unwilling to give up even when they were bleeding. Some of the peasants who had learned a thing or two about martial arts before were waving the spears or sabers so crazily that even water would not pass. It was because the main sects had established offices below Roaring Tiger City to recruit new disciples. Although resources were scarce, people were certainly not. However, most folks had barely any clothes and had been starving for a long time. They were even falling off at the first morning breeze. Therefore, they were only a waste of food and absolutely useless for the cultivation sections. The natural disasters treated everybody equally. Not just the common folks were running for survival, even the richer households who had the wealth for wine, meat, and body build-up before had to escape too. After such a long period of suffering, the applicants who had strength to complete the tests that the cultivation sects arranged certainly had desirable aptitude and talent. Even if they were not qualified to be core disciples, they were more than enough to serve as external disciples or a servant or tenant of the vassal families of the cultivation sects. What was even better was that, unlike the locals that the cultivation recruited within their own territory, the disaster victims were unhesitant to sign the lifelong indenture. According to their indenture, there would be no compensation if any accident happened to them during their training, and even if they accomplished something, they would still have to serve their master and sect for the rest of their life. If they had other intentions, they would be struck by the wrath of the heavens. The disaster victims who were healthy, strong, and far away from home and signed an indenture were the best cannon fodder for the cultivation sections. When two cultivators were fighting, dozens of disciples of the hostile sect might get killed by accident in every round. Most of the dead disciples were those people. When it was required to explore highly dangerous relics and mysterious demon caves, or to fight tough enemies such as the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, and the Ghost Qin cavalry, those people would be sent out first, too. Dan Fengzi was the one who told Li Yao that inside information. Inside Roaring Tiger City, an argument that was even more fierce was breaking out. The 6 major sects, including the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect, as well as sects from the Central Plateaus that had come for disaster relief together, were all involved in a debate as to the distribution of the tremendous resources left by Roaring Tiger Hall, including crystals, magical equipment, and the low-level disciples. It was then that Li Yao realized that the low-level cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall would not certainly be punished with death, even if they possibly participated in the Black Devil cult's operations in the past. On the contrary, for the sake of benevolence, they would be sent to the main sects for rectification, so that they would have a chance to atone for their mistakes. Seeing that the elegant-looking high-level cultivators lunged at Roaring Tiger Hall's enormous body like ravenous hyenas and were tearing off the bloody, stinky meat piece after piece greedily, Li Yao could not have been more disappointed by the noble sects in the world of ancient cultivators. He finally understood that the noble sects, just as the leaders of Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult said, were there for personal gains blatantly under the disguise of disaster relief. It did make sense on second thought. If most of the ancient cultivators were not as despicable as such, how could a super civil war that swept across the 3,000 sectors have broken out and eventually destroyed the entire ancient cultivation civilization? The experiences of Chaos Ba Yanji alone were indicative enough of the faces of most of the ancient cultivators. Li Yao was more and more reluctant to stay any longer in such a corrupt world. He could not wait to return to the modern cultivation civilization. Even after dealing with the ruthless imperium of true human beings or the emotionless, mechanical alliance of the Holy Covenant seemed to be better than hanging around with the pretentious guys and listening to their bullshit about slaying evil and serving justice. Li Yao made a decision. After the issue with the White Lotus cult was over, he would find an excuse to travel on his own for a while. Then, he would go to the second satellite of the Ancient Sages sector and establish the star beacon first. He walked randomly on that dark night, moving farther and farther away from Roaring Tiger City. Behind him was an obstreperous city full of lights, and in front of him was a stinky, muddy land savaged by the flood. However, He found it hard to tell which side was hell and which side was the world of human beings. Suddenly, Liao smelt a certain stimulating fragrance, which was the scent of some kind of thick, intense wine mixed with almost 10 kinds of meat. Then, he heard contented laughter far away ahead of him. Greatly curious, Liao sniffed and walked toward where the fragrance came from. After walking for a long time, he finally discovered that a ragged plank was docked in a small water pool that had been filled with mud below a crooked tree that had already been destroyed by lightning. A giant pot had been set up nearby. There was no telling what was being boiled inside, but the cap of the pot was jumping because of the soaring air below, which was almost leaking out in milky smoke. There were also dozens of tankards of wine paved in a row. The tankards were all shining greasily in dark golden colors. The marks on the tankards were the patterns of an awesome tiger, indicating that they were the fine wine treasured by Roaring Tiger Hall. On the small plank, 2 people were sitting, one in the front and the other at the rear. They were the handsome monk Master Bitter Cicada, who did not mind eating rotten meat, and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, who was wearing ragged clothes and could not have been stinkier. Master Bitter Cicada and Ba Xiaoyu seemed to be old friends. They were not restrained at all in front of each other. Ba Xiaoyu picked up a tankard of old wine with his spiritual energy and broke the seal before he poured the wine, which was as gold as honey, into 2 bailers. He clapped his hands and laughed. The bastards of Roaring Tiger Hall committed all kinds of crimes. Even a stray dog on the street is cleaner than them. However, the wine that they brewed is indeed among the best in the world. When this beggar saw the Duans drinking the wine for the first time, I was so thirsty that I almost jumped down and knocked down both of them in order to drink up all their wine. After a year of waiting, I have finally fulfilled my wish today. This couldn't be better. Hey, monk, of the 3 tankards of wine here, 1 is yours, and the other is mine. If you haven't had enough, fill your stomach with the meat. After saying that, Ba Xiaoyu raised the bailer with both hands and opened his mouth. Leaving aside the demons of the blood demon sector, Liao had never seen any creature who could open their mouth to such an extent. After only 1 moment, an entire bailer of wine had nothing left. With a world-shaking burp, Ba Xiaoyu burst into laughter. There's always wine in my cup, and there are always heads of the scoundrels waiting to be cut off. Satisfying. This is very satisfying. He was not in a hurry to pour the second bailer of wine. Instead, he opened his fingers and snatched another 2 tankards of wine with his spiritual energy. Shaking his arms, he tossed the 2 tankards of wine into the sky and smashed them into each other. The thunderous sound hall, green glow city, void appearance sect, all the victims killed by the Black Devil cult, all the cultivators and ordinary people, you may rest in peace now. The delicious wine sprayed on the dark land like broken stars. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. The pearls that he held in his hand slowly drifted into midair. Accompanied by the soothing recitals of sutras, they revolved slowly and released the gentlest brilliance. Ba Xiaoyu suddenly widened his eyes and spat. Which scumbag is eavesdropping over there? Are you planning to steal my wine? Liao secretly frowned. He did not hide his presence but walked close openly. Although it was pure darkness around, it was impossible for Ba Xiaoyu not to have noticed him with his cultivation under the illumination of the stars. What was the guy's attitude all about when he knew exactly who Liao was? Liao could tell that Ba Xiaoyu the beggar was quite hostile toward him. It was quite perplexing. Liao was pretty sure that Ba Xiaoyu the beggar must not have met Master Spiritual Vulture before. There should not have been any grudges between them. Old Ba, don't be anxious. Master Bitter Cicada stopped reciting the sutras and opened his eyes. He nodded at Liao with a smile and acknowledgement before he turned to Ba Xiaoyu and said, The way I see it, Master Spiritual Vulture's eyebrows are focused and not dispersing. His eyes are sharp but not deadly, and although killing intent is circling his face, there isn't much brutality and aggression in it. He does not look like an insane, inhuman, and bloodthirsty person. Rumor among the cultivators has it that he slaughtered quite a few tribes, leaving absolutely no survivors, and his notoriety spread across the entire Southland of sorcerers. I know that you hate scoundrels as you hate your mortal enemies. It is understandable that you are not willing to make friends with such people. However, in my opinion, I don't think that Master Spiritual Vulture is such a person right now. There could be more to the story, or it could simply be a rumor, considering that it happened almost 100 years ago. Or, Master Spiritual Vulture might have realized his wrongdoing and decided to walk on a different path after receiving the legacy of Yan Zhu, the sword forger of the great Zhou dynasty. Liao's heart skipped a beat. He did not know that Master Bitter Cicada was so good at scrutinizing faces that he could tell a person's character by their subtle expressions. Appearances could be faked, and part of one's personality could be simulated. Liao was a brutal man who would not hesitate to kill anyone. But although he had killed hundreds of people since he was born, none of them were innocent. The real Master Spiritual Vulture was an insane murderer. So, it was impossible for him to simulate the figure perfectly. Then, he recalled that he had almost lost his cool in front of Dan Fengzi. It appeared that there were still a lot of bugs regarding the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture that required patches. Ba Xiaoyu's face turned milder after hearing Master Bitter Cicada's words, but he was still staring at Liao coldly. Master Spiritual Vulture, tell me, have you slaughtered a few tribes without even sparing the children? Thinking quickly, Liao replied in a hoarse voice, what if I did, and what if I didn't? If you didn't and it's just a rumor, this will be a nice encounter between you and me. You may sit down and enjoy the wine with me. Ba Xiaoyu said. If you are the scumbags who murdered children, it is fine too. The delicious wine here and your broken guts will be perfect sacrifices for the unrest souls you killed. You are going to kill me for something 100 years ago? Liao's pupils constricted violently, and he cackled like a crow. Are you able to kill me? It doesn't matter whether it's 100 years ago or it's yesterday. Now that this beggar has learned of it and run into you, this is your unlucky day. Ba Xiaoyu chuckled. As for whether or not I'm able to kill you, I'll know the answer after I try. If I can't, I can run away to heal my wounds, and I'll come back after I've recovered. I'll kill you when you are bathing, pooping, eating, or sleep. I'll poison your wine, pee in your food, and put pests in your bed. Even if you are not killed, you will be disgusted and frightened. For as long as you are alive, I will try to kill you in such a way until either of us dies. Liao suddenly felt warm, but coldness beamed out of his eyes. His facial muscles cramped for a while before he gnashed his teeth. If you want to kill me, just do it. After all, in the eyes of the pretentious cultivators from the central plateaus, the barbarian cultivators are all cannibals who feast upon raw meat and blood. What kind of appalling things do we not do? Would you believe me even if I told you that I did no such thing? Ba Xiaoyu stared at Liao's face for a long time. Liao stared back at him aggressively, too. When the air between the two of them was about to be ignited, Ba Xiaoyu suddenly picked up half a baler on the plank and threw it toward Liao. Since the monk says that you are not a bloodthirsty person, and you are not willing to admit it, I can only believe that you are innocent for now because of the lack of proof. If I find proof tomorrow, I will kill you tomorrow. But tonight, let's drink. After a sniff, Liao snatched the baler and landed on the plank like a soft feather. Ba Xiaoyu patted his hands and curled his finger. The boiling pot was suddenly opened. It jumped into the air and did not descend even after rotating 3 times. The most treasured food ingredients of the Roaring Tiger Hall, boiled by 10 barrels of fine wine, were bubbling inside the pot. They were already well cooked, with the fragrance of meat spreading out. The center of the pot even seemed to be glowing. Ba Xiaoyu laughed. He picked up a fishing pole from the edge of the plank. Then, as if fishing, he tossed the pole at the pot and picked up a red, greasy, and fragrant dog leg. Master Spiritual Vulture, you grew up in the Southland of sorcerers. I'm afraid that you have never seen such a dog leg before. This is no ordinary dog leg. It is a common practice to put such a dog leg in the middle of a barrel of hams when the hams are being brewed, so that the flavor of the dog meat will add to the taste of the hams. After the barrel of hams is brewed, the flavor and essence of the dog leg will have leaked into the ham. So, the dog leg itself will lose all the taste, and it is usually abandoned. However, this beggar discovered that, If you put the dog leg that has lost all its essence and looks like a honeycomb into the same pot with the other food ingredients and boil them together, the dog leg will absorb the essence of the other meat and be filled up again. It's almost like pumping. Tisk, tsk, tsk. As a result, such a dog leg will be the best food in the world that you can never find elsewhere. While introducing the dish, Ba Xiaoyu was already drooling. He shook the hooks on the fishing pole and picked up 3 dog legs from the bottomless pot. Passing 2 of the legs to Liao and Master Bitter Cicada, he looked at Liao and said, "The same food can breed very different people. Some of the cultivators in the Central Plateaus are pompous villains, but some of them are the extravagant magnates who are willing to share the invaluable dog legs. Come on. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to stand on his feet after a mouthful of such dog meat." This was the first time that Liao had ever heard a ragged beggar calling himself an extravagant magnate, without the least unease. Ba Xiaoyu's face of delight indeed seemed to suggest that he was an emperor treating his honorable guests, who had come from afar with hundreds of delicious cuisines in his splendid palace. Glancing at the wine in front of Master Bitter Cicada, Liao smiled. "Do you drink wine and eat dog meat, too, Master?" "Of course," Master Bitter Cicada said. "The monks count on the benefactors for their living. If the benefactor gives water, we will drink water. If they give wine, we will drink wine. Now that the dog leg has been given, it is disrespectful to turn it down. Haha! Not only does this monk have wine and meat, he drinks even more than I do. Pay special attention later and make sure that he doesn't steal more wine." Ba Xiaoyu clapped his hands and laughed. Then, he suddenly put on a grave face and glared at Liao. "Why are you not eating? Do you feel that this beggar is too smelly and filthy for you?" Ba Xiaoyu's body was indeed covered with ulcers and pustules. Not only did he look rather unkempt, he did not smell very good at a close distance. There was also a deep bite on his left leg that had long deteriorated due to the untimely treatment. Right now, the rot had already reached the bone. However, he seemed to be feeling none of it and was still talking and laughing. There was really no telling what he was made of. Liao frowned and shook his head. "I was born in a land of barbarians. Why would I despise you for your untidiness, fellow cultivator Ba? I am just curious. With your cultivation, you must already be insusceptible to weather or poisons now, mustn't you? How can you be troubled by dermatitis? Also, the wound on your left leg does not seem to be caused by any tough poison. As long as the rotten flesh is cut away and the wound is covered in decent medication, it will recover very quickly. Why have you delayed the treatment to this day? If I want to cure it, of course, it will be cured very soon." Looking at the hole on his leg, Ba Xiaoyu said, "However, the ulcers and the wound are my best cover. It was with their help that I was able to sneak into Roaring Tiger City. Nobody suspected that a beggar could be in the nascent soul stage." Liao was greatly shocked. He lost his calmness and exclaimed, "So, you intentionally caught the disease in order to collect the evidence of the Black Devil cult's crimes, and to figure out the relation between the Black Devil cult and the Roaring Tiger Hall?" Ba Xiaoyu nodded and bit the dog leg hard, while he replied in a blurred voice, "Why are we still talking? Come on. Have the meat and wine." Liao was caught in mixed feelings. The world of ancient cultivators had no rules. Everything was growing wildly, and polarization was extremely severe. There were the seemingly gracious but in fact extremely selfish elders and leaders who appeared to be cultivators but did the things in the immortal cultivator's way. There were also the cultivators like Master Bitter Cicada and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar who were really slaying evil and serving justice. From them, Liao seemed to have found the origins of the creed to protect the ordinary people in the modern cultivation civilization. He also understood why humanity could rise and bloom again in the dark universe after sinking for 30,000 years. He felt that his blood was boiling. Like Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada, he took the meat and wine to his heart's content. It was the most delicious meat and wine that he had ever enjoyed. Right then, Master Bitter Cicada suddenly spoke to the clouds. "Now that fellow cultivator Chi is also here, why don't you join us for some wine and meat, too?" His voice concentrated into sound waves that pierced through the sky like a pillar. After a long time, the clouds slowly swirled into a hole, from which a translucent shadow crawled out and landed on the crooked tree next to the plank like a dry leaf. It was Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, the leader of the great Qian cultivators. His face was gloomy. A thin, icy shell covered his body. Frost was everywhere on his head and his eyebrow. He was truly like what he was nicknamed and no different from a cold, hard glacier that nobody wanted to touch. "Greetings, Leader Qi." Ba Xiaoyu the beggar welcomed Qi Zhongdao with a smile. There was not a regular alliance among the cultivators in the great Qian dynasty. However, in cases of emergencies, for example, to fight the Heaven Battering Army, the White Lotus Cult, the Ghost Qin Army, or to threaten the Purple Pole Sword sect like last time, or to resist natural disasters, temporary alliances would be established for the convenience of organization. In most of the cases, Qi Zhongdao would be the leader of such temporary alliances. Why else would he be called the leader of all the great Qian cultivators? Naturally, it was not an exception this time. The form of address, however, made Qi Zhongdao's face even gloomier. He was almost grinding his teeth and about to leave. "Old Ba, do not talk like that," Master Bitter Cicada sighed. "Fellow cultivator Qi's life is not easy, either. To unite the selfish sects into an ostensible alliance that can work on something together. He has paid much more than you did when you snuck into Roaring Tiger City to investigate the Black Devil cult. You never know how difficult something is until you do it yourself. The life of a monk or a beggar is easy, but it is certainly much more difficult to work as the leader of all the cultivators." His words made Qi Zhongdao's eyelids that were full of ice shiver for a moment. The coldness on his frozen face slowly thawed. Flushing, Ba Xiaoyu the beggar scratched his face and apologized. "Yes, it was inappropriate of me to have said that. Qi Zhongdao, this beggar is best at speaking nonsense. Please do not be bothered by what I said. I know that it is quite hard to look at those smiling jerks every day without a chance to punch them in the face. Years ago, it was exactly because I could not bear the smugness of those jerks that I simply abandoned my own sect. It is much more comfortable to live as an unaffiliated cultivator among the common folk. I can cry when I want to cry and laugh when I want to laugh." Before Qi Zhongdao replied, Master Bitter Cicada said, "You were free to leave your family's sect, but Master Qi cannot leave the Grand Mystery sect and the shaking community of cultivators. Right now, despite the internal conflict of the cultivators, some ground rules are still kept on the surface. We all appear to be at peace, serving justice together. Whoever dares to openly violate the rules and swallow other sects, just like the Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult, are considered evil and will be lambasted. If the ground rules on the surface are wiped out, the world of cultivators will completely fall apart and retrograde to the primitive dog-eat-dog jungles again. Too many people will suffer in a lawless, chaotic era. The lives of the ordinary people are not easy when the days are peaceful nor when we are at war, but in general, they still suffer more during wars. Just as the saying goes, it's better to be a dog in a peaceful world than to be a human being in a war. When a plaza is falling, it is impossible for one pillar to hold it. Does Master Qi not know that he is doing the impossible? If he only considers his own interests, why would he bother to be elected as the leader, which entails all kinds of trouble but absolutely no gains? He has simply been doing whatever he can. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar was greatly touched. He looked around, only to discover that the balers that he used as bowls had been used up. He picked up the baler that he had drunk from just now and wiped it carefully with his clothes before pouring wine into it until it was full. Delivering the baler respectfully, he said, "Fellow cultivator Qi, over the past few decades, although we have been respected as the three saints together by other cultivators, we have always been on our separate paths. I was always a beggar, and you were the leader of all the cultivators. We barely had any intersection. But after tonight, I hope we can be friends." Qi Zhongdao did not say anything. Hearing what Master Bitter Cicada had just said, and looking at the wine that Ba Xiaoyu the beggar had given him, he accepted the wine with both hands and chugged it, his eyes suddenly turning red. Bubbling sounds were rumbling from his throat to his abdomen. "That's some delicious wine. Any more?" His voice sounded like a rusted gear that was being lubricated by oil. "Yes, of course." Ba Xiaoyu the beggar clapped his hands and laughed. If we run out of wine, this beggar can always go back to the city and steal more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He simply attracted another few barrels of wine with spiritual energy. Too lazy to find a utensil anymore, he simply broke the seals, craned his neck, and poured the wine into his mouth. The golden liquid ran into his throat like a flooding river, but not a single drop of it spluttered out of his mouth. It was quite amazing. In the blink of an eye, a whole barrel of wine had been drunk up. He chuckled and filled half of the empty barrel with mud from the pool. Summoning his spiritual energy, he tossed the barrel into the darkness far away. After a dull noise, the barrel was smashed by something. Then all the mud in the barrel swooshed back. As if it had eyes, the mud was not coming at anybody else but fully focused on Ba Xiaoyu like pebbles. After a shriek, Ba Xiaoyu soared up like black smoke to the top of the crooked tree. He shouted toward the darkness, "Hey, Yen Liren. I'm holding a feast here, entertaining my guests with delicious wine. What are you doing here?" The bald dwarf swordsman slowly walked out from the darkness on the mud, but his shoes were not stained at all. Holding his short sword, he replied casually without any expression, "I'm here to practice my sword." "Why don't you practice in the city?" Ba Xiaoyu said. "The city is too raucous," Yen Liren said. "It's quieter here." Master Bitter Cicada smiled. Together with fellow cultivator Yen, the three saints of Great Qian are all here. Master Spiritual Vulture is also a magnificent figure that according to the cultivators will be added to the three saints shortly. Now that fate has arranged for us to meet here, why don't you come here and have a drink, fellow cultivator Yen? Yen Liren did not bother to look at them when he shook his head. "I don't drink. My sword is slower if I drink." Rolling his eyes, Ba Xiaoyu chuckled. "How do you know that your sword will be slower after you drink if you don't drink wine? I have heard a certain art named drunk sword, which is an unparalleled technique whose power will be maximized only when the swordsman is dizzy because of drinking. How come I never heard about it before?" Yen Liren said. "You just made it up, just like you told me last time that if someone learns to hold a sword with his foot, he will be able to hold 4 swords with 4 limbs and thereby quadruple the power of a sword art." To everyone's surprise, Ba Xiaoyu nodded and said, "You're right. It's true that I just made it up. But since you are so awesome, it is possible that you will invent such a technique named drunk sword while you are sipping the wine. Wouldn't it be wonderful?" Yen Liren tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, he nodded solemnly and said, "Fair enough. Since I'm so awesome, if there really is a drunk sword in the world, I will certainly be the one who invents it." While saying that, he strutted toward the plank. Right when everybody thought that he was going to step on the plank, Yen Liren suddenly vanished without a sign. The next second, however, he appeared on the head of Ba Xiaoyu the beggar who was standing on the top of the crooked tree, with 4 sharpest edges glittering around him. Nobody saw how he leapt up and took off his shoes and socks. Nobody could tell where he found the 4 swords that he was wielding with both hands and both feet. The 4 streaks of brilliance instantly multiplied into 40, 400, and 4,000 streaks when they met the wind, enveloping Ba Xiaoyu the beggar like crazily dancing snakes. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar screamed. He jumped backward in a hurry and put the tobacco pipe that was on his back into his mouth. Then, he spurted out a mouthful of smoke, which turned into vivid ermines that seemed to be alive and swallowed all the sword auras. "What are you doing, Yen Liren?" Ba Xiaoyu craned his neck out of the colorful smoke and shouted angrily. "I was kind enough to invite you to the party. Is this how you reward hospitality? Nothing." After launching 4,000 sword auras instantly, the 4 swords disappeared without any trace as unpredictably as they appeared. Yen Liren landed on the plank softly before he spoke to Ba Xiaoyu, who was still hiding in the colorful smoke in midair. "I just wanted to tell you that the technique to control 4 swords with 4 limbs has been grasped by me. However, it cannot increase the power of a sword by 4 times as you claimed. The best it can do is double it." While speaking to him, Yen Liren picked up a barrel of wine without greeting anybody else. He broke the seal and poured half the barrel of wine into his mouth, before he smacked his lips and mumbled, "Drunk sword." Deep in thought, he poured the remaining half the barrel into his throat. "You?" Shouting angrily, Ba Xiaoyu the beggar dashed out of the colorful smoke. It was not until then that everybody realized why he was reluctant to get out. As it turned out, Yen Liren's swords were so fast and sharp that, although he managed to evade the sword auras, his ragged clothes had been ripped apart. They were dangling from his body like broken clothes. He could not have looked more devastated. "This wine is good. I feel like I'm onto something." Yen Liren broke the seal of a second barrel of wine and said seriously, "If I grasp the drunk sword one day, I will practice with you again, Brother Ba." Ba Xiaoyu shrank his neck and stopped talking. He snatched a barrel of wine, widened his eyes, and poured it into his mouth too. Yen Liren was still drinking while touching his sword. Holding the wine barrel angrily, Ba Xiaoyu seemed to be planning to chew the container. Holding a baler of wine in his hand, Master Bitter Cicada was not in a hurry to drink it. Instead, he was savoring the thickness of the wine. The pity on his face was more or less dispersed by the fragrance of the wine. Leaning against the crooked tree, Qi Zhongdao looked rather lonely when he gazed at the lively roaring tiger city that was ablaze with lights. Silently, he simply poured the barrels of wine into his mouth. His dark face was slowly glowing red, as if he were an iron block that was being heated from inside to outside. Liao was sipping the wine slowly while he secretly observed the top experts in the world, who all looked rather interesting. The depression in his heart was more or less dissolved by them. The 5 of them were all super experts close to or beyond the peak of the nascent soul stage. The delicious wine in the mortal world would not have intoxicated them even if there was a whole warehouse of it. However, the wine that they were drinking was the secret medical wine brewed by Roaring Tiger Hall specifically for the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family. Besides the bear hearts, the leopard gallbladders, and the tiger bones, almost 100 incredible heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been mixed into it, which made the wine nurturing and narcotic even for the powerful nascent soul stage cultivators. Very soon, the dozens of barrels of wine were split up by the 5 of them. Among them, Liao and Master Bitter Cicada drank the least. They basically shared only 1 barrel. The other 3, however, seemed to be having a competition with each other. They each poured more than 10 barrels into their mouth. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao's eyes were completely bloodshot. Voila! A wine barrel was smashed into pieces next to the plank. The broken pieces rained upon Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao's face due to the counterforce. "Why?" Qi Zhongdao sounded like a cluster of cold ice enveloped by scorching fire. He said painfully, "Why do the cultivators from the main sects not understand the importance of the big picture at all? As long as a sect provides a tiny bit of food, millions of disaster victims will be spared, so they will not cause any trouble or be manipulated by Mother White Lotus. This is the best approach to prevent a ghoul army from appearing. It is certainly much better than slaying evil in a hurry after thousands of ghouls have shown up. Isn't it? But I didn't know that their duplicity would be so appalling. Thankfully, fellow cultivator Ba, you revealed the schemes of Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult in time and gave us a reason to attack Roaring Tiger City. We have fortunately found a large batch of food that is enough for us to pass the crisis. What would have happened without fellow cultivator Ba's tremendous help today? Would they have felt satisfied when they saw millions of disaster victims die and turn into aggressive ghouls? I really don't know if those people have a heart or a brain. Yes, we seem to have resolved the crisis with the assets confiscated from Roaring Tiger City. However, none of the heroes in the world are blind and can see through their blatant petty tricks easily. Through such approaches, they may gain slightly for now, but all the southeastern sects will be disheartened. The reputation of the main sects of Central Plateaus has been trampled on. How are we going to cooperate with the southeastern sects in the future when there is absolutely no trust between us? Short-sighted, penny-wise, and pound-foolish, yet they are still gloating. That is simply too idiotic. Qi Zhongdao cursed aloud with the boost of the wine until he was trembling. His eyes seemed to be on fire, and crimson magma was about to flow out. He swallowed. His throat uttered a weird sound, as if his vocal cords were burningly hot. His voice shivered as he said, "The cultivators of the great Qian dynasty seem to be in their heyday, but does anyone here, as a top expert in the world of cultivators, not know the truth? The White Lotus cult is savaging the southeast, the heaven-battering army is stomping on the northwest, and Ghost Qin is coveting from the north. One moment of carelessness, and we will be doomed forever. At such a dire time, all the main sects are still profiting at the expense of others, busy in conspiracies and internal conflicts. Even the rules on the surface are now being kicked away and utterly disregarded. If things go on like this, the country will no longer be a country. Even if the White Lotus cult, the heaven-battering army, and Ghost Qin were just minor diseases in the beginning, if the cultivators continue messing around like this, they will escalate into fatal illnesses soon. When the illnesses are too severe to be treated, it will be too late for regrets. If the great Qian dynasty does fall apart, there will be at least 100 years of lawless bloody wars. All the sects and cultivators will be involved in the turbulence. They will either live like a devil or die the most miserable death. If the great Qian dynasty is a high tower, the cultivation sects and the cultivators are already at the highest level of the tower. What benefits can we get by destroying the tower? Why can't those people understand such simple logic? Clenching his fists, he was going to punch the crooked tree hard. However, the half-dead, shaking crooked tree somehow reminded him of something. He simply turned the direction of his fists and slapped his thigh hard. "Brother Qi, don't be so anxious. What you said is the most correct and sensible logic." Ba Xiaoyu was also half-drunk. Belching, he said with a smile. "But correct and sensible as it is, you have been working as the leader of all the cultivators for too long to understand what is on the mind of those below you. Yes, food is just a minor issue right now. The price of food in other places is still low. However, what will happen when the influences of the natural disaster spread, and when the harvest season comes without a harvest? Then, the food price will soar possibly by 10 to 20 times. Famine will doubtlessly spread through the southeast area. The cultivation sects in the southeast will be willing to pay any price for the precious food to consolidate their forces. If the food is delivered here and now to solve the imminent trouble in the southeast, what benefits can you get except for the gratitude of the poor folks? However, if you wait until the southeast is short of food in the harvest season, you will be able to sell your food at an astronomical price. Don't be so hasty to argue. I'm not done yet. The great profits in the harvest season are just part of the reason. There's another reason that is even more important. You can steal talents here. The Southeast is a place where the spiritual energy in the world congregates. The ordinary folks here, nurtured by the natural spiritual energy, have a much higher chance of awakening their spiritual roots than the folk elsewhere do. They all make the best apprentices for training. Before, this place was dominated by the southeastern sects, and it was difficult for foreign sects to recruit disciples here. The natural disasters, however, give the sects from central plateaus a great opportunity to act in collusion and get what they want. No one wants to leave their home for an unfamiliar cultivation sect far away and struggle like a dog for a slim chance of survival unless they absolutely have no choice. If you really deliver enough food here, allowing the disaster victims to survive the crisis peacefully, how many of them will willingly be recruited by you? Even if they do want to join a cultivation sect, they can always choose a local force in the southeast. Therefore, even if there is food, it must not be fed to the disaster victims so easily. They must be half-starved first so that they will be fascinated by the thin porridge. Then, after realizing that there is plenty of food in the sects in the central plateaus and it is their only chance of survival, they will participate in the entrance tests hosted by the main sects. Only the strong, talented folks will be given enough food after they pass the entrance tests and sign the lifelong indenture. In such a way, the cultivation sects will build up their own force with the elites of the southeast while diminishing the potential of the southeastern sects without offending anyone. Is it not the most ideal plan? This is against the rules. His eyes bloodshot, Qi Zhongdao declared angrily. Recruiting disciples in the territory of other sects across the border is very likely to raise large-scale friction and riots. There will be major chaos. I never did such a thing when I was the leader of the Grand Mystery Sect. It's a pity that you are not the leader of the Grand Mystery Sect right now, Brother Qi. Forgive my bluntness, brother, but is there any essential difference between a Grand Leader and a wife who is divorced from her husband? With a sharp tongue, Ba Xiaoyu grimaced. Brother Qi, do you still think that we are not already in chaos? Rules only make sense if everyone respects them. If I am the only one who respects the rules while the rest don't, won't I be at a huge disadvantage? I'm no fool. Why would I respect the bullshit rules at all, even if the rules come from the well-respected leader of all the cultivators? Such rules are utterly meaningless. As if struck by lightning, Qi Zhongdao was dazed for a long time. He suddenly laughed in amusement. Excellent. Excellent. You couldn't be more right, fellow cultivator Ba. I am no leader of all cultivators at all. I am just a champion at anyone's mercy. When the main sects were planning to threaten the emperor together, they remembered me as a leader and respected me as much as they could. After the emperor and Wang Shi fell, did any of them regard me as a leader at all? When the main sects went to intimidate the Purple Pole Sword sect and split its enormous interests, I became a high and mighty leader, supported by everyone again, and I had to fight a life-and-death battle with sword maniac Yen Liren. After the interests were divided and the Dragon Spring meeting ended, did I matter to any of them at all? Because of the natural disasters in the southeast, somebody was required to go through all the trouble summoning the forces in the world and moderating the messy relations among them. So, I became the leader again. Even during the attack on Roaring Tiger City, the leader had to lead the charge. Then, if Emperor Phoenix burst into fury in the future, blaming us for acting without permission, I would certainly be the one guilty of the crime. Haha. Leader, leader. Is there such a bullshit leader in the world? Heartbroken, Qi Zhongdao was roaring toward the sky. Fellow cultivator Qi, you are drunk, Master Bitter Cicada said. I am indeed drunk. I've been drunk for so long that I thought that I could change the world and everything by myself. Qi Zhongdao sat down on the plank and sighed. But why is this happening? Why can't any of them look ahead into the future and consider the big picture and the interests of all the cultivators? I always had high hopes for Master Dawn Moon and thought that he would be able to lead the world of cultivators with his charisma as the manager of the largest sect in the world. He never disappointed me in the past. I don't know when he became so unworthy. Perhaps it is not fellow cultivator Dawn Moon who has changed but this world. Tapping the empty wine barrel with his bailer, Master Bitter Cicada sighed. Perhaps this world has already turned into an impenetrable wine barrel that is filled with the dirty, filthy wine brewed with fame, fortune, and power. Those who fall into the barrel are drifting up and down in the wine. How can they not become intoxicated?